Yes, there we go. Spicy P left over from our last show, but we still love him anyway. Hey, guys, what's up? It's JG. It is Saturday once again. Time for football. We're watching the Auburn. Yeah. It's time for football. The Auburn Tigers against the hated Missouri Tigers. A game that's going to be contested in Columbia, Missouri. We've got Stultzy on the ground there in Columbia. And I will be here with you on the internet throughout the game, and then we'll be talking post-game. Also, I've already talked to Jay Head, the legend, the GOAT, the guy we love and adore. Wait, usually it's gals we love and adore, but you know what I mean. We love Jay Head. Already talked to him. He's good to go after the game. And Coach Hunter had a great win last night, so hopefully he's in a great mood, and he wants to come on at halftime. And, of course, we got AK at halftime as well. And we've got you guys chatting it up, best chat in the entire internet, and then me. I'm here to kind of run the show, sort of, a little bit. Just got to turn this up just a little bit. There we go. All right, we got some super chats before we get going. I saw Dion had one. We love Dion coming in from points a long way from where I am, but we're glad to have him here. Where you go back from Poland in time to watch Auburn football. He is not maybe perhaps that far away now. Dion, my man. Let's see if we got a super chat. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Dion, who's been with us every game this year, and I think some last year as well. War Eagle 0008, who's one of our all-time favorites, a pillar of the community, as some would say. Says, War Damn Eagle family. Let me give him a drop. As a War Damn Eagle family, we're going to win today because we have to. Thanks for the show, JGT. Thanks for you being here, homie. And we love having you here as part of the chat and part of the show. Always a voice of reason. My hair's a little bit messed up. I was cycling this morning, and I misjudged how long it was going to take to get here, get ready. That's what happens when it's 11 a.m. Oh, they're previewing the Georgia-Texas game on ESPN. Also, Chris H., last name redacted. Just kidding, it's right there. I like to call him Tom Hagen, my conciliary. I love this guy. He's important, very important to my family. He gives it a let's go, War Damn Eagle. We've got, let's do an applause for him because we love Chris H. And, again, very valuable member of the, extended member of the Tate family these days. Cleveland Brown. War Damn Eagle, crush Mizzou, stay hydrated, my man. Let's give that a super chat. I've got my my Owala here with my Greta, Thunberg. How dare you? You guys know how much I love that gif. Oh, yeah. Fired up. Let's go into our in-game here because it's already time for that. And, yeah, look at that. It's popping already, yo. I love it. I think we may have gotten this licked. Because, we were having some issues with the chat. But I don't think we're having that anymore. Also, Chris H. reminding everyone to smash that like button, my man. Cassidy P. jumping in. Today, Razor Ramon oozes machismo when we win 27-24. That is exact the score that I think Auburn is going to win by. And, of course, Razor Ramon, a reference to the great quarterback, Peyton Thorne, who looks a lot like Razor Ramon from the old days. Auburn Dad for Life, my man, has had some really good medical news in the last couple weeks, and we are stoked to have you here with us today. Ed D, my man. I don't know, what would we call Ed D? He's our master of statistics, master of stats, master of football insight. We love having him here. He's a good man to correct me when I'm wrong, in a polite way, of course. And I'm glad to have him here. Jay Robertson, one of our friends from the Ole Miss world, a group of people that we love. Glad to have you here with us as well. Auburn's biggest critic shows up the way we love it, and he says, let's go, Missouri. I absolutely love that, man. I hesitate to see. There was something I saw on Facebook this week that made me laugh so hard, and I just wanted to share it with you guys before we got the show going, because I think it's going to be an interesting day of football. We're going to need to talk about this a lot. Got to be on topic. But I saw this picture this week on the Facebooks, and I absolutely had to share it with you guys. Look at this guy. What a legend. All right, so it says, bang local Mills. My other ride is your mom. If I was 16 again, I would have this on my car. My parents wouldn't allow it. It says, I got fisted on meth at an at a Insane Clown Posse concert, and then his license plate frame says, Don't honk, I'll come. That's a legend right there. I absolutely adore it. I'm so glad that I got to show you guys that. We're still not on the game here. Am I missing something here? We're still babbling and yapping. I'd really like to watch some football. Let me see what else we got here. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, we good? Are we good? Yeah, we're good. I was getting worried. Oh, Crocky Poo, you said something and I misinterpreted it. It says stop Jay in chat. I go, stop doing what I do, and it says sup Jay. Here I am trying to figure this out. All right, we finally made it to the Auburn, Missouri game. Thank you, goodness. And again, I am on board with Cassidy P on the score here. I think Auburn's going to win this game by 3 or 4 points. I have 27, 23, or 24. I can't remember which one. And this would technically be a drop counter at 1. We don't have any drops yet. Dumbass. Thought I changed that. I literally yesterday changed it from 2 to 1. Why did I do that? Super chat coming through from Ravin, my main man. Feeling under the weather today, but an Auburn win would sure help me get on the mend. Let's give him a splash. Hopefully that'll get you feeling better, my man. Dark Side, great question. First of all, Shane jumping in again. We love Shane. What a stud this guy is. Warname Eagle JG, is today the day? Depends on what you're aiming for. If you're aiming for an Auburn victory, I think it is going to be the day. I think they're going to surprise you with their competence and with just their general flair. There's joie de vivre, some would say. Crocky Poo reminds me that it's always a 15-minute delay nowadays. See, I'm an old man, and I remember when stuff started on time. How dare you? Damon thinks I should have left the drop counter at 1. Appreciate the super chats there, guys. Darkside wants to know what I've got in the cup. So I took some criticism. Some of you guys know about this because I've talked to you about it privately. We had some criticism I did from AU Hoosier 420 who said I'm nothing but a drunk and an alcoholic, and why would he ever watch our show? Because it's just a bunch of drunk people talking stupid shit because they're drunk. I took that shit personally. So I'm not going to drink very much today because I don't want to upset some of our sensitive viewers who get mad when I drink alcohol. By the way, I am 52 years old. I'm drinking age. We've been doing this for 7 years now. 6+ years. I'm going to have a bourbon, but I'm not going to pound them today. I don't want to disappoint people who think that I'm a drunk and a loser and an alcoholic. I am not. No, I'm not. So I'm going to drink less. Anyway, today, as what Darkside was asking, I'm going to drink. This is a very difficult bottle to find now. This is the Blue Note 9 year. So like 4 years ago, this was fairly common, and I thought it was a delicious bourbon. I got a tip that they were running out of supply and to buy now because they were going to run out. Sure enough, they ran out. You can't hardly find these anymore. I've still got 3 stacked up. So back to some Blue Note. You guys know I don't like Tennessee whiskey very much, but this is pretty good. This is good stuff. It's actually from Memphis, and they do a really good job. So A. Robinson thinks Auburn's going to lose by 30. That's 10 field goals. Crocky Poo, I'm sorry. Cassidy P would definitely approve of that. Of that right there. Chip, the legend himself, says, MFers stealing vintage Aubie. F these guys. They kind of do, don't they? It's BS, man. I don't like that. And then, like, Clemson's got, like, the Coraline version of Aubie. It's like the dead and revived Aubie. It's kind of scary. Hayden jumps in. Warden Eagle, JGC, let's get one today. How about it, my man? How about you? As Jay Lee would say. Glad to have you here, Hayden. Hayden's been with us a long time here, so really, as has Chip, too. I shouldn't be saying that. Justin O says you're welcome for the tip, LOL. My man, there he is. I think Justin was the source on that one. And I'm really glad you told me, dude, because I did stack up. I mean, I haven't seen one on the shelf in probably 2 years. All right, first play of the game. Here we go. I hate this camera angle. I prefer high camera angles. I was watching the Oregon game last night, and it had a much better camera angle. Ohio State's probably the best for me. It's really high. All right, so their first play was a little power off right tackle, and Auburn had a pretty good handle on it. 2nd and 7. Unfortunately, AU Taxman, we can't have Gabe D because he switched networks on me at the 1st of October. He went over to 24/7. We love Gabe. I still talk to Gabe. But he is now in a enemy network, although you guys know how I feel about Jason Caldwell and Cristiano and Nate King. They certainly aren't enemies, but you know how it goes. Luke Duke, my man. What's going on, JG? Well, I'm here. Let's get this win, hopefully. My man, Luke Duke, love you. Partied with you at the Music City Bowl back in 05, 04, whatever. So it was a real pleasure. CFB Addict here is here with us as well. We love that guy. The IQ on him in his brain, unbelievable. I bet he's one of the smartest guys we got in the whole network. Hung out with him several years ago and was like, damn, that guy's smart. All right, so a nice little option run there for Brady Cook to throw off the Auburn defense, and he gets the first down near midfield. Little fake pitch. Kyan Lee did not make a mistake. He was handling his responsibility. Needed better gap integrity inside is what you needed there. Or linebackers to fill a little bit better. 1st and 10, Missouri. They're trying to play action. He was open, but it just wasn't going to happen. Spicy P noted 2 high safeties on 3rd and 1. My God. That's an interesting one. I don't know if that's some kind of a scouting thing or what's going on with that, Spicy P. I was surprised. I didn't see that, but I'm surprised to hear that too. All right, change that to first quarter. Duh. Obviously the game's going. Colby says, can Cook run? Just a little bit. Less than Peyton. Nice rollout pass right there, though. Little play action pass. All right, so Missouri's probably relatively okay with this drive so far. Interesting. It's just a good play design, a good execution, honestly. I didn't think the tight end's block was particularly useful there. All right, 1st and 10, Missouri, just a little bit past midfield at this point. Really kind of burned Auburn with the play action so far. He must have had one read on that, didn't like it, took off, and J-Mac, was all over him right there. Really like talking to J-Mac. Super interesting kid to talk to. Just a lot of energy, a lot of passion for the game. Snobburn says, JG, what you doing after the game? You want to come to Marietta and hang? Marietta's a long way from me, G. Over here in Hampstead, Alabama. I was in Atlanta last weekend, though. Thank you for the offer, Snobburn. 2nd and 11. They're going to run that football on a little ISO to the left side, and Auburn is all over that. Holy shit. Isaiah Rakes may have actually gotten a tackle on that play or an assist. I guess it looked like Keldrick had the main tackle. 22 is Isaiah Rakes, who for me hasn't done shit this year. I'd probably give him an assist just to make him feel better. Bobby Kren in the house. What up, Bobby Kren? Good to see you, G. May see you later tonight, assuming I get off the air in time. And you go where I think you might go. All right, 3rd and 12. Big play here. Got to get some pass rush. It looks like Auburn's defense is playing this conservatively. No, they brought a blitz. Jaron got picked up, though. Wow, that's a hell of a play right there, honestly. Cooper Manning making a nice catch right there. Let's see, Scotty P and some other folks in the chat believe they saw Brady Cook injured a little bit after that run earlier. Made a nice throw there. Threw it up high, and Manning went on the elevator to pick that bad boy up. Looks like Auburn's pressing Luther Burden right now. I like that idea. That's what I think you ought to do with a great wideout like him. Just get in his face. Another so-so run right there for Missouri off their left tackle. And Jason Jones, number 99, backup nose tackle, was in there to make the stop. Missouri's run game so far, it's very early, first drive, but Auburn's been pretty good right there. Ravin, I couldn't tell. Was that Caleb Harris? Talking about who was challenging that Manning receiver on the first down throw. Didn't maybe play that as well as he could have. Cook. Oh, wow. So he slid down, and I think he just aggravated that injury that he had earlier, and he's coming off. I mean, this is definitely not the down that they'd want to take him off either. 3rd and 19. I don't know what they've got in the bullpen there. CDF jumps in with a super chat. I love this guy. 3rd and forever, Jabba. CDF has definitely been in here to watch some of these games when Auburn's had some serious trouble on 3rd and long defensively. They've got a 3-receiver bunch down here to our side. And they're going to jam it with Austin Keys, it looks like. No, Austin's actually breaking out of that. Conservative play call there, and Auburn played it perfectly, so they get a modest gain, and that's going to wrap up that drive, at least from a progressing down the field perspective. That was nice. Was that a Morris that tapped him on the head, tapped him on the shoulder with his helmet? That was nice. David says, backup QB coming in. Auburn's screwed. That's a guy who Auburn's right there. And Chip says, backup QB coming. 600 yards for 5 touchdowns. That guy Auburn's right there. All right, field goal attempt from about, 45-ish? 50-ish? And he puts that one right through. So Missouri gets on the board first. Although Auburn's defense played decently there. Particularly played well against the run. Just had a bad, a 3rd down reception that was really nicely done by the receiver. And that was kind of like the difference there. This is an interesting point that Spicy P makes. He says, half the quarter's gone. Our defense sees way too many plays, man. I was shocked to go back and learn that Auburn's first of all, you're right. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It just seems like in clutch situations, I remember in the Arkansas game and the Oklahoma game where the play disparity was so ridiculously slanted in the favor of the opponent. It's just something you got to keep an eye on. And War Eagle 0008 makes a great point. DJ Durkin's done a great job revitalizing Auburn's defense, in my opinion. Statistically, they're solid. But it's the 3rd down, man. They have trouble getting off the field on 3rd down. They didn't really have that trouble necessarily against Georgia. There were other problems going on in that game. But, man, in the earlier games, particularly that Arkansas game, I think they gave up 4 in a row. I'm sorry, 8 in a row of 3rd and 8 or longer. It was crazy. Crocky Poo, I'm so glad you're here with us. Hopefully you'll stay with the game. 12 plays, 41 yards for that one. But rushing, they didn't do much of anything. And I normally think of Missouri as a team that should be running the football more. They're clamoring for that. And their rushing on that was 6 carries for -2. Of course, sacking Cook. Well, sacked him once and then modest little gain. One little gain and one little loss. But, yeah, they didn't rush for shit on that drive. 4 of 5 for 43 yards, though, passing. And still no stats for the Auburn Tigers. Still going to take the ball for the first time here momentarily. 3 first downs for Missouri on that drive. And on 3rd down, 2 of 3. 2 of 3. So I'll go ahead and update that on the 3rd down tip. Let's see. Ephesians says, Jay, how would you fix that? Just more press coverage on 3rd. I feel like they should at least consider some different kind of blitzing concepts. I think that in this game, it's too early in this game to really judge, but in the Arkansas game, I just feel like there wasn't enough. The quarterback wasn't discomforted enough, and there's got to be ways you can do that. And yes, you're going to have to trust at some point. You're going to have to trust KN, and in this case now Jay. At that time, I think it was Champ, on an island a little bit. And maybe DJ doesn't feel great about that. But you still got to that quarterback's got to be off schedule some. Josh C. jumps in with a super chat. My man says we have to have a win today. Limit the passing attack, and we can get this W with at least 24 points. A lot of people would look at that and say, oh, okay, pass defense? Yeah, let's do it. No. He knows better. We're talking about Auburn's passing attack. Limit that. Run the football. Let Jarquez and Damari and maybe even Jeremiah Cobb do their thing. I wrote about this during the off week on the bunker about Auburn's I think I have the stats around here. Yards per designated carry. So these are plays where this isn't a scramble. This is, you're handing the ball off or pitching the ball. Auburn is second in the conference in yards per carry in that situation. Just narrowly behind Tennessee. 143 carries for 944 yards at 6.6 yards per carry. Again, that's for design carries. And you'd like to see more of that. Particularly because Peyton's a decent attacker with his legs. I mean, he's a decent runner. He ain't Nick Marshall, but he's pretty good. I think the thing with Peyton, as we know, he's got to be in a rhythm where he's comfortable and he's not making panicky decisions, whether it's through the air or with the ball in his hands, just running. I mean, I think he gets a little rattled. Nobody wants to say that, but that's just, come on, guys. We watch it. We see the games. I like Peyton. I think he's a good player. I just think he gets rattled. So, penalty on the first play. It's a great way to start. Ravin. Well done. 1st and 10. Okay. First play was a real beauty there. That was a RPO, and they let pressure come in like damn near immediately. Oh, my God. Percy Lewis, brother, what in the world was that? Guys, that's the worst whiff I have ever seen. You can't get worse than that. You literally lunge at air. You didn't even touch him. Come on, bro. He was saying that at his press conference. He's like, our run blocking's been pretty good. Pass pro. So I think they were trying the same play because they were just absolutely certain this would work. And it looked to be like a back shoulder situation, and then Peyton threw it just straight up out of bounds. So small victories gives us a cheers, my man. P. Beasley says bench Percy. I don't know how to do that. Who are you going to put over there? Like Tate Johnson? I don't know. Diego says, GOJ, we suck. Let's give it a little time. Let's get it. Sometimes this Faro Field crowd really gets to you guys. Wow, I like the fight from Cam Coleman, but I think it's too little too late. That's going to be a 3rd and 13, maybe 5-yard gain. A. Robinson says, JG, I love you, but I'd rather have Trotter over Thorne. What? Drop. All right, man. Hey, I liked Barrett Trotter. I had to make a reference, just talking to Hugh a little bit on the practice field the other day, a reference to therapy. Because I call the Monday press conferences therapy. I feel like that's kind of what he's doing. And he didn't get it, so I didn't really feel like explaining it to him. It just wasn't the right time. But it was funny. I think he thinks he also finds humor in the fact that we continue, not we as in Auburn sports, but the media continues to whine or litigate the 4th down fuck up at Georgia. You know, the one where he switched Jarquez to the other side, and I think, yeah. He's like, why are people still caring about that? I'm like, I don't know. I'm a little surprised myself. I think if there hadn't been an off week last week, we would have just forgotten about it. It would have been thrown into the closet with the 50 other fuck ups this year. But, anyway. Great point. I'm not sure who made it. 0 touches for Jarquez. That was Spicy P. Still not sure what we're doing here. I'll go ahead and bump Auburn's 3rd down performance to 0 for 1. That's great. And we'll leave Jarquez at 0 of 0. Nashville Tiger just gives us an ugh. I know, man. Spicy Peas is Feed 27, they said. I am definitely leading the charge on the Feed 27 wagon. But didn't happen on that one. 1 of 2 for 9 yards. I didn't realize he got 9 yards on that play. Not that it mattered. Was it 1 of 2 or 1 of 3? Officially 1 of 2. All right, guys. So we'll be interested to see after this next time out if Missouri goes ahead and sticks with Pine as their backup or if Brady Cook's ready to come back in. That'll be something to keep an eye on. Kyle says, let's put Percy at quarterback. Cassidy P. You know what? Let's do it. I like it. Instead of drop counter, we're going to do 100 touches. Well, let's see if that works. Yeah, we'll just leave it at 100 touches. That is not a statement. That is just a description. And we'll see how many touches he gets. It's easy right now. We'll just leave it at 0. And I think we'll be able to just count these out individually because I'm starting to suspect there's going to be so few that it's not going to be a big deal. Your Taxman says the first series is usually scripted and we run 3 pass plays. They obviously felt like that RPO throw to the right sideline was going to be an absolute goldmine, and so they went for it 3 times basically. Got crushed on the first one with Percy Lewis doing what Percy Lewis does, and then the second one, incomplete throw was hopeless. Third one, it actually worked, and they got 9 yards on it. On a 3rd and whatever it was, 15. Yeah, Big Mole notes it was a first play bust. Correct. Percy Lewis had a difficult time getting his hands on his man there. This is one Big O. I love you, bro. You've been with us a long time, and you're a great member of the crew here. He says, at this point, it would be better, as a statement, not a question, to start Walker White so Hugh would be forced to hand the goddamn ball off. Now, you know what? When I first read the first part of that, I was about to make fun of you, and then you know what? It actually made a lot of sense. First play of this drive is, a 15, 16-yard gain right up the middle. Got to have better gap integrity, guys. Got to have better gap integrity. Shane H. with a super chat, my man. It's disgusting when you think about how badly we missed it left tackle in the offseason. The one that I thought they needed, they should have gotten, they could have gotten was Fernando Carmona, who plays left tackle for Arkansas now, and who is not a world beater. He's not going to be like an NFL All-Pro, but he's been playing a whole hell of a lot better than Percy Lewis. And honestly, I don't even blame Percy. He was such a late addition. Nobody, literally no one we talked to was like, holy shit, that guy's a diamond in the rough. Like everybody's like, oh, maybe he's okay. And so, I don't know. I don't blame Percy. He's just out here. It's the same way I took with Jake Holland back in the day when everybody was shitting on him. And I was like, it's not Jake's fault that he's being asked to run a Tampa 2 and he has no, he's just not the kind of guy that floats well into zone coverages underneath. I don't know. They were trying to force him to do some stuff that he's not good at. There's a nice tackle from Jaron Thompson coming up and laying a lick. Josh C. jumps in with a super chat. Have we had a game with higher run percentage than pass this year? That is an interesting question, Josh. Yeah, that very first game against Alabama A&M, I remember Peyton was like the big statistical win in that game, so to speak, so probably not even that one, and we certainly haven't had it lately. But that's a good question. I will endeavor to look that up. In fact, I'm going to write that down right flippin' now. Where did I go? All right, 3rd and 7. This is a fairly important play right here. Bobby Jamison, Travis trying to bull rush. That ball's hopeless. It still might be pass interference, but it was a hopeless throw. And Theo Weiss was not in position to catch that. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more variability, I guess, with Bobby Jamison on this rush. That wasn't really his fault. He got comboed. When you're rushing 3 and you've got an offensive line like Missouri's that's smart, they know how to adjust to that. All right. There we go. Let's see. Legit says we're going to get beat deep off that little flat play, probably. They've already taken one shot deep, although it was not on that particular concept. And Auburn's field goal defense, as Sam H. reminds us, once again outstanding. To force the miss right there. And it remains 3-0. So Big Mole correctly notes that Auburn has better field position. Of course, last drive started on, the 12-ish, something like that. 15-ish, and then you had the whiff that got it down to the 5, I guess. Oh, my friend Will finally got back with me on this trivia question I had. No, sir. There it is. Chip says already on the wrong side of 3-2. This guy Auburn's right there. Also, Chuck says Peyton's next interception is uploading. Bing. Small Victory says, what's the latest on McPherson? I haven't been able to keep up lately. He has, it's the same as it's been. So obviously they've got a good handle on his situation, his abdominal situation now. But he lost so much weight. And he's not a big dude anyway. I think he had gotten down to a really very low weight. And I think he's still kind of struggling to get strong enough to really hit the kicks beyond about 40. And you guys know how strong of a leg he has. He just hasn't been able to get the distance that he wants so far. And they've been good with Towns for the most part. Of course, he had that, 2 or 3 missed game not too long ago. But I think they're still working on McPherson. And I mean, at some point, maybe you start considering a red shirt for him. I don't know. I haven't really talked about that with Hugh. They just keep saying, "Oh, he's going to be, he's feeling great. He's just getting stronger." I think it really, really messed him up, man. It took 3 months to get that shit right, and he was really not feeling well, at all. AU Taxman is he says if Thorin drops back on first down, ... I know what you mean. Something's going to be thrown, either actually or proverbially. Yeah, Sam H. OU. Oklahoma game, of course, when some difficulties with kicking from Towns in that game. Towns has been good up to that point. Ed D updates us to say that Army, who's having a great year this year, up a touchdown already on East Carolina. Army and Navy are both having good years, which could make a very interesting situation, assuming both continue to play well for that Army-Navy game, which, of course, plays by itself, I think, on that last weekend of the major season, the major college season. I am myself a Navy guy, but, of course, I'm certainly no Army hater because I love America, but my dad was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, and my granddad Tate was in the Navy, and my granddad Wexler was in the Navy, so... 1908 against the YMCA of Lake Charles. No. St. Charles. No. What is that suburb called? I don't remember. All right, 1st and 10 from the, 31-ish, 32-ish? Jarquez gets a touch, guys. Got 2 yards. I'll go ahead and update that. I have a feeling I can update it in real time because there aren't going to be that many. Daniel says, hey, we should try a back shoulder fade. Worked wonderfully on the first drive, didn't it? All right, 2nd and 7. Jarquez's first touch was 3. I'm going to start writing these down. Why not? All right, that was kind of a foobar play. I think Jarquez got that one too. I mean, at least they're running the ball, but I don't think you've given him a great opportunity here. Got to reorganize my pads there. All right, so two touches, 4 yards for Jarquez on this drive, 3rd and 6. Now they got to do some kind of a play action. I like that 3-receiver semi-bunch up there. I don't love Missouri's cornerbacks. Guys, is that a drop? It was a slant throw to Dre. I don't know if it was catchable. It looked pretty well defended to me. I don't know. What do you guys think about that one? Let's see. Yeah, Cleveland Brown. That reminds me of Major League when he says, it's too high. It's too high. Who gives a shit? It's gone. He says, well, it's going to be short anyway. 49 minutes to midnight notes that Hugh is in a sweater vest. You know what that means. Rob says, I'm just beat down from watching Auburn football over the last few years. Oh, man. This is kind of why I'm a fan of the Raiders. It helps me understand y'all's pain. Yeah, I didn't go to Auburn. My family wasn't Auburn people, so I've been doing this so long at Auburn where it's kind of like, I don't know, I get so used to it. And that's kind of what you're saying too, Rob. You just get so used to it that you just kind of get numb. Matthew R. says 3 and out. Great bye week. That's 2 of them now. I think that play is just, it's just not a good run defense right there. They had enough people. Spicy P, I'm with you, bro. Yeah, see what Coach Hunter, make sure he's Gucci for halftime. Missouri already starting to dig its way out from pretty bad field position, honestly. And again, they have the backup quarterback in because their starter messed up his ankle or his foot, something like that. Auburn's run defense got a little tougher there. On 2nd and short, now it's going to be 3rd and short. Trill Carter making a play in there. That's interesting that he'd be playing this early. What's his third defensive drive now? He's somebody that plays rarely. All right, 3rd and 2. Let's see what they got. Play action. Oh, no, they Missouri'd it. Tight end wide open on a backside. And ball hits him right in the hands, and he drops it. Oh, dude. So here's the thing, Jacob. He says, look, I'm the biggest sunshine pumper alive. Is what he's saying. But Thorne just ain't it, man. I don't know as though anybody thinks he's it. I just think he's probably your best option. And that's really a indictment on what Hugh Freeze thought or didn't think about what needed to happen at quarterback. It's just unbelievable. Shane H. jumps in with a super chat again. 2 weeks to prep, and we get this shit on offense. It's been bad, dude. It's been a really bad first 2 drives. The first drive, I don't even know what to say about it. The second one made a little more sense. Hunter got some touches, but not good enough, not quality touches for him. Wasn't even really fair to him. Louisville gets a touchdown against Miami. The fuck out of here. Cam Ward has plenty of time to throw this ball. Jeez. Man, it would have been nice to have him at Auburn, huh? Auburn wasn't going to get him. Hugh didn't want to pay. And I kind of respect it. I don't think I'd have paid that much. Josh, he did have it. First run. This is a designed play right here. And Peyton Thorne gets about, 15 yards on that. He said, let's go. Oh, full house backfield. I like it. That was a good read by Peyton to not give that ball to Cobb. Nice block out there from Michael Riley Ducker. I like it. EPW just his first down. Unreal. It's nice, isn't it? They're running full house again. Jarquez just got another touch. Was that 4 yards? Second and 7, got 3 yards out of that. Yes, he had that 1 year, that 2021 year. Everybody's like, he's pretty good. And you're like, no, not really. Spicy P, they're actually running it now, so we got to chill out on that a little bit. It's funny how I remember when Gus would get in those weird like ruts where he'd run the ball way too much, and then now it's like you got the opposite problem. Still going full house. There's another nice run right there. Jeremiah, so I can't give the touch to Hunter on that one, but Jeremiah with a nice run right there. I'm digging this full house business. Trying to make sure my game's recording. Hope it is. Because if it's not, we in trouble. Oh, great. End of quarter. That was a fast quarter, you guys. Kind of a lackluster quarter, I'd say, for Auburn. Of course, when you have 0 points. Dale asks a great question. He says, do y'all think Walker White will be any good, or is it all hope on Deuce? I don't either. In fact, my number one thing on the quarterback isn't either one of those options. So Walker White, to me, has got like a 10% chance of being the Auburn quarterback eventually, let's say 2 years from now. I think Deuce has probably a 65% chance of being the quarterback 2 years from now, and I think there's whoever else, the field. And I think they're going to try to get a 1-year loaner, whatever, a mercenary next year out of the portal and then kind of be the bridge to Deuce is what I think the plan is. So Walker White, I think the criteria for him has really risen. I think he's going to have to be better than I thought he would have to be to get the starting job. He's going to have to beat out whoever they get out of the portal plus Deuce. I just don't know that he's that guy. I honestly don't. I don't. I don't want to sit here and say that he stinks or anything. I just don't have enough data. I'm not sure they do. I mean, he's the scout team quarterback, guys. Like, he's just, as Van Gorder would say, he's a developmental player. Diego says the SMU quarterback might be a better solution. Might be. He's way better than anything they got right now. A Taxman says, I referred to it as lackluster quarter. He said 0 points isn't a lackluster quarter for us. It's just an average quarter. Statistically average. Bego, my opinion on who they might go after in the portal. I mean, Salter's always somebody I would consider. I would expect to ask about. And I do think that the quarterback, I think Freeman, is that his name at SMU, is a good one. But it's kind of weird, the idea that, hey, let's go poach a quarterback from fucking Red. Like, and I love Red, but, like, that'd be weird. There'll be guys out there. And if Hugh changes his tone and he's like, hey, all right, I don't mind the money now. We'll pay what we got to get. They'll be fine. If they had gotten serious about it last year, they would be fine. But he didn't. He thought it was unfair to give one player, let's just say that they had gone after Riley Leonard or whatever, and he needed $1.25 million to be the highest paid player by such a huge margin. But I don't even know. Like, I've talked to some players about this privately, not star players, and I was like, would you be put off if your quarterback made a shitload of money? And they were like, it's the quarterback. Like, we're used to this. Like, in high school and in middle school, there's no money involved, but, like, the quarterback is still, like, come on, guys. Like, we went to high school. Like, the quarterback, if your team's good, is, like, the stud. He's the most popular player in the school. You're used to this. So I don't think it would have been a big deal. Spicy P says we could have had Cam Ward. I'm not sure. I don't think it was just straight up like, oh, we're not going to pay you, Cam. Go wherever you want to go. Like he was leaning Miami. And hell, I would have too. Y'all probably would have too, right? I mean, Miami was a better team coming into this season. They had more stuff. And they're obviously a much better team. Chuck wants to know if it's a wing tee. I would call it full house, but yeah, it's It's a wing tee concept. I would just call it more like a full house backfield. It's more like what they were doing, but I like it. It was working. It is currently working. Now they get away from it, of course. But they got Luke Deal in there as like a de facto blocker. Plus, Malcolm's going to be in like a semi-slot position. There it is. There it is. Good play. I like that. On a first down, kind of like a de facto end around. It actually turns into a split zone concept is what it really is, but yeah, Bego, I'm with you, man. There's always going to be players, a plug-and-play quarterback is the most valuable player in college football right now, and they're going to command the most money. A pass-rushing defensive end and a offensive tackle are probably the next two. Is that our guy Jarquez right there? No, that is Damari Alston. Good to see it. That was a very Trey Mason-like run right there. Staying low to the ground, continuing to crank his legs, and getting under blocks for an extra 2 or 3 yards. I really like that. It's one of my favorite things. In all the years that I've watched Auburn football, I think watching Trey Mason just do his thing during that 13 season was probably brought me the most joy. He was such a little scoundrel, man, like in a good way, He must have added 150 yards that season just by diving under blocks. It was brilliant. And sometimes 150 yards makes a difference, That's a really nice play right there. A really heads-up play by that's their star, their nickel, whatever you want to call him. I watched him on tape, and he made some really good plays in the Vanderbilt game. Vanderbilt was running the ball a ton in that game against Missouri, and a lot of his teammates had no idea how to diagnose those runs, but this dude was he did. Yeah, Carnell, I like that last name. Small Victory says, haven't seen Percy in all series. That's probably a good idea. Little swing pass. Oh, Mark Jarquez makes a man miss. Great play. We're going to give him another touch, guys. He's up to 4. If he gets to 20, I'm going to be absolutely amazed. I had joked on Twitter that it ought to be 27 touches for number 27. Not sure if Auburn would even have an opportunity to give him 27 touches because you know how the way the play disparity's been this year. Another nice run from Jarquez. There's another touch. I'm glad we're doing the 100 touches. That was a good idea. I think that was Casa DP that came up with that. It's a good idea. Spicy piece of shocker. 27 makes good plays. Yes, Auburn's most effective player makes plays. All right, this is potentially a big thing for them. This is their number one defensive end, and he's a menace. Was it 5, 7, and 9 are the 3 guys up front? I don't have my scouting report in front of me. Now I do. 5, 7, and 9. Zion Young is the guy that's hurt, number 9, their defensive end. So he's probably their third best defensive player behind those 2 tackles. Yeah, Spicy P, I'm with you 100%. They definitely yanked his ass. I mean, that missed block there was almost laughable. So they moved Dylan Wade over to left tackle. To left tackle. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're doing. I'm just going to put... I didn't see who it was, though. Yeah, Joyner. Okay, if you guys saw 55 at guard, that's good eye. Good eye. EPW. Appreciate that. No. Oh, he sure does. We had group chat was popping there just for a second. We talked about the game in the middle of the game. I'll try to contribute if I can. Let's see. Spicy Pete says, imagine getting paid 6 figures to be Percy Lewis. That's harsh level theft. I don't think he's making that much, brother. He was not a guy they gave a lot of money to. I don't know the specific details of his contract, but I don't think it's a big one. Midro says these Gronkowski commercials are brutal. They're particularly tough for me because I'm a USAA guy, and I absolutely adore USAA. They've been so good to me in my whole life. They do not pay me to tell you that, but that's how I feel about them. War Eagle 0008 says we can win this game 21-10 if we just run the ball down their throat. You just got to be patient and run the fucking ball. We've seen this. The last 2 drives, we got 1 drive in progress right now, and that's what they're doing. Run the ball. They can do this. Particularly number 9's out. That really adds something to it because I don't love their backups. Just anywhere, really. Let's see. Cockapoo wants to know, where's Cam? You got to give me more than that. I'm glad to answer. I just got to go know which Cam you're talking about. Josh C says, my question now is, why did it take until Game 7 for the staff to see that Lewis is not the answer? I feel like we've known that he wasn't quite there, but they like Dylan Wade at guard. Dylan Wade is going to be a guard in the NFL if he makes it, and so I think they were kind of trying to do the best thing for the kid, which is to play him at guard where he belongs. And they felt like Percy was their best left tackle. So if you take out Dylan Wade, so now that D Wade's playing left tackle and you've got Braden playing guard, it's probably a better lineup. But it doesn't really do a service to Dylan Wade. And not that Dylan Wade would be a bitch about it or anything. They're just trying to do the right thing for the kid. Is my guess. All right, that's another touch for Jarquez. Didn't get much. Not really his fault. But the touches have definitely picked up since that 0-touch first drive. Crocky Poo says Cam Coleman 0 snaps. Didn't he catch that pass on the first drive? No, it must have been Trey. Interesting. I feel like a stranger, my man. Jump to the super chat. Word up. Much love, Drainer, Swoogans. And Tate's pour one out for Papa Stranger. Oh, he broke the mold and lived a full life. A true legend. I'm sorry about that, bro. I know you had updated us on the bunker the other day that he was not doing well. I'm sorry to hear that, man. We're thinking of you and your family, G. I know you were definitely there for me when my mom passed away, and I appreciate you doing that. So, sorry, man. What a legend, though. Ball deflected on the throw. All right, so it's going to be a field goal attempt. Not a long distance. What, 30-ish? 32-ish? And that's going to be a good one for the good guys. There it is. All square. Justin C says just kneel the ball if you're going to do that. I mean, it just got deflected. I don't know. I'd like to see if he had gotten that throw. Colby says Hunter got run over on that block, too. I wasn't watching that specifically. Let's see what it looks like. We got a minute here to look back at it. He's not somebody I think of as getting run over a lot. Yeah, he did. He did. He did not go into that block with good position. He was kind of too straight up, and he got pushed backward badly and lost his balance. So good eye on that one, brother. Brad says Towns with a dollar sign on the yes. Yeah, we wish he was cash money like that. Well, I think he's 5 of 9 for the season now. Young Bezos says the way we protect Peyton with our third down play calls is laughable. Yeah. Yeah, Chris M., you're right, bro. It was not. He did at least get his hands on him, so he didn't Percy it, but. Oh, it reminds me of what Crocky was saying earlier about Cam. I was trying to follow up with him. Oh, Cam Coleman, we talked about that. Yeah, 0 snaps. Okay, I got you. I don't know the story on that. Let me see if I can get an answer here. It's kind of tough to in games sometimes. All right. Why run a right-hand guy backwards to the left? That's an impossible throw. I don't know. I like that throw myself. I am not, obviously, at this point in my life, a great athlete, but I was a pitcher in high school. I have a decent arm, and I actually like rolling to my left and throw with my right arm. I haven't had that conversation with Peyton. I don't know. Let me get some of these other numbers updated since we're here. Peyton is now 4 of 7 for 36. All right, he is now updated. And let's get some of these other numbers. Jarquez, 5 carries for 12. Whew, man, that's tough. I felt like he had a couple that were better than that. And just for shits and giggles, Jeremiah has 1 carry for 10. Damari has 1 for 5. Go ahead and get Damari's number added in there. And Dre did have that 1 catch for 9 yards, so I thought that was Cam on that first drive. It was actually Dre. Probably stand to get him the ball a little bit more too, honestly. I mean, Dre and Jarquez are your guys. Those are your bell cows, as Coach Hunter would say. Yeah, Cleveland, he says, how crazy would it be if the Army-Navy game winner got into the playoffs? Would that not be amazing? That would be awesome. I still feel like that's a long way to go, but with a new format, it's a possibility at least. Joko notes that the Hoosiers are up 14-0. Actually, Indiana's decent this year. It's crazy. They've had a couple, maybe one decent year in the last 6. Their head coach, I don't know if it still is, but it was that guy that, like, the fundamentalist Christian revivalist guy that Gus was talking about being his offensive coordinator a few years ago. This guy has really long legs, doesn't he? Good God. Tom something or other. The names get away from me. I never met him. But they've been decent, man. When I was right out of college, I lived upstairs from a couple, like an older couple at the time, who were big Indiana fans. And I was living in Lexington at the time, so I was like, Indiana, fuck them. And he was like, oh, we used to be good in 89. And like apparently they had a great year in 89. I used to talk about it constantly. They had a guy named Vaughn Dunbar. Played there, I believe. Had a great year. I was like, fuck Indiana. T-Roy makes a great point. I remember reading about this. Army-Navy may have to play twice in the AAC championship game and then again for the Army-Navy game. That would be badass, right? Although it could also suck, right? Because if you split it, then neither one gets in the playoffs. But if both of them get in, Joko, thank you. So it's updated. It's not Tom Allen anymore. Got you. I'm sorry. I just don't keep up with those coaches and shit. Like Big Ten, I just don't care. I kind of like low-key hate them all, except Purdue. And Purdue's ass, so. That was a lick right there by Kay and Lee on the backup quarterback. Gomer Pyle absolutely got him. Oh! Damn, if he's gonna keep getting hit like that, he's not gonna make it through the game. Let's see. Scotty says the point that BMAT's been making is to not fixate on rushing yards per game, delivering those body blows, and the yards will come in the fourth. He has talked about that on the rundown, definitely a few times. And he loves Auburn's depth. I love Auburn's depth and its talent, and BMAT does as well. 2nd and 2. Now, that's an example right there where Auburn just got pushed off the ball. They had enough heft. Look at that. South Carolina up 2 touchdowns on Oklahoma now. And that's early, too. Wow. I wonder what's going on there. Auburn had enough bodies to repel the line of scrimmage there and just didn't do it. And that ends up being a 4-yard gain, and you just. UVids wants to know how Auburn lost to Oklahoma. Turnovers. No, that wasn't the turnover game. That was the not finishing drives game. Yeah, it was Cal and Arkansas that were the turnover games. Oh, my God. Come on, Keontae. Shit. Boy, we've talked about this on the rundown, too. Keontae, wow, he has fallen off a cliff this season. And I don't think he's really hurt. I mean, he's got like a hamstring thing, but that ain't a hamstring problem right there. Good golly, I miss Molly. You just got to you just got to do better than that, period. You just got to do better than that. I mean, that's a fifth-year senior right there. Come on, bro. There's another first down. Hey, it's a great catch. It was 4 yards out of bounds, but it was a hell of a catch. Caught it into the cheerleaders, too. A. Robinson says he's always been terrible, talking about Keontae. I feel like he was good like a while ago, but it's been a minute. It hadn't been this year for sure. He hadn't been good this year. 2nd and 10. This has been the area on the field where Auburn's defense has finally stiffened up this game. They usually stop them around the 30, so hopefully they'll continue on that track. Tack, as we would say, maybe in the that's a ball. J-Mac with the fumble recovery. I don't know if he had the lick, though. Let's get one of these right there. Drop. So that handoff was fucked, man, because as it happened, Auburn was already on the scene. I just don't know who was there. Okay, it was just kind of a screw-up. Now Keldrick and J-Mac were going to pressure that run immediately, and maybe that had something to do with it or not. I don't know, but that's a big-time deal there. Auburn hasn't created a lot of turnovers this year, and that's a nice one right there. First turnover since week 2. I know they only had 1 pick this year. So there you go. That's a nice opportunity. I like that. Chip says turnover. Do we do that? Yeah, on the losing side, not on the gaining side, right? Little wildcat to Jarquez. We'll give that another Jarquez touch, by the way, and that's his longest run of the day. Hell, that's Auburn's longest run of the day. Oh, no. Is that really a fumble, or is that just some bullshit? I was changing the touch counter. Oh, it is. No! Chip. What happened? There's no way, man. Oh, guys, I think he's down. He had both hands on the ball. No, that might be a fumble, guys. He had both hands on the ball. He literally was doing this. That's going to be a tough one. So the ruling on the field is fumble. I don't think there's going to be enough to overturn that. That's a tough one. I think it was starting to come out, though, if we're being honest. But let's see. You know how it's been with these calls this year. I feel like it's been almost they're just rolling dice, particularly on the targeting calls have been just chaos for me this year. And I've just given up even adjudicating them anymore. But I'm telling you guys, Hugh is going to fucking lose his mind if this ends up being, it stands the fumble. He's going to freak out. Okay, Ryan is saying be sure to look at his ass, and he means that in a very straight way. He's talking about that would determine when he was down, because I am looking at where his upper body is, where his torso is when he lost control of the ball, and if his booty's already on the ground, then that may change it. All right, so they have a still frame right there. It's just a question of, is it coming out? I would probably say after that clarification that it's probably that it's still Auburn's ball, but he's well down now. I think I'm going to have to, if I had to vote, I'd say what A. Robinson says. He's down, but they're still going to rule it a fumble. Hey, and this is what we talk about when you say flying to the football. Like, that's what Missouri's doing right there. See, I got to give them credit, too. Of course, this is after they just got gashed badly on a run, but still, I mean, they're rallying to the football and they're laying licks and they're trying to get that ball out. And Jarquez is a strong dude, too. To have both arms on the ball and lose it. See, I think a lot of people are going to be right in the chat. It's just, I think Robert's right when he says he hit the ground before the ball came out. I think that's true, but they're still going to say it's a fumble. You watch. We've been Auburning a long time. Not that you haven't. I'm just saying. I kind of know to expect trouble. Oh, there you go, Robert. Robert knows. Robert Auburn's. CJ also thinks that should be Auburn football. I think we would all just agree that Auburn needs to stop coughing the ball up, though, right? Just stop coughing the ball up. Hear what he says. All right, Auburn football. Thank goodness. That was close, guys. Shit. I do think that's the right call, but I just didn't think they would actually have the nuts to reverse it. But they did. So off we go. That's a touch for Hunter. He gets, 20 yards on that. He's now 6 for 34 with a 22-yarder to his credit. And Auburn's starting to get close to midfield again. That's good. Oh, was that ball tipped or something? Like, why was that pass so ass? He literally bounced it to a wide open receiver. That's like 8 free yards right there. That's 8 free yards. Young Bezos saw the same thing I did. Okay. Alamo thinks that was tipped. Okay, if it was tipped, Diego thought he saw a tip too. Oh, that's a badass play. I like that. It only goes for like 7 yards, but it's cool as shit. That's like a triple option pitch forward. That's badass. Risky. This is a cool play, man. That's definitely something I haven't seen from them this year. Spicy Pete doesn't think it was tipped. We're all trying to make excuses for Peyton out here, aren't we? We're trying to justify it. I sure am. I know that. A. Robinson says, worst quarterback I've ever seen. Have you seen Clint Mosley? He was worse, for sure. And Kyle Frazier was worse, but that's a low standard. And I love Clint, too. But we got to be real about it. All right, now that was a decent throw right there to Dre for a first down on a slant. And that's an Auburn first down. There we go. Robert Lewis getting probably 6 or 7 yards. Flag on the play. Oh, we got one of these right here. Oh, I killed it before it got there. Young Bezos, I blame you on that one. It's a good rhythm going right now. Then it comes. Who was the foul on? Here, I can find out. My bad. I shouldn't be. Oh, they haven't added it on here. Little hold ski on Dre. Seven minutes and 1 second remaining. 1st and 15. Small Victory says, we don't know what rhythm means. We think rhythm is a dancer, not something that happens in a football game. Peyton ran into... Oh, no. No, he didn't fumble. If there's a fumble that they lost, it's damn near a butt fumble. Because he literally ran into a block. Too Tall's jogging off the field. He must think that's a wrap. Oh, my God. That's 2 fumbles on this drive. So sloppy, dude. I swear he ran into this block. Oh, that's definitely a fumble. I feel like he ran right into the block. I feel like that was avoidable. Like, totally avoidable. God. You can't take him out. Fat Crack wants to take him out, and I understand the disgust, but, like, Hank's not going to fix this. You gotta run at this team, man, I think. I don't think you want Hank back there just, like, throwing balls at these people. Good golly, Miss Molly. I can't believe that. E. Hall, can't disagree. This is Thorne, absolute goober. He's not played well today, again. South Carolina up 21-0 on Oklahoma now. Wow, what a dummy. I picked Oklahoma in that game. I was like, oh, they'll be all right. I can't believe they created a turnover, right, on defense, get the ball back. Second or third play of the drive, Jarquez fumbles. Thank God on a video review they get to keep the ball. And then like 3 plays later, Peyton fumbles the ball. And he runs into a block to do it. I don't mind it as much. Josh talking about run the ball with tailbacks. I do think that's a good idea, and they've mostly been doing that. But Peyton's been proven himself to be a pretty good runner, but, boy, not there. Golly, man. It's just sloppy-ass football, period. 7 of 11 for 54 is where Peyton's at now. Man. Just an absolute gut punch right there. What the hell, man? He has 3 carries for 14 yards, by the way. Peyton does with a fumble, a lost fumble. Shit, Auburn has 11 carries for 55 yards so far in this game. Interestingly, both quarterbacks. Auburn is 7 of 11 passing. Missouri's 7 of 11 passing, so that's kind of interesting. Third down numbers, they're 2 of 5. Auburn is 1 of 4. I just can't believe it, guys. I just can't believe it. Ryan says, JGT, explain to us why we suck is what he's trying to say. I don't have a good answer. They're just sloppy, man. They're just sloppy. Sloppy football. Look at Army just destroying East Carolina. Good golly, Miss Molly. How about that? I have to agree with Shane. He says, bad look on offense all around. That's on coaching. I think a lot of this is on coaching. I've been saying this for a while. People get mad at me and say, why are you being so rude? I don't mean to be negative, man. I got to just call it like it is. It's just really sloppy. I just can't believe that. 2 fumbles on the same drive, guys. 2 fumbles. Unbelievable. Look at Neil J coming through, my man. Evening Drainers can't watch the game tonight, but keeping an eye on the scores. Smash that like button. Like it's a teenage prom queen. For the legs, NJGD. Warren Amigo up the Bluebirds. My man. He's a fan of Cardiff City. Glad to have you here, Neil J. What a stud that guy is. Smash that button like it's a teenage prom queen. They have some different idioms over there in Europe sometimes. And that's why I like it so much. Man, I know this is getting bad out here. Ephesians says JG, it would be a completely different story if the defense had been bad these last 2 years and the offense was clicking. I just feel like, how is it so bad with an offensive head coach? I completely agree. I'm confused about it myself. And you think about it as an Auburn person, like it was the reverse of that, a decade ago when Auburn was struggling in 11 and then 12. Again, you've got a defensive coordinator head coach, and the defense was ass, among other problems. Like, how does that happen? There's nowhere to go. Let's see. RR Big Cat. There's nowhere to go at quarterback. Now, they have changed. They've gotten away from Percy in this game, but there's nowhere to go at quarterback. God, Auburn is so close to defending that pass, and yet it goes for 22 yards. To Theo Ease. Dorian knew he needed to get depth on that. I think he was just like a couple steps late diagnosing that. I don't know. And that made the difference on that play, honestly. You're not running away from Keldrick. Oh, dude, he got licked. This Pine dude, I give him credit, man. He's getting absolutely mauled out there, but he's taking him. Key Crawford playing right now. You don't see him play as much these days. Crocky Poo says the difference between a 3 and 4 win season is meaningless. I would agree with that. You either get to 500 at this point, or it's bad. You know what I mean? It's like ones and zeros, right? I'm not sure there's a situation where it's a good season unless they just win out, and even then, it's not a good season. It's just kind of a good comeback, right? But, They handled that outside zone run better. Mousy did for sure. Now it's going to be third and somewhat long. Bego says, reckon Pine would want to transfer? You know anywhere he could go? Surely there's nowhere in the SEC would let him start right away. Oh, God, he got hit again. Whoever hit him changed that play right there. Oh, God. I was hoping he wasn't grabbing his face. I don't want to see kids get hurt. He's fine. He was not able to complete that throw because of the pressure he was getting from Sir Keldrick Falk. No, I'm sorry. It was DeMarcus Riddick. Green dogging is what that was. Tumors, you're right, bro, but nobody here wants to hear that. He says without half the turnovers, we're 5-1 right now. You're actually totally right, but nobody wants to hear that because the product just stinks, man. Like, it's just so sloppy. Oh, God, that kick was ass. All right, field goal defense again. Auburn got to be leading the fucking world in field goal defense. I'm Jesse. I've been saying it, man. Yeah, he says that Mizzou kid is getting drilled. Some of it his own fault, some of it not. But, man, he is taking some licks today. He's going to be sore regardless. I'll tell you who else going to be sore is this kicker, dude. Missed 2 nasty ones already. I mean, I'm here for it, but jeez. Kevin O says both teams suck. Yeah, remember the last time these teams played? It was literally who could suck a little bit less. That's all it was. Looks like that's the way it's going today as well. Uvid says Peyton wouldn't start for any other SEC teams. Surely he would start for Vanderbilt. No, never mind. Maybe Mississippi State? I don't know. Probably not, though. I don't know. There's that arm strength, guys. I mean, he's throwing off his back foot, but whatever. TM Taco says, okay, so 3 and out or turnover. Those are your choices. All right, 2nd and 8 on that loopy-ass throw to Dre. Cam Coleman is out there. We didn't see much of him in the beginning of the game, but it looks like he's doing better now. All right, there's another Jarquez. Oh, my goodness. He actually got up and over, old boy. So that is I think that's a G GY, I guess, or that's a tight end plus the guard pulling, and then you power run behind that. That was pretty cool. Up and over. Damn, number 12 pulled a Percy on that one. Just whiffed. 3rd and 1. That was a really nice play by Jarquez, honestly. Oh, that's going to definitely be a first down. Oh, he goes down so easy. Oh, it's going to be a horse collar, though. That reminded me of the way those cops took down the what's the correct word? The small person. I don't know, you guys ever seen that video where like the small person like basically was terrorizing a 7-Eleven in California, and he was saying, "Fill that bag up." Right, meow. Fill that bag up. Remember that guy? And when the cops came in, they took him down about as easily as Simmons went down there, and they used the same technique too. He just grabbed him by the collar. To be fair, it's a personal foul, but anyway, first down regardless. It don't matter. Solo Tigre says plus 15. Stop cheating. That would be nice. He's been penalized. This has been adjudicated fairly. All right, Auburn 34 now. You better throw that. That is on Peyton. Okay, he got away, though. Well, sort of. Boy, that's a hell of a lot of work for half a yard. And had he been sacked right there, that would have been 100% on Peyton Thorne. Throw the fucking ball, dude. You have to throw the ball. Mike O'Reilly, the ball was supposed to go to Mike O'Reilly. That was the first read there. He's got to do something here. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. I just don't understand. I don't play quarterback in the SEC, so I don't understand. Spicy P's got to pull this guy. There's nobody else. Hank is not good. Hank is not ready. That is true, though. TM Taco notes that Peyton sucks, but he is tough. He is tough, actually. I agree with that. That's something that I think Peyton Hugh likes about him, that he just competes, you know? And he ain't very good, but he competes. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that. Look at that Auburn with an edge in total yards, 9-yard advantage. Why does that pass have to be 1,000 miles an hour? It's supposed to be a floater. And he throws a ball 1,000 miles an hour of Aldo Fairweather's ankle. Like, God. I'm all right with the concept, honestly, but second and 25, guys, no big deal. They got a bunch of 25-yard plays in them. God dang, he got pretty damn close to a big old game. Well, he got 15 yards on it. Oh, that was Cobb. I get Cobb. Cobb and Jarquez look a lot the same to me when they're actually catching the ball. And with this angle, I can't see the numbers as well. All right, 3rd and 10. That was a hell of a play by Cobb. He's been a big factor today, honestly. And yeah, you're right, Diego. That was 100% Cobb, just getting it done. 2-minute warning. Or what's their like politically correct term that they don't like calling it a 2-minute warning? It's like a 2-minute timeout, which is really just an SEC needs more money timeout is what it is. I love Cobb, man. I've loved Cobb since he was at Montgomery Catholic, honestly, and a lot of you guys have too. It's not like I was ahead of the curve on this, but I think he's awesome. And I'm glad he's getting more touches now, because if they had continued to not use him, he was just going to leave, I think. And Chip, yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. He says can't lose him to the portal. That's what I was thinking. The more you use him now, and the more you kind of let him be a stud, the less, less likely he is to get mad and get the fuck out of here, you know. So Hunter is tentatively good to go. Now I'm going to text to AK. and make sure he's good to go as well. Nah, JC, don't say that, bro. He says, if I'm called, I bounce from this shit show. No. We teach kids to hang in there, man. You make a commitment. You fight through it. We need more fighting in this world, not less. Not interpersonal fighting, I'm just saying. More grit and determination. That's what I meant to say. Patrick says, I don't care how bad Hank is. Take Thorne out. Why, he's competing. Chuck thinks there's going to be a mass exodus, and I do not think that. I do not. Well, we don't necessarily know yet because if the season gets really bad, maybe. But I may be delusional because I still think Auburn's decent. Even now, like right now, I'm sitting there watching this ass game, and I think that they're decent. A. Robinson says, I'd absolutely leave so maybe you can win something in your college career. Guys, does it really matter that much? What I mean is, everybody in college football, well, not everybody, but most everybody in college football is trying to make money, right? They're trying to make money now, these days now. And, of course, it's always been about getting the NFL and getting your family taken care of and all that. Yeah, I think Jeremiah Cobb has a chance to be that kind of player. And just as long as he gets there. Alamo Tiger Grad says they only practiced twice last week. I mean, kind of like you're talking about the off week, yeah. Well, they had fall break, but this week they had a full complement of practices. So I don't know. It just depends on your interpretation of what last week is. Chuck, that was funny. They were the best 5-7 team in the country. That's a very Ole Miss thing. Well, older Ole Miss thing to say. Ole Miss is decent now. Of course, they lost to LSU the other day, but Patrick P., I'm with you, man. He says, tied game, and people are acting like Auburn's down 28-3. Yeah. It does seem that way in a way. I mean, 2 fumbles on the same drive to me is really just ball bag. It's awful. Yeah, Auburn fan. There's too many variables there. I mean, I still think the malaise that has affected Auburn this season would still affect this team regardless, right? Even if it had Ryan Williams. Because that's not going to fix the quarterback situation. There's another touch for Jarquez, and it wasn't his fault at all. It's going to be a negative play, but he had no chance. Not a single chance. Let's see who breaks down on this one. My guess is that was a combo block that Miller misjudged. He was probably thinking, I'm going to get that first lick, and then I was going to work up to the second level, and by the time he got his eyes to the second level, that guy was already green dogging. It was too late. That was my diagnosis. Tough call on third down. Now JR's mad because Auburn is running the ball. But I didn't love the call. Looks like Oscar's got himself a good punt here. Yeah, down to the 7-ish. Man, oh man. What an ass game this has been. Just yuck. Yuck. Now that I would agree with. Auburn fan 123 says, this team absolutely sucks to watch. Now that's true. I don't think the team sucks, and that's not what you're saying. A lot of people say that. But the real problem here is it's just not fun to watch. It's just drudgery. Just nothing fun really goes on, and there's just a lot of missteps and confusion. And to be fair, Missouri, I think this looks even worse for them because they're supposed to be a really good team. They're 5-1. They were in the top 10 earlier this year. There's expectations there, and they're playing like this. I mean, it's definitely something they ought to think about here if they're just going to run the ball out in this half. I mean, you're going to give Peyton Thorne an opportunity to bust your ass through the air. Watch out. Tim thinks it could be Hank Brown time. Maybe that's something we can talk about. AK is definitely a good to go for halftime, so that's good. That's something we can talk about at halftime is, do you think it's appropriate to make a change here? Is it appropriate to make a change here or not? I would say no. And that doesn't mean that I think Peyton's playing a great game. He's obviously not, but Robert thinks Auburn would be getting smoked with Cook in there. He wasn't. Yeah, that's true. He kind of got hurt on the third play, so we didn't even really got a full drive of him. Solo Tigre, they actually work on that. He was mentioning about how Malcolm Simmons could be an interesting punter. He actually has. He will punt some point in his career. I promise you that. He works on it some. I mean, a little bit. But, Oscar's a badass. He's a fully featured punter, and he did a great job on the short kick there, too. Damn, he got a guard getting knocked 5 yards past the line of scrimmage on that. That's pretty cool. All right, 3rd and short here. Auburn's going to call a timeout because Auburn's thinking maybe, thinking a little enterprisingly that they could get something done here. Now, the last time I went to an Auburn game at Missouri was 2017, I think it was. Could have been 16. And this deck here that they're showing on the screen was under construction. And this stadium was like half full. And as I recall, it wasn't like a really exciting Auburn game, but it was, Auburn was much better. And another recollection of that is that they have a really nice university hospital right outside the stadium, and it was huge. That was like, like that UK hospital, how big it is right next to the stadium. It looked just like that. I had no idea that Missouri had a big-ass hospital like that. All right, 3rd and short, and they get the first down. Of course they did. And Auburn took the timeouts to make sure they get plenty of time to run their offense now. Just every little thing, man. Just sucks. That was a nice tackle right there from Jay Crawford. Really nice tackle. He's coming along nicely. Probably him or Caleb Harris are definitely the big surprises as far as true freshmen on the team. The fact that they were so desperate for a cornerback like 3 weeks ago when Champ went down or however long ago that was, and Jay's just stepped up and been really reliable. There's another nice tackle. Or stop, whatever you want to call it. J.R. Harris says, leave it to the barn, man. That guy Auburn's. Yeah, Young Bezos says Crawford sees the field. I love the way he plays, man. It's just crazy that here we were, seriously, like 3 weeks ago, like, oh, shit, they don't have anybody. And then now Crawford, I would argue he's as good as Kane Lee. It's a small sample size, but he's been playing great. No, Spicy P, I think everyone is elated in the sense that Auburn's not losing here. I was going to say losing badly. See, I'm part of the problem. I'm thinking the same way that you're talking about. I'm that person. I'm the one that's doing it. Oh, Peppo says, who else is ordering a commemorative game ticket for this game? Don't you touch mine. I promise you that. Don't you touch mine. There it is. Auburn, Missouri, September 24th, 2022, 11 a.m. Section 69, row 5, seat 19. Yes, sir. 14-17, the Auburn Tigers were victorious in a real showdown game there. And I've got it encased in plastic because I don't ever want it to get bent, smudged, or otherwise tarnished. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you for this. Worth its weight in gold. JR, so we're going to start with Coach Hunter, and then we're going to go to Alex Cosan, which is kind of our traditional lineup for halftime. Two really, really bright football guys. One, a long tenured coach, and one, an outstanding offensive lineman at Auburn. Of course, you know that. And I've always been interested in AK coming on, being part of what we do here, because when he was a player, I had a series of conversations with him, and it was obvious to me that he was just thinking on a different level as a human being. Like, he's just really, really bright. And so I'm stoked to be able to have him here. F, dumbass. It's an H, guys. Have him here on the show at halftime. Before we go into halftime, though, I want to update some of these stats so we can talk about that. Peyton finishes 11 of 15 for 70, so I think that surprises me a little bit because I think of him missing a lot of throws. And he didn't miss that many. Teddy Bridgewater. And then Hunter, 8 carries for 29. That's kind of ass, but not his fault. I think Damari had another carry. No, he didn't. And Dre had 2 catches for 16. And then third downs, got to update those as well. That is 3 of 8 for them, 2 of 6 for the Auburn Tigers. Two of 6, man. That's just not enough third down situations, honestly. Matthew says defense tackling sucks. They had a couple of missed ones in that, but Auburn's tackling generally is not great. It's been decent today, though, I thought. Yeah, anyway. All right, let's start thinking about getting on the horn here for the halftime show. We're going to go to Coach Hunter first. Let me get get our graphics up here. There it is. That's when we had BMAT on last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say. All right, let's get Hunter on the horn. That's what I'm talking about. Where is you, Hunter? Remember, we didn't get Hunter last week or 2 weeks ago because he was doing something else. We haven't talked to him in 3 weeks. That's too long to have, between having him on the show.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Coach Hunter?
Hey, man. What's going on, Jay?
What do you think about this so far?
It's like watching a WNBA slam dunk contest. Is that a thing?
Damn. That ain't great.
Yeah, man. It on a positive note, Auburn's done some really good things defensively, taking away that outside zone that Missouri kind of hangs their hat on. Limiting the run game. Missouri's answer initially was come back with the play action bootlegs, attacking the safeties on the backside away from the run action. It was there early. And made that looks like they made an adjustment, tightening that safety down, bringing him inside a little more, helping with leverage. Missouri's got a good experienced backup quarterback in Pine. I don't really think that's an excuse as to why their offense isn't moving. It's a different quarterback because that dude's not a bum.
Yeah, he's not a bum at all.
So I do tip my hat to the Auburn defense so far. They've played a good half. Offensively, not to be cliche like that scene in the replacements where Shane Falco talked about quicksand.
Yeah.
I think the Auburn offense lives in quicksand right now. I think they're so stressed out. They don't have an identity. They don't have one thing that they're confident in, and they'll do something. And they'll make a mistake to set themselves back. And they'll make progress. They'll make another mistake to set themselves back. And until there's a consistent identity to where you can systematically build from one play to another, they're going to continue to struggle.
Yeah, and okay, so what would you do at quarterback right now? Would you stick with Peyton, or would you consider making a change? You got me, Hunter? Hunter, I lost him. Sounds like he might be in the vehicle. Sometimes you get a dead spot or whatever, and stuff like that happens. Let me see if he calls me back. If not, I'll give him a call back. I'll be curious to see what he thinks about the situation at cornerback. But he said did a good job taking away the outside zone, which is kind of their staple of their run game. They went to play action bootlegs after that, which we saw, and Auburn adjusted to that pretty well as well. So he was pretty high on Auburn's defense so far. Now he's a defensive coach, so he knows what he's looking at on that. He would definitely know that offense. Something that we've been talking about for like a month now. He feels like they're kind of freaking out because they don't have an identity, and I think he's absolutely right on that. Yeah, Cleveland Brown thinks he might be in a drive-thru. If you know Hunter, he's probably not in a drive-thru. He don't eat that kind of food.
Yeah, lose you.
Yeah, what's up, Coach Hunter?
Hey, man, my bad. I talked for about 3. I kept talking.
Did you? Yeah, I feel like your phone went off Bluetooth or something. I don't know what happened on that. Would you make a change at quarterback? I'm sorry if you heard my question. You answered it for 3 minutes, but we didn't get to hear it.
I don't know if you can, man. I mean, if you don't have faith in the other guys, and there's only one guy that you feel does it right 5 days a week, that you see practice and that you can trust, I don't know that you can. And it's sad to say that you feel like that's your best option. I don't know that Thorne's necessarily played terrible, but he's not doing anything that makes plays, that gives the offense a spark when they need it.
Yeah. I can't argue with that at all. Are you satisfied with it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't think that quarterback's on the roster, though. I don't think there's a quarterback on the roster that gives them that spark.
Yeah, because we've already seen Hank, and he was underwhelming mostly.
Well, when you play Brown, you probably gain a little more in terms of the ability to throw the ball between the hatches and over the middle of the field, but you lose any mobility whatsoever. So you lose the quarterback run game, you lose the sprint out. So it's you take one to get something else.
Yeah. What'd you think about Hunter? Do you think he got enough touches? We got 9 touches is what we've given him so far. Is that about enough for him?
No, it's not enough. It's not enough. I think you pitch forward first. You throw your fastball first. He ought to be. I would love to see an expanded surface set, 12 personnel, 2 tight ends to one side. Give him the ball on first down every time with the intent to get 4 to 5. Get yourself in second 6, second 5. Then you've got a little more flexibility in your play calling. Beyond that, they haven't really attacked in the quick pass game much, which surprises me a little bit. As Missouri starts to crowd the box and you start to get a little space between that backside safety, rover, whatever you want to call him, and then the backside slot receiver. So, maybe that'll be an adjustment they go through after halftime.
Yeah. Somebody was saying early in the chat, Hunter, this is just a really awful team to watch. And I know everybody here likes Auburn, but, man, it is tough to watch, dude.
And today kind of more so because it seems like one of those lethargic games, where both teams are kind of, it's like the Spider-Man meme where they're both standing there pointing at each other like, no, you suck, and just kind of waiting for the other guy to make a play. And who's going to be that first team that makes a dynamic play? And I think it could go off either way. One big play from either team could ignite this thing, and that team could run away with it in the second half.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Auburn do that for sure.
Yeah, interesting to me, like the receiver rotation has been a little different. You hadn't other than Simmons, you hadn't seen any of the freshmen really. Seen a lot more number 4 out there and a lot more Sam Jackson lined up out there today.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Cam didn't start, so that was kind of odd.
I think there's been maybe some effort things on film that have led to that.
Hey, there's been some people talking in the chat, Hunter, about having a right-handed quarterback like Hunter, Peyton, rolling to his left and making throws that direction.
Left in the damn red zone. Yes, I don't get it.
Does that bother you?
It does.
Okay.
It does, man. KYP, fundamental rule of football, know your personnel, know what they can do. I know, like, on the whiteboard, a lot of times, and offensive coordinators can be bad about this. Hey, on the whiteboard, it looks great. We're going to the wide side of the field. We've got spacing versus this coverage. They've got a 1 technique and a wide 5 that we can block with the running back and get outside. But, okay, now he's got to turn his shoulders. He's got to get his hip pointed in exactly the right direction to correct his throwing arm being on the opposite side and throw the route open. It's a lot to ask for a guy, It's
with just average.
The physics don't ever work out well unless you've got one of those guys that can throw off platform. Like the Patrick Mahomes types guys that just have loose hips and can snap that thing like an MLB pitcher.
Yeah,
it's tough to do.
Which is not Peyton Thorne. Yeah, you're right.
No.
Hey, man, congratulations on a big win last night for your team. Just wanted to say that.
I appreciate it. We needed it, man. We needed it. Yeah.
All right, brother. Appreciate you giving us some time.
Anytime, Jay. Appreciate you, bro.
See you, man. Bye.
See you.
There he is, Coach Hunter. How do I rate the quality of this call? 5 fucking stars. Absolutely. That's Coach Hunter. 148 on the board. One of our great posters, obviously, and someone we love having on during halftime because he's always breaking stuff down. He's been a defensive coordinator and he's a head coach now in high school here in the state of Alabama, and so he's always thinking about things from a strategy perspective. And I love that when he comes on with us, you get a real straight answer on anything, and some good stuff there from Spicy P and some others that had asked about that, about throwing to his, running to his left and throwing. Right-handed guy throwing to his left like that. I don't really think of things like that, I guess because I'm watching NFL quarterbacks so much, and a lot of those guys can make those throws, but we ain't watching an NFL quarterback today, are we? Certainly not on the Auburn sideline. Calling Alex Cosan now.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Alex Cosan? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Hell yeah, how you doing?
Hello?
Uh-oh. You can't hear me, Alex? Uh-oh, I have to call him back. Let's see. That's happened one time before. We called Alex and he couldn't hear me. We'll try one more time. Hey, Alex, you there?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Ah, that's excellent. So glad. What's up, man? You been good?
I've been good. Hope you've been the same.
Hell yeah, making it one more day at a time. This Auburn team is just tough to watch right now, Alex. It's just a grind, man. They're not getting. It's just no fun. There's no joy.
I think the defense, to their credit, has done a good job. I think the defensive line, they've gotten good penetration against what I think is a pretty solid and steady Missouri offensive line, and they've really kept them in the game. It helped that the quarterback lock got hurt there, because you don't want to leave Auburn's DBs with Wise and Bird in one-on-one all day. That's just not going to be winning football. But the defense, to their credit, they've kept them in this game. And then offensively, it's just they haven't been able to finish. The first 2 drives, they had those 3 and outs. But then the next 3, I think they started to get the ball moving and figure some things out. But the mistakes have killed them. You had Thorne who fumbled the ball, and then you had the holding calls on Lambert Smith and Jeremiah Wright. Just fundamentally, this offense isn't good enough to overcome a mistake like that against a defense with a pulse. They just don't have the guys. So to me, it's can you execute well enough to not make the mistakes and finish a drive? Because they have to score a touchdown to win this game. You're not going to win this game with field goals. Missouri is going to break out. I like some of the things I saw, though. I think Hughes throwing the kitchen sink at him from a formation and motion standpoint. He's had all sorts of different types of shovel passes. I saw the Wildcat, even the T formation there with Thorne for a little bit.
Yeah.
The one play that stands out the most to me was when they were on the left hash and they cleared out the right side, and Lambert Smith was wide open and was going to be one-on-one for a touchdown. And unfortunately, Thorne threw the one hopper to him. So that that's, you look at plays like that, and that's where you can change the momentum and outcome of the game. To me, the other thing I'd say is they just haven't made the Missouri DBs earn it. From my standpoint, I mean, they are not worried in the slightest. They look like the kid that you put in right field because right-handed hitters can't hit it out there, and he's just playing with the dirt. They are not. There's no. They don't have to worry about deep passes. They're just kind of chilling. So I'd like to see them keep the Missouri DBs honest a little bit. They take a couple of shots. I'd like to see some of the bubble screen stuff, but I think the Missouri DBs have been more physical than Auburn's wide receivers have. From when Auburn's wide receivers are blocking in phase. So in terms of the offensive line, I don't think they haven't played good enough to win, but they haven't played bad enough that they're losing the game for Auburn. The biggest thing I see is when they're on their double teams, one lineman will go up to the linebacker, and the first lineman that's still on the defensive tackle or defensive end, he's losing his block, and that guy's falling off and making the tackle. That's where you've got to give that little bit of extra effort and finish your block, and you can really get them going. I'd love to see some pace too. They're really taking that play clock down to the single digits, and to me, if you're on the road, you want to gas these defensive linemen a little bit and create it. Make it easier on your offense. I'd like to see a little bit of more pace. So that's what I see overall. You have to finish a drive. I mean, that's the bottom line. Someone's got to step up. I don't put all of this on Thorne, by the way. Other than Hunter and Alston, I haven't seen anybody really make a play offensively. The offensive line, no one's dominating. None of the wide receivers are. So yeah. I think it's kind of on everybody.
I think we were all aghast in that first drive that Percy Lewis just completely whiffed on that. I think it was the first play of the game for Auburn offensively, and they yanked him. I mean, he's been gone really since that first drive. Do you remember that miss?
Yeah, no, it looked like that's one thing the Missouri defensive line's doing. They're doing some stunts, some spike. That's called a spike when the defensive end spikes in like that. And I think it looked like he thought his guard was going to help him, but the guard had a double team with the center, I believe, and was going up to the linebacker. And that's just one where he's got to, one, be aware of the situation and know what his guard's doing, but two, if that guy goes down, you've got to run right with him, and at least make it to where he's not making a negative play, because I think they had gotten the ball on the 10 because they had the holding call on the kickoff return, and then that guy spiked, and all of a sudden you're on the 5. And once again, this offense just doesn't have the guys to overcome that. This is everything's got to be hitting efficiently for this offense to score.
There's been some talk in our chat, Alex, during this game about they need to make a change at quarterback. What would you think about that? Would you consider doing that yourself?
I mean, I don't see anyone who's better than Thorne for this offense, personally. I don't think Hank Brown's the answer. I would, I just don't see that. I don't see that being a winning formula. I would not. How
about Jarquez Hunter has 9 touches in this game, 8 carries, and then had another one where they were trying to pass to him as well. Do you think he needs more touches, or are you satisfied with his role in the offense in this game?
I think they've tried to get him the football effectively so far. It would be nice if like I said, if you can keep the Missouri defensive backs honest and you can finish some of those blocks. I think that's where things will get rolling. And then if you hit them with some pace, that's where Jarquez can really break out. It just hasn't. That's not been the flow of the game so far. The first quarter, I think they had the ball for like 6 plays. Maybe a little bit more than that. So I think they're trying to get him involved. It just hasn't. He hasn't broken loose yet.
Yeah. All right, Alex. Appreciate your insight on that, G. It's always great to have you on with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one.
All right. See you. Bye. There he is, Alex Cosan. An outstanding, for those of you who just might be really young. He played offensive line at Auburn from maybe 2010 to 14, somewhere in that range, and mostly played guard. From the greater Denver area, and again was part of some very, very good teams, particularly that 2013 team when he, as Spicy P noted in the chat, that he worked with Trey Mason, who's probably my favorite Auburn tailback just to watch, and I just thought he was so creative and crafty. Anyway, Alex, some good stuff there. Big thing for Alex was something that he mentioned that I hadn't really thought about. He would like to see a little more pace with the Auburn offense. He thinks they're being a little too deliberate, and he thinks that they have an opportunity, I should say, Auburn, to gas this Missouri defense a little bit, which would benefit Hunter. We talked about, Brian Matthews has been banging this drum that Hunter's going to be better in the second half because he's such a bruiser as that defense starts to kind of wind down when the snap count gets to 50-ish for those main players for them. And I think Alex would just like to make sure they get to that 50 snaps plateau so that Auburn can start taking advantage of that maybe before the end of the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? He's been fairly happy with the defense. He would just like to, see more pace, basically. And he also thinks Auburn needs to challenge Mizzou's defensive backs a little bit more, because I think he described the cornerbacks as they're just out here chilling, which is true. I mean, they haven't had to work too much today. That is for sure. Also, Coach Hunter had some good stuff there. He thinks that Hunter needs a few more touches. I personally think he's been all right relative to the number of touches, relative to the number of plays. I'd be curious to see how many plays Auburn had in that half. 35-ish? Total plays, Auburn had 28, and they had 34. So that's not a lot of plays. 28 for Auburn is kind of low. You'd expect them to have 70 in a game. So 28 plays and 9 touches for Hunter. That's fair. Martin says, put hand. Both of the guys that called us, Alex and Hunter, neither one of them are in favor of making a change at quarterback, nor am I at this point. I think we've seen, that Hank's got some good things about him, but when you take away his ability to run it all, I think it's a big minus. And to me, it's a risk that I would not be willing to take. Jay Robertson coming in, one of our friends from the Ole Miss world, says, enjoying hanging with y'all today. Jay Robertson, thank you for that and for being a friendly and congenial member, collegial, I should say, member of the community here. Love to have you. Canoeman jumps in with a super chat. My man. The Canoeman bouncing around gets to see so much of the world that I don't get to see. War Eagle from Ephesius. Smash the like button. Thank you for that, Canoeman, and we give you an applause for that, G. Robert Smith is waiting for the touchdown play, the touchdown sound. I can tease you with it if you want me to.
The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
There we go. That's the best I can do for you, G. Bill says can't bring in Hank unless you're committed to doing it the rest of the way, which I agree with. And Galatian, thank you for saying Walker White is not ready. He's just not. He's on the scout team, guys. All right, there we go. First play of the second half. He slips a tackle and gets 9 yards, maybe 9.5. So that's good. That's a good start. So it's going to be second and short. There's a little bit of that pace that Cosan was asking for, and they get another 5 yards on it. So first down for the Auburn Tigers after the 40. Not too shabby. But now they're slowing back down again. Micah Riley Ducker's played a bunch today. He really has. He used to be, like in the beginning of the season, he was a guy that played 1 or 2 snaps a game. I bet he's played 10 or 15 snaps today. With Frazier out, you got to find somebody stepping up. It looks like he's going to be that guy. I don't know what you would call that. I think of that as like an inverted veer type concept right there. Uh-oh. Peyton a little slow getting up after that lick he took at the end of that run. It was a 9-yard run. Well, those of you who want to take a look at Hank, you might get it right here. Let me rephrase that. You're going to get it right here. Let's see. You guys thought it was a pretty hard lick. I was looking elsewhere at the moment of contact, so I didn't get a good look at the actual hit. Dang. It's very on par for Auburn here. You finally get some plays where you're going in the right direction and you like what you're doing, and something else holds you up. At least it's not a turnover. Boy, 28 better be careful. 28 was the one that had the lick on that. It looked like a clean lick, and he's over there like hovering over Peyton and talking shit. First of all, I don't know why his teammates aren't whooping his ass for that. And second of all, like, come on, man. Don't be a dick. You're literally 3-3 against a dog shit Auburn team, and you're talking shit. Like, come on now. Come on now. Cleveland Brown, my man, says this is what I fear anytime Peyton Thorne fights for yards. He does like to fight for yards. And AU Taxman says, dude never slides. That's the thing. We were talking earlier. Like, Peyton is a frustrating player, but it ain't because he's soft. Like, nobody's saying he's soft. He's a tough sumbitch. And he was tough right there. It was a tough yard he was running for. Backup versus backup. It's a showdown. Thank you, Cleveland Brown, for jumping in there with a super chat as well. Man. Cartel thinks that was targeting. I thought it was shoulder to helmet, honestly. But I'm open for a review if that's what would be appropriate. Let's see if there's any numbers I need to update here. Peyton is now 13 of 17 for 86. All right, we'll leave that. All right, Alamo said he jogged off. This is good. Spicy pieces, Peyton. It's going to be one tough sumbitch when he's selling you Geico next year. Easy there, buddy. Easy. He's going to be in the NFL probably. Bego's full. He's calling for a deep throw. Might as well. And Shane says, most Java thing ever, LOL. Just talking about how they finally get some true momentum going in the offense. And now they got to do something different. All right, Peyton's going to be on the sidelines for at least this play. Oh, that might be hard targeting. He did lead with the helmet. I thought that was a shoulder hit. Oh, they didn't even review it? Well, I thought he led with his helmet, but whatever. So what do I don't even get into this anymore. I don't know what targeting is. I don't understand it. All right, another Jarquez touch. Nine carries for 31 for Jarquez, by the way. Trying to update these in real time because it's such a big deal as to how many touches he gets and stuff. It sure looks like Peyton back in there to me. Yeah, he's back in there. Another short run for Jarquez. A couple yards maybe. Just hasn't gotten a lot of opportunities. For like a good lick. It's just kind of like he's just running into traffic all the time. 2nd and 8. Peyton sees he's got somebody. Uh-oh. There you go, Robert.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
There it is. Little play action throw. And Peyton, he definitely saw what he wanted. And just let it rip. Put that one right where he needed to put it. Really nice throw. And now Towns goes to put this into a double-digit day for the Auburn offense. Cash money. So there you go. 10-3, Auburn leads. Nice play there. Trying to see what the concept is. Great. Oh, we're getting the replays, too. This is good stuff. A 2-safety look, which is kind of like the base look for Missouri. Man, that pass was right there. That's about as nice a pass you can get. Safety was a little slow on the recognition there. And again, something that Cosan had mentioned at halftime, like he'd like to see Auburn challenge these cornerbacks a little bit because, first of all, neither one of us thought they were very good. And second of all, he just kind of thought they were being a little just being allowed to just roll, I think the phrase he used was they're just out there chilling. And they ain't chilling now. They just got warmed up, as in heated, as in burnt. You burnt. Ravin says we made it to double digits against all odds. Bago says Coleman's so nonchalant about it. You're right, man. When he's running, he looks like remember when Carl, the tailback in the really good team in 2004, Carl Stewart, when he would run, it just looked like he was jogging, and I think it's because he had such a long stride. Cam's kind of like that too. This is a nice return, honestly. Got a flag on the play. Watch this somehow be against Auburn. I didn't see a penalty myself, but I feel like in these situations it's on the return team 85% of the time. Nope. It's going to be one of the 85%. Carl Stewart, there it is. Thank you, Frank. Whenever I think of Carl, for me, it's always Cartoon Carl because he was a friend of mine and I used to see him up at the Regents Bank. And so when I think of Carl, he's the only Carl I've known in my life. I always say Cartoon Carl. Well, I know he's not the tailback. This Carl is from Alcoa, Tennessee. Joko, great point. Matt Jones, the former Arkansas quarterback and tight end later, was the fastest, slowest looking runner ever. Another guy with very long legs. And AU Texan says Carl Stewart would destroy a linebacker blocking. He was a tough dude. Now, if you don't tell him that he was a fullback, bro, because he would whoop your ass. He thought he was a tailback, and he was a tailback. But you're right, he was a fullback. Yeah, 4R Tigers says wheel route Carl. He was a good player, man. He just happened to be playing with Ronnie Brown and Carnell. I mean, and also Brandon Jacobs, too. So it's like, yeah, it is what it is, man. I guess Trey was there maybe on the early end of that, too. All right, 2nd and 10. Oh, God. Really some nice pressure up the middle. There's no way that's an incomplete pass. He hit his lineman in the back. Ball hit the ground, and that's a wrap. All right, 3rd and 10. Now, guys, seriously, I'm not trying to be that guy, but this is deep into Missouri territory. If Auburn defense gets a hold here, they're almost guaranteed to have decent field position, and then all of a sudden you start thinking, could they get back-to-back touchdown drives? You don't see many of those. I feel like you're watching a unicorn. Still got to get this hold on 3rd and 10, though. CDF would absolutely punch me in the face for even suggesting ahead of time that Auburn would get a stop on 3rd and long. Great protection. Oh. It's a whale of a play by Jay. Not an interception, but still great. It secures the 3rd down stop. And didn't love the pass rush on this one. Man, nice play by Jay on that. Oh, God. And Jaron Thompson came over to absolutely clock that old boy. Knocked him into the Auburn sideline. So two guys ready to make a play there. And looks like the returner, which is probably Keontae, has got his heels on the 50-yard line here. Auburn's going to take over on the plus 49. Nice. We got a flag on the play. Come on, man. So everything's going great. They get a stop on 3rd and 10. The punt goes out of bounds at the plus 49. Auburn gets a hold. I mean, it's still pretty good field position to be fair, but good golly, man. Spicy P told me just let go, man. All right. I'll just let it go. Special teams, not so special. Attaboy, Diego. That sounds like something that I would write. That's a headline on a notebook. Like, special teams, not special. Galatian just says, this is what we do. I don't think it's short bus, James. I think it's just, if it is Kensley doing that, it's just freshman and excited and, feel like you got something going. Let's take advantage of this opportunity, and then just, it happens. Let me go ahead and get these. I know I got to get Thorne's stats updated. 14 of 18, 133 and a touch. Man, I screwed that up. My bad. Yeah. All right. We'll see. Crocky Poo notes that Tanner Burns, not the former pitcher, but the special teams coach, really needs to fix something. It's consistently hurting the team. Interesting. Let's see. Robert S. says, can we get another tutty here? Damn. I need to have the ability to poll to canvass the populace and see what percentage of people in the chat would think that Auburn can actually score a touchdown here. I bet you it's 20%. Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. P-Pass, my bad. Obviously, we got a data entry problem. It's 14 of 18. That's what that should be. He is not 18 of 18. Nobody would be clamoring to get rid of Peyton at 18 and 18. Although 14 and 18 has been pretty good, right? Like, I think of him just like, if I'm just thinking in my head that he has not passed the ball very well today, but 14 of 18, that's not bad. Even if it's 133 yards, it's not much. Let's see, Randy's feeling optimistic. He thinks Auburn's going to score again here. I mean, shit, just to score the ball would be pretty crazy. Look at these Mizzou fans, fired up, man. I hope they're wearing suntan lotion. You don't want to get that sun. You don't want to get cancer later in life, guys. Yeah, Crocky Poo, yards per attempt is still low. Definitely. It's because they don't trust him. I'm guessing Jeremiah Wright got run over there, but I don't know. Multiple. Just didn't work out very well. 2nd and 12. That's what I've got on my screen. Like Braden had a hard time with that. Jeremiah had a hard time with that. And the left tackle had a hard time with that. But that almost Auburned right there. Looks like a throw to Micah Riley Ducker was tipped and almost landed in the hands of, I think, Robert Lewis. But no. 3rd and 12. This is a down and distance that Auburn's really good at, guys. Just kidding. If it was 3rd and 2 inches, I'd be a little nervous. But 12, I don't know. Looks like Missouri's loading up for a little blitz action here. My guess is they're going to back out of this. Still only bringing 4. They did twist. At least give Jarquez an opportunity to make a play there. Fuck. I mean, Jarquez could have caught that ball with 8 yards to go, and if he makes 1 or 2 guys miss, he's got a first down. I mean, the chances of a first down if you throw the ball out of bounds are 0. I don't know, man. Whatever. Oh, shit, that's a live ball, guys. I think that's a touchdown. I I really do.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Okay, and their franchise player is the one who busted that play, so it's a punt that he fields anxiously and with too many people right around him. Not illegally, just too many people around him. Number 11 is the one, Malcolm kind of messed him up legally, and then Spooty went over there and just picked it right up for a touchdown. This is the easiest 6/7 points you're ever going to get. Boy, this game is turned around in a hurry, huh? And it usually goes the other way, right? There it is. Towns Magoo consummates the full 7. And Auburn's up 17-3, guys. Wow. Luther Burden is the one who blew that play. I mean, if you're Missouri, you just got to be like, shit, what do you got to do? I mean, like, that ain't some freshman goober you're putting out there in a big situation. That's your, potential All-American player. Man, big time right there. Some karmic comeback. I like that. Talon, good stuff, man. Some karmic payback. Akon wonders or surprised there wasn't some way to Jabba that and give the ball back. Like kick it out of the end zone or something, right? Hey, 17-3, I'll take it all day long after that first half. Jeez. Yeah, Brandon's got a great point. Simmons is 100 miles an hour all the time. He sure is. Oh, am I behind? I need to check this. Yeah, I'm live on mine. No, all I said, Bubble, I was just saying I'm just glad to see it after the 3-point first half. Oh, we're so far in this game now, I've forgotten about these missed field goals. Auburn's field goal defense. So vexing and mean. Missouri, not a team to make those kinds of mistakes typically. Came into this game with 2 total turnovers this season. And had 2 in this game. How about that? Sam H., one of the pillars of our community, says if Thorne isn't trash on that drive, we don't get that special teams play. That's 6 of one, half dozen of another. I like that. Always looking for the downside. This guy Auburn's. Spicy P says if we lose this game, we fire Freeze 0.0. He's probably just kidding, but there's no chance. There are some people that are actually in favor of firing Hugh Freeze at this point, and I think they're out of their minds. I don't think Spicy P is one of them, but there are some. Auburn looking like a 3-3 stack here. Interesting. Brought 2 of the linebackers into fill, and they still got they got enough for the first down. That's frustrating right there. That's a very minor play, but it's frustrating to me. You got to feel better than that. Fuck. All right, 1st and 10 from the 45. Little pistola action here. Really nice anticipation. And also, Mousy was playing that really well. The ball did not go to Mousy's guy, but he was ready. 100%. Sly Smith with the play right there. Yeah, Spicy P says he's just kidding. I knew you were. You're a smart guy. You ain't some dummy. Canoeman says give Michael J. Cox the damn ball. Pocket watch. Michael J. Cox. I don't even know if that's his middle name. But I like that name. 2nd and 5 is what I'm looking at here. This is probably a passing down for them, you would think. Like I said, running down. Breaks a tackle, but not 2. Wooden comes up, makes a lick to save an even bigger loss for the Auburn defense. Another first down. Robert S. says, damn, now the defense folding up. Yeah, just giving, this is bad. That's bad. Nice touchdown saving tackle from Woodyard. I give him that. Defense really not in the game right now. Is that illegal sub? Doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? It's gone. So that's the play Hunter was talking about. That's the stretch play. That's just kind of like their outside zone concept that they like to run. And they finally just kind of beat Auburn outside on that, out-leveraged them a little bit. All right, very good triggering reactions from the linebackers on that, and Keldrick also playing the ball well. And they get absolutely nothing on that, so second and long. Defense has generally been very good inside the 30 today, or 35. Oh, there's a handoff to nobody. You'd love to see it. Keldrick thought he might have gotten a fumble there, too. Kind of, Pine had the ball a little bit away from his body there. Newman brings up Chris Frost, my man. Thank you for bringing that up. I love Chris Frost. The 5-star linebacker from Charlotte, North Carolina. Too much time. 3rd and 8. And also, apparently, that wide receiver went out of bounds, too. Auburn's been very physical with Burton today. And, Brady Cook thinking about coming back in this game, huh? I like it. I like the toughness. Young Bezos giving a shout out to Kensley Faustin for having some physical good coverage there. I agree. I didn't notice that was him. It's interesting now how quickly they've kind of let Spooty go as far as a defensive player. Now he had the recovered that screwed out that muffed fumble. I'm sorry, the muffed punt return for the touchdown. So he had a great play, but he hasn't been playing defense as much lately. Crawford really kind of took his spot, and now Kensley's taking some of his backup time. There he is playing right now. They got Jaquez Robertson playing in there, too. This is the transfer from Colorado. So they're really going deep in the secondary right now. Well, I didn't see that specific down, Galatian. They've been running like a 3-man front this whole drive. But they've been filling very quickly with the linebackers, kind of as de facto A-gap guys. And the field goal's good, so we'll give them another 3 points. I am forced to give them another 3 points. It's now 17-6. Fenrir thinks that Auburn needs to score again. I think we all agree with that, at least twice. 14 of 20, 133 for Payton. We'll go ahead and give him 2 more incompletions just to kind of round him out. Jarquez, 11 for 30. Boy, his numbers have gone down, but I don't blame him. He hasn't been given many good opportunities today. We'll bump his touches up to 12. We were hoping for 20. Figured it would be 17. Right on par for that. And 3rd down, 3 of 10 for them, 2 of 7 for the Auburn Tigers. And the stats are now updated. There we go. Anything sticking out? Statistically, Auburn is 201 total yards. They have 177. Auburn has 5 penalties to Missouri's 2. First downs are nearly even. Time of possession is pretty much even. Turnovers, 2 for them, 1 for the Auburn Tigers. Sacks, similar. Tackles for loss, similar. Yards per completion, similar. Yards per play, Auburn's up 5.4 to 3.9 because Missouri still has a 7-play advantage, but they also have 1 more possession. This will be the equalizing possession, so to speak, for Auburn. So we'll see what's going on. Small Time Republic thinks Indiana may be legitimate. They're certainly having a great year, aren't they? Robert Smith would take a field goal here. And Crocky Poo thinks need to eat clock with a long drive here. Of course, whatever makes the most sense is usually not what Auburn does. They usually do something completely different. This is probably when you see a 3-and-out with 3 pass plays. Jacob G. Yeah, I'd say he's questionable considering he was just throwing on the sideline. We'll see how that one goes. Yeah, Galatian, I kind of want to go back to that one a little bit. He's talking about that third down defense on this right before the field goal. He didn't like the defensive paradigm on that. Let's see what it was. They had 5 on the line of scrimmage. They brought 6. Well, they brought 5 with Keys kind of bailing out a little bit. So they brought 5 on that. Shane thinks it looks like Cook, their starting quarterback, is on his way back in. Also, South Carolina, as Alamo reminds us, is up 32-3 on the Oklahoma Sooners. I should say at the Oklahoma Sooners. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Did not see that one coming. I mean, we know Oklahoma's got some scoring issues, but geez, South Carolina, and obviously South Carolina played a great game against Alabama last week. They are playing better football for sure this year than I thought they would be capable of. Shane Beamer, of course, a former Oklahoma assistant, and going back home, so to speak, although it's not really home, but you know what I mean. That's where he came to. He became a national name as an assistant when he was at Oklahoma. What a catch for Miami in the Louisville game. You love to see Louisville losing. Young Bezos says, so we're ranked if we get this W? Got him. It's that easy. All right, let's see what Crocky Poo says. Long drive, nice sustained drive, eat clock, get points. That would be wonderful. Oh, he's trucking fools, man. It took 7 guys to get him down. Hunter, the big time run right there. You love to see that one. That is the most vintage Jarquez run ever. Even knocked his own man down. Boy, he's a beast, man. He's now at 12 for 41. Go ahead and update him. I'll try to keep him updated here. All right, Jeremiah Cobb. He has some real burst, you know. That was a juggernaut run. Well said, Yo Malcolm. That's exactly what it was. Just like taking on all comers. Like, come on. If you want some, come get some. All right, 2nd and 4. Nice. This is what you like to see. This is something that Hunter was talking about. Give Jarquez the ball, though in this case it was Cobb, but I think the undermined sentiment is run the ball on first down, get your 5 or 6 yards, so you make it 2nd down and manageable, and that's what they're doing. On this drive, anyway. Spicy P notes that he thinks that Cobb, based on just kind of the way we're seeing things unfold, that Cobb has kind of pulled ahead of Damari. Now, I do think Cobb is a better athlete than Damari, but they like Damari. I think maybe just in this game that they value Cobb's acceleration a little bit more. I mean, Hunter's a physical runner. Cobb has more home run ability, and for me, Damari's like in the middle, although Damari's an outstanding receiver of the football, too. He could also function as like a slot receiver if needed. Auburn would not need that because they have a lot of good options there, but if they needed to. Hey, we're going to relitigate the 4th down play again. I wonder what happened. This is getting to be like, hey, guys, did you know that Bo Nix's dad played at Auburn? His name is Pat. Yeah. And he was actually the offensive coordinator at Miami once upon a time, and now he's a very successful high school coach in the state of Alabama. Isn't that something? 2nd and 4 with there's a GT Power. I still think that's a first down, but yeah, a little GT power to get 4 yards. No, they're going to say short. That's going to be third and like half a yard. So bringing a guard and a tackle across the formation is supposed to give you a lot of heft there in that C gap. And Jarquez kind of had to cut it in. I'm not sure exactly what he was seeing. But 3rd and 1 regardless. AU Taxman thinks Hugh needs to keep a cooler head with these players. I don't know, man. He just kind of gets on Thorne a lot. But Thorne, I asked Thorne about this specifically, and he said something along the lines of, yeah, I'm used to it. He is the son of a football coach, so, I mean, he's probably been bitched at a bunch in his life. By the way, first down carry. God, I'm getting a little bit behind here. First down carry for Jarquez. I'm still, like, thinking about that beast-ass play he just had, like, 2 plays ago. Good God. He's now at 15 for 54. And he has 16 touches. So he's getting there, guys. We might actually get to 20. So they got Damari in there now at tailback. Jarquez has certainly done his fair share of the work on this drive. I think that's a bad read, personally. He went ahead and gave the ball to Damari in a situation that did not look good. I'm not sure what his throwing option was, though. 2nd and 11. Peyton with a nice little scramble there. Probably got 7 or 8 on that. Rob makes a great point. When a coach quits yelling at you, that means he's given up on you. It's funny, Hugh, in real life, this is kind of like Will Muschamp, though, too. Will, when you talk to Will, like on a regular Tuesday, he's a very calm individual. But when you see him on Saturdays, he's freaking out, right? Hugh does that, too. Hugh is generally just a very calm individual. He's a lot tighter than Will, but it's an interesting formation. Jarquez with another badass run right there. Jeez. Man, he has been a beast in this game. I know the numbers don't show it, but you guys know what he's done here. I mean, that's been 56 yards, and he's earned every inch. Guess they're going to go with Cobb here now as like a one back. You don't usually see that. He's usually like a complimentary back. Strong as ox. In my country, they switch into, a little trickeration to get Malcolm the ball on the outside. He just changes the geometry of a defense. He really does. He's so fast. All right, guys, that's another first down right there. This has been a hell of a drive. I like that it was like a wildcat to Cobb, who then handed off to Peyton, who then handed off to Malcolm. So it's kind of like a quick reverse, if you will, out of the wildcat. That's definitely something new. That was not a great throw, but Malcolm made a nice adjustment, and that's another first down, guys. Hey, now we were talking at halftime about Cosan was saying on some of these ace and blocks on the inside, you've got to hold your block longer. In that situation, Connor Liu did exactly that. That should have been caught, guys. I'm not sure it was a touchdown if he catches it, but it should. And there's our friend Jason Caldwell, who almost got collected in that collision, wearing the orange hat. Yeah, that would have been a touchdown. Watch out, Jason. Yeah, that would have been a touchdown. It was a beautiful, beautiful throw. All right, Young Bezos thinks that was a touchdown if caught. I think you're right, so I stand corrected on that one. 2nd and goal. This is very Jabba, though. If you're going to have a 2nd and goal for Auburn, of course it's got to be at the 10 and like 2 inches, right? Throw the ball. Just fucking throw it. Not his fault, though. Man, I had 2 guys on him. Perry's not a slot receiver, though. Your choices there, Sam Jackson and Robert Lewis. Is that Johnny Walker? Is he 52? No, it was not. Damn, Too Tall was going to put that dude in the dirt, wasn't he? Felix, man, hang in there, buddy. he's pissed. Oh, James, we've been talking job all day, but I will be careful with that in the future. Spicy Pieces, please take a shot at. AU Hoosier 420 says I'm an alcoholic and a drunk, and all we do is just sit around here and joke about drunk stuff. So, been trying to drink less today, but I probably deserve it for that one, Spicy P. So I'll go ahead and hit it. No, don't you do Robert. Now you're doing it right now. I'm not even going to say it on the air. Guys, at this point, it's just, first of all, we've done what Crocky Poo thought we ought to do, which is grind out a possession, chew clock, get points. So let's make a smart play here, preserve the field goal. Boy, they are having one hell of a time stopping Jarquez. I mean, they just can't get him on the first touch. They just can't do it. All right, guys, 18 touches for Jarquez now with essentially a full quarter remaining. A little bit more than a full quarter, so we think he's probably going to get to 20. All right, here comes Towns Magoo to consummate this drive with a field goal attempt. This is a pretty makeable kick here. 30, about the same as the first one. 32-ish, 22-ish, 25-ish. I don't know, somewhere in that range. 30-ish. Snap could have been better, but I thought the holder did a nice job. And guys, it's a short kick. You just gotta get that hit. So I think Magoo is now. Let's see, came in 4 of 8. I think, is that right? So 5 of 9, 5 of 10 now. He's not supposed to be kicking, guys. He's a true freshman who's supposed to be behind Alex McPherson. I'm not making excuses, although it sounds like I am. But I'm just saying. Brady Cook back in there, as we discussed earlier. Fenrir is definitely Auburn a time or two in his life, but let's just hang in there, buddy. All right, 30 seconds to go in this half. Missouri takes over on their own 20. Auburn's defense needs to come up big here. Brady Cook sees something. He is open. But Jaron Thompson, without really knowing what he was doing, got in the right position and knocked the ball down with his helmet. So good recognition and a little rangy there from Jaron Thompson. Looks like Jay got beat pretty bad on that one. He just kind of stumbled. Hey, that's what I call using your head. I hope C. Majors is here. He would love that one. Also, Josh C. had it for. Well done, Josh C. Oh, potentially another drop there from Missouri on 2nd and 10. Toomer's Corner asks about Alex. Yeah, he was a true freshman last year. And was, I believe, 100% last year. You guys might remember something that I missed, but I think he was perfect last year. And they fought really hard to get Towns Magoo away from Ole Miss and were successful, and then he's certainly had some troubles this year. All right, 3rd and 10. Got to dial something up here. Spicy P's going to figure they're going to bring 3. They did bring 3. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is Jaquez Robinson playing? I don't understand why he's still in there. I'm going to give them credit for continuing to fight, not let him just have the touchdown. But god dang, they're down to the 1. And he's telling people to hush. You're down to Auburn. Why are you telling people to hush? They don't know their people. Like, they just don't know. Bego's bringing up a point, dude. He's right. He says Oklahoma all over again. That game was typified by opportunities that are not consummated, and that was the story of that game. And here comes Auburn again. I just don't understand this. It's so easy. Yeah, when I throw the ball 6 yards and the guy does all the work. Look at me, I'm a genius. Whatever. All right, that's the end of the third quarter, guys. And I'll be honest, I think Auburn's in the danger zone here, but I'm not going to play that sound because, Auburn's up 11. Tumors thinks Auburn needs a Trent Seaborn at this point. Is it 2027 yet? Keontae Scott, Kevin Owen, yes. He's like, what is going on with Keontae Scott? We don't have an answer for that. In fact, us at auburnsports.com, we at auburnsports.com, I don't know what the correct term there would be, have discussed, have we ever seen an Auburn player this old suck this bad as his career comes to an end? You know what I mean? Like, to fall off this badly this late in his Auburn career, I don't know. He was a really good player like 2 years ago, and now he's just total ass. E. Hall, here we go. Little brain drain swag surf. Oh, Tudd is a good example. D. Lucky, well done. Christian Tudd is a good one. Boy, I hadn't even thought about him since he left. James is calling him McPoo. And that ain't the first one, bro. I believe he's 5'10" this year, so he's missed a bunch. Justin C., who's been with us all day. We love Justin C. Says it's coming, isn't it? Another fourth quarter collapse. You know what I say to that?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Mostly maybe shit, but sometimes maybe good. Max is pretty sure Auburn's going to lose this game. Max is definitely someone who's been Auburning for a while. I'm telling you, Auburn fans and England soccer fans have a whole lot in common. It's very, very similar. They just have this fatalistic view, and Auburn people do too. And I get it. I understand why. I'm not ragging at all. Been put through the ringer these last, 3 or 4 years? Hell, shit, 7 or 8 years. The last time you haven't been put in a ringer is 2017, and even that one was basically like getting to the finish, and then you get kicked in the balls. Cleveland, hang in there, buddy. Yes, you have definitely been down this road before, small victories. Man, this is a mess. Let's see. Josh C. says, you would think Hugh is good at consummating things. Hey, now. Do we have a drop? Splash. I wish I could do the splash, 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 splash. Those of you who've been interneting for a while, have been transing for a while, might remember Chris Smoove, the outstanding former. Well, no, he's still doing it, but used to do Call of Duty and NBA 2K. A YouTuber. He was amazing. And he used to do the splash. I mean, we all saw that coming right there.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
So, from that best of times to the worst of times, right? You've got Robert Lewis dropping a touchdown pass that would have put Auburn up, what was it, 24-6, right? You go from that to a really bad sack that really wasn't Peyton's fault. Both tackles whiffed. Then you got a missed field goal. And now Missouri gets a touchdown drive. And they get a 2-point conversion as well.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
And they're right back in the game. All right, let's look at the good news. Good news, Auburn leads. Good news, Jarquez has been a badass all day long and was particularly a particular badass in the last drive. So there is potential that they can continue having him be a badass. I don't really have much else to say. That's going really well. Bad news, Brady Cook's back in the game. Missouri has all the momentum. And if it weren't for a completely weird, muffed punt, Auburn would be losing right now, and the offense really hasn't done a whole lot. So, yeah. That's kind of what we're looking for. And, of course, CDF, my man, with a super chat to remind us it was on a 3rd and 10. Because he was joking earlier. He jokes this all the time. That 3rd and long is what has ruined Auburn's season, really. I mean, from a defensive perspective. The offense just ain't been great, but nobody here would tell him he's wrong because he's right. Cassidy P jumps in. Mr. Magoo is needed for this W. Hope he regroups. Talking about Magoo can do it. Can do Magoo. Needs to somehow get back in this thing. Let's see. Shane says, might as well chalk this loss up. Seen this one before. We got to hang in there, guys. Oh, my goodness. We got to hang in there. All right. Crocky Poo, where are you, bro? What do we need here? Need a long drive that chews up clock and gets some points, right? They're going to go back into this full house look. I mean, it's 5 yards. It's kind of like, you give somebody. Never mind, I'm not going to do that story. I get kicked off YouTube for that one. Hey, man, $20 is $20, right? 5 yards is 5 yards. Cartel, hang in there, buddy. Let's see. CDF says to complete the Java, 27 will fumble. If Jarquez fumbles right now, I'm telling you, I would honestly, I've never said this before about a team myself, that I would just say that they're snake bit. Like, there's somebody out there with like a juju doll that's like stabbing it somewhere in like Bahamas or Haiti or somewhere. You know what I mean? Because it's crazy, but whatever. Robert Smith says punt on 3rd, which we have seen happen before. Steve Spurrier punted on 3rd down at Auburn one year. It's a safe play. He said, well, our offense wasn't going to do anything anyway. 3rd and 4, I mean, in a normal world, it's a very makeable situation here, but this is Auburn, and when things start going bad, they usually go badly in a wave. Toomer's Corner, our parlay master, says we need 2 more touchdowns to make me feel good. Yeah, that 2 touchdowns would be terrific. No doubt about it. It's not an awful call. I don't understand why the ball didn't go to Malcolm. But a great punt. And Missouri's now backed up a little bit here. I think I'm going to take a really quick break here, guys, before we get into this crunch time, which I'm sure you guys are thinking will turn into full Java. But give me about 45 seconds, all right? I got my mute back. All right, so this is what we got left. Not a whole lot. Let me see what let me get some of these numbers updated. 12:50 to go. Peyton is now 16 of 23 for 158. Jarquez is now 16 carries for 53. That's great. Wait, how can he lose yards without even an extra carry? That doesn't make any sense. 16 carries for 53. And he also has 2 catches, so he has 18 touches. That's not right. That must not have been updated. Anyway. Third down. 4 of 11 and 4 of 11. Interesting. They've certainly had their issues on third down. Of course, Auburn always does. All right. There we go. Guys. Man, the drop touchdown from Robert Lewis. Ouch. Blue Eagle is with me on that. Says I blame Robert Lewis and then Towns. Small Victories notes that the last drive, the P breaks last longer than that. Spicy P, don't say that, man. This is mass exodus after this. Easy. Also, Snobbern says JP instead of JG. I like it. That's funny. So EPW says the last series had it all: a drop touchdown, a sack, a missed field goal. It doesn't get any better than that. It lacked a penalty. Like a 3rd and 5, you get 7 yards and then get a holding call. That would have actually made it a full Auburn possession right there. All right, good defense from Auburn. On that rollout, he had nowhere to go. Let's see. JC23 says he's switching over to the Miami game. That's kind of what I interpreted what you're saying anyway. You could also just be watching both. 2nd and 10 for the Auburn Tigers is what I've got. Jeez Louise. That drop by Robert Lewis. Jeez, man. Gotta have that one. Wide open. Wide open, Theo Weiss. That was like the play that's the throw that Peyton bounced to Dre earlier. It should have been an even bigger gain than that. 1st and 10 from the 38. Lord have mercy. I can't believe we're even in this situation. Auburn going 4-man front on this one. Oh, Bobby Jameson Travis got through there. So did Malik Blockton. Nicely done. They get a negative play on 1st down. I'm so shocked that Malik's been able to adjust so quickly. You know, because he's not big enough yet, but he is quick enough. And he plays smart. So he, to me, has been a big surprise this year. I know there's people out there that figured he'd be good this year, but I didn't think he was big enough. But he is big enough in other ways. 2nd and 17. Auburn's still getting pressure on him. Another sack. Back-to-back sacks. Back-to-back sacks.
Splash.
Little A-gap blitz. And 74 did not finish that block at all. Alex Cosan would not be happy with the way that was handled. Well, he would be happy that Auburn got the negative play, but he would be disappointed with how the offensive lineman handled that. But, wow, you like to see this. 3rd and 25, the Auburn Tigers in a very much of a prevent look. I know Chip is not going to be happy with the way this turns out. I can guarantee it. Well, he's happy somewhat. Another nice hurdle, to be fair. Sly Smith got hurdled, but, I mean, it doesn't really matter. And he's lucky he didn't get his nuts punched inadvertently just by the helmet, you know? That's the thing. I completely agree with you, JoJo. I think it's a terrible idea. But, I mean, unless you're going for a first down in a clutch situation, I get it. You just do whatever it takes. But just some rando, you know, whether you're – in that play right there, you're either going to be 16 yards short or 12 – wait, you can't do that. Dick. Hey, you're a dick, man. Number 28's a dick. Oh, what are you high-fiving your teammates for? Oh, he's actually a good player, but Charleston, I think he's played 6 full seasons. Well, you know what I mean. 6 seasons of college ball. I think he's the one who was at Clemson the first few years, and then he's been at Missouri the last few years. But he's a good player. I like him. He's their box safety. The Charleston Chew. All right, so that was good. RR Big Cats has saved them up. Hey, man. The official stats are behind right now, so I don't know where that ball is going to be spotted. Solo Tigre says, put 0 in concussion protocol and let him chill the rest of the game. And Eddie would not agree with a personal foul here. He thinks he was blocked into him. So that's kind of what it looked like to me, but I'd still like to have Auburn get 15 out of it. Kyle says, please no pick 6. God, come on now. They're gonna hand the ball off to Hunter, right? They're gonna make the right choice, right? Rob C., finally, someone with some optimism, says, we are going to win this game. Yeah, Blue Eagle, I figured they would. He did. I mean, I was pissed when I first saw it, but he got blocked into him for sure. Let's see. Vegas Dad says, hey, there's an idea. Let's run the ball on 1st and 2nd down against 5 in the box. See, that sounds like a great idea. Hey, it makes too much sense, though, Vegas Dad. Yeah. I still am a little skeptical about these Hunter touches because I felt like he had carries in this last drive. And they're still showing him with 16 carries. In fact, I'm going to go back over here and look at it. Yeah, they said first down was a keeper from Thorne. 2nd down was a Hunter rush. 3rd down was a keeper from Thorne. So he should have had 1 carry on that last drive. Whatever, I don't care. Official stats say 16 attempts for Jarquez plus 2 catches. So 18 touches total. I would wish we could do I could canvass the community right now and say, does Auburn win this game or does Auburn lose this game? And I bet the numbers would be about 70% lose, 30% win. Even though AWS probably says Auburn's got a 62% chance to win this game or something like that. Let's see, Cassidy P. he's got his heads in the clouds. Quez counter better hit 25 on this drive. I mean, that's going to take about 40 plays to get there with this brain trust on the offensive side of the ball. So I don't know about that. I mean, I'd love to see that. Would be good. That would mean that it was a long drive and probably either ended a missed field goal or a turnover on downs at the 1, but still. All right, big drive here. Would be a great time to score and or chew the clock or both. They're still trying those reads with him carrying the football. I don't know. I mean, Peyton's a decent runner, but Jarquez is the bell cow here. I think he should get more opportunities. Second and 8. God dang. Holy cow. That was actually a really smart play. There was a hot route slant with a blitz coming in his face. Gets it to Robert Lewis, who bobbles it and actually catches it and consummates a first down. So that's probably, 17, 18 yards. And you're getting either at midfield or near it. For our Tigers, says ESPN's got 66.6% chance to win. I had it pretty damn close, didn't I? I said 61. That was kind of an interesting run. They had Jeremiah Wright kind of have a one gap pull, and then Jarquez run outside of him. So it kind of functions as like a quick hit C gap run with some power. They're up to the 49. Thank you, Stuart P. Consummated first down. Yes, sir. Football guys love slants, Damon. You're damn right. I like them. Shit, there was about 8 years there. We didn't even see one. I don't like Missouri's linebackers at all, so I'm not surprised to see Auburn kind of playing middle of the field there. That's a terrible handoff. I don't like that play at all. They had too many guys in those inside gaps, and there's just absolutely no way that's a no. Just no. Jarquez now has 20 touches. That was his 20th touch. He now has 18 carries for 59 yards. 3rd and 4. Big play call here. He's going to check to a quarterback keep. No, I'm just kidding. He's not. They found a way to scheme Rivaldo Fairweather open, but Peyton, I don't give a shit if that was Travis Kelce out there. He wasn't going to catch that ball. And furthermore, he wasn't really looking for it either. I don't know what was going on there. Oscar Chapman with another great punt. God dang, he's got this thing down to the 1. Why is Spooty going in there to kick it? Don't do that. Good golly, man. That throw to Rivaldo was just trash bags, man. I'm going to go back and look at this because they schemed him open. He's an attached tight end on that snap. Hand in the dirt. He got collisioned and was wide open. So they were zoning, and he just went beyond that underneath zone. They had nobody for him. He was wide open. But I didn't feel like – I mean, I think part of it's Peyton, but I didn't like Rivaldo's positioning on that either. It's those plays, man. It's those plays. Like, those are the plays that you make right there if you're a good team. You make that play, and now you're down to the 30, and you're fucking in good shape for your field goal kicker to miss a kick. But still, it would be cool if he did, right? If he did hit it. And now you're just like, Fenrir says he just makes the easy throws look so hard. You're right. You're right. Small victories, floats, long balls, and missile throws, close ones. Remember that one he threw to Rivaldo earlier? It was 1,000 miles an hour, like right at his back ankle. Yes, so Spoon, I don't mean positioning. I just meant like, I don't know. He didn't look like he was ready for that. The throw was dog shit. I'm not trying to say anything other than that. It was 100% dog shit, and he wasn't pressured. There's no reason that ball shouldn't have been more competitive. But Rivaldo didn't look like he was ready for that. I don't know. But I'm blaming, don't get me wrong, I'm blaming Peyton for that. It doesn't matter who it was. I could have been Manute Bowl out there. He couldn't have caught that ball. Mad Barber just says, I think I'm going to start lying to myself. I got nothing left. So, Spicy P, could someone tell me why Hank is worse? Right, I'll tell you why Hank is worse. First of all, he's not reliable to throw the ball. I don't know if you remember the last game that he played in, but it was bad. Second of all, he can't run at all. Like, he's just completely immobile. He's basically in concrete. He's like Aiden O'Connell for the Raiders. Like, he ain't running. So when you take away the whole running threat, and Peyton's been okay as a runner. He fumbled earlier, which is terrible, but he's a running threat. You make Auburn very predictable in the run game. You know what's going to happen. And so, to me, I would stick with Peyton. CDF jumps in. I anticipated pressure that didn't exist and footwork got bad. One. He anticipated pressure that didn't exist and his footwork got bad. He definitely missed a terrible throw on that one. Spicy Pieces are like Hank in the cow game. Yeah, man. Jack Armstrong, first half of the 1990 season. He's going to be like that forever. He was out of baseball in 3 years. Guys, just because Hank had a good first half or whatever, it doesn't mean shit. He was put in the fire the next game, and he played like ass. And I'm not giving up on the kid. I'm just saying, like, the way you guys project, some of you guys project like everyone's going to be John Elway if they just play him. Like, we've seen what he can do, and he's bad. And he can't run, and he's turnover prone, and he cannot see underneath. Boy, I just thought about that. He can't see underneath zone defenders, and that's what Missouri does all the time. They literally float linebackers and nickels into robber concepts, and he can't see them. He doesn't see them in practice. He doesn't see them in games. He's just a turnover waiting to happen. You're just going to have to ride with the horse that brung you right here. I've never had a horse bring me anywhere, but you know what I mean. Oh, son of a gun. Caleb Harris almost had himself a pigsky right there. 3rd and 8. Nice play. No, Spicy P, I'm not trying to say Hank's bad. Hank's young, and I just don't think that this is it for him, particularly in a team like this, Missouri, that plays under these zones so much. He can't see robbers, and that's what they do. I just don't like him in this situation. I don't like any of these situations, honestly, but I still think talent, you put guys out there and you just see what they can do, man. I mean, his roster was really thin. When he arrived here, when he brought Hank in, the roster was bad. He was coming off of Harsin. And they thought, hey, man, this kid competes. Let's just see what happens. No, you're absolutely right, Kaduman. Says the problem is that it's not it for Peyton either. Yeah, no. Guys, we're all on the same page here for the most part. We all agree Peyton's not good enough, okay? We all agree with that. Somehow Hugh did not agree with us in December when he had an opportunity to make a change. But that's over. This is what it is. We got to go with this. Among several bad options, I think Peyton is the way to go. That's my opinion. Oh, he was one tackle. Hey, don't do that. That was odd. I guess they were trying to say he wasn't actually down, but let's see, Chuck. Will we have a completely different QB room? No, I don't think it'll be completely different. So I think you'll have a portal quarterback, Deuce Knight, and somebody who's here now. I don't think it'll be Holden. So I think it'll be Walker White or Hank. One of those two will stay and compete, and that'll be it. So it'll be mostly different, yeah. All right, so Auburn takes over here at the 37, plus 37. Cam Coleman is at X receiver right now. There's another touch from Jarquez. I do not like that call right there at all. That's not the way that they've been successful with him today. He's been successful as an A and B gap runner, and that's what he is. They have him running C gap right here. 77's getting blown up. They're just not enough. No. Small victories. If I was Holden, I would have bailed 2 years ago. I just don't think he can play. I think he's going to have to play it like NAIA or something. I don't think he can handle the pressure of in a game. He just seems to panic. I swear, guys, just giving it to him. They're trying to give this game away. It's just whatever. What are these calls? Quarterback runs? Like, this is not how you get it done. Just trying to live the punt here, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. God, it's just painful, dude. It's just painful. It's not a good throw, but he had a crack side backer that was going to kill him if he caught that. He wasn't going to get the first down, I don't think. He's got to hope Oscar can get this ball down to the 1 again. He's going to be at the 5. Hey, Oscar's done his part today. All right, guys, seriously. Yeah, small time. I'm with you. It was not a great throw. Yeah, we're not doing drops today, but well, I mean, we're always doing drops, but I'm not counting them. But if so, yeah, I will defer to you on that if it's 3. Our big cat, I'm with you, dude. It says just giving it away. I just don't understand. It's just way too conservative. It's like at least they're not pick-sixing it and at least they're not fumbling. But good God, man. It's Tupper show, like somebody said in the chat earlier. It's so conservative. It's just almost just despicable. Rushing 3 again. K and Lee's all over that, though. There ain't no way. It's almost like DJ Durkin is like daring Brady Cook to run right now and knowing that he can on that ankle. And so they're just manning on the outside. They're zoning underneath, and this is a really the windows are going to be small regardless. And I don't know that Brady Cook's he's good enough to get the ball into these really small holes that are windows, I should say, that Auburn's defense is allowing right now. I mean, DeMarcus is spying his ass. Missed him, though. Hey, I mean, give him credit, man. He flushed out pretty good there. I said DeMarcus. That was actually Jalen McLeod. 2 completely different players. I don't know what my problem is on that. He did. Snobber, and you're right. He won that dare. 3rd and 1, they're able to get it across the line because they've been doing that all day, really. When they need 2 yards, they can just kind of push the defense back a little bit. So, first down. 3:35 and an accounting clock, as Andy would say. They're still inside the 20. Oh, man, the pressure was coming. Still got a nice throw off, but look, man, Kensley back in there making a play. This rotation at cornerback is absolutely killing me, but it's working. I don't know. Kensley, I just never would have thought he would have played it all this year. He's actually played well. And same with Jay. Man, this is fun though, guys. This is fun. Newman. He will save the day. According to our paper soft posters. My man. All right, there we go. Is that Eugene? Somebody anticipated that really well. Keys and Eugene look the same to me on TV just because I can't tell the numbers different. My eyes are not great, guys. I'm 52. I got these huge spectacles on. I can't see jack. 3rd and 7. Oh, we got Galatian taking swings at the Newman after who took swings at people to start with too. It's getting tough in the chat. Newman's coming back. Oh boy, lots of pressure. Not enough though. Brady Cook's gonna run for the first down. Very Java right there. Very, very Java. Josh C. jumping in says, would this be Hugh's first top 25 win at Auburn? Would it be, guys? Wait, they beat Alabama. Wait, never, just kidding. Just kidding. I don't know. Hey, Galatian, I like you and Canoe. Y'all ease up. Y'all be nice to each other. Come on now. Y'all are both good. Come on now. Whew. 2-minute warning. I mean the SEC 2-minute money-making timeout. Let's see. Spicy Pieces. Auburn hasn't had a top 25 win since 2019. Dude, even the time that they won at LSU, that wasn't a top 25 team, huh? P-Pass says, do not say that it's not over. He's going the other way with it. Oh, man. Wow. This is something, guys. It's just a matter of who's the last man standing in a... Yeah. Jeez. I'm going to have just a little sip of bourbon here. I am 0% loaded. I hope AU Hoosier's watching. He claims to have never watched the show, but still called me a drunk on the show. I don't really understand how that happens, but he says, not one useful thing has ever been said on the show. Kanuman, you could probably disagree with that because we've done like 80 shows. I mean, what about the time that we talk about the gals we adore? That's not a wasted time, is it? Hell no, it's not. Garrett reminds us that Auburn's last offensive possession didn't even eat up a minute. We kind of joked. I think Vegas Dad was the one that was like, guys, please at least let's burn some time on this drive. I was like, they won't do it. They won't play to their strengths. Spicy Pieces, I can make $7 million a year to do this. Sign me up. Love it. Canoeman says this show is awesome. Appreciate you, Canoe Man. You have definitely, in your days, have been very, very central in the show being better than what I bring. That's for sure. Ryan is here. So he's watching the game on his front porch with his Padre. That's what I like to see. I probably will never, ever watch a game with my dad on the front porch. I don't really have a front porch, first of all. Second of all, I kind of don't have a dad because I don't see him. But this is not therapy, guys. This is a football game. Chip says, Gals We Adore is definitely a waste of time for AU Hoosier. I know where you're going with that, and it's pretty damn funny. Cats DP says, we're in a battle for tallest midget. Hold on, boys. And as for that actual battle, I say...
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be
short. Dave says, I don't think there's a situation barring some kind of a behavioral problem that would result in Hugh Freeze. Like, let me say a procedural problem. Like if he got busted, like doing something bad in his personal life or like cheating crazily in recruiting or something like that, or stealing money or something like that, which none of that is happening. But for performance strictly, no chance. 0.0. Just not happening. So, not saying that you're cheering for it or anything. I'm just saying. AU Taxon says, JG, my dad got weird after my parents divorced too. Yeah. There's so much emphasis in our society about, how divorce affects kids when they're young, and it really does. I mean, that would be awful. I know a lot of you guys have been through that. God, please no. He's out of bounds. I know a lot of you guys have been through that. I did not have to go through that, and so I don't know what it's like, but I've had friends that went through it, and it sucked. But it also sucks when you're older and it happens. It just sucks anytime, really. Anyway, thanks for that sidebar there, AU Taxman. This is the kind of therapy I'm here for, G. Felix says, the hell with it. I'll drink a little bourbon with you, JG. LOL, kind of big drink. Do you mean bourbon or the bourbon that I'm talking about with my dad? Or do you mean Luther Burden? I think that's probably a fair penalty, honestly. When you don't, this is what Muschamp always told me. Of course, his defensive backs didn't always look for the ball, but when you don't look for the ball, you open yourself up to that kind of stuff, and that's what Kensley was doing there. So that's the situation. 1st and 10. Oh, that's a Saxkey. Jalen McLeod. He was coming inside a little bit more so than I would have expected. Excuse me. He was bending inside a little more than I would have expected on that one. So it must have been some kind of a twist. No, he was launching from a middle linebacker position. That's what it was. Shoot, Mousy was coming in too. Yeah, he had no chance on that one. The problem is the tailback, he can't pick up 3 different guys in 3 different locations. He can't do all that now. Hey, man, I like that, dude. I like bringing pressure in these situations. It's something that we haven't necessarily seen in tough situations previously. It's exciting. Galatians says, can we keep a 4th quarter lead? Nathan says, it seems like we do well when we bring pressure, but we don't bring it enough. In this game, I think we would all agree it hadn't been quite enough pressure. And for some of us, there's never enough pressure. Snowburn says, JJ, are you friends with Van Allen Plexico? I am not. I'm familiar with him. He was actually, I believe, the first person in the Auburn sphere doing a podcast back years and years ago. Which at the time he called like AU Touchdown or something like that. And so I got some ideas from him and his partner back. This is, 2012 or so. So he's a badass to me, but no, I don't know him personally. Seems like a good guy, though. Raven says the mentality has got to change on this team from the top to the bottom. Yeah, I think to me it's just a confidence issue, right? I feel like they kind of expect to lose or expect things to fuck up on them, and it's something I don't know that's tough for Hugh to fix that. Like, it's just for him to do it. It's like you almost have to kind of do it from inside, right? Wow, they're going to bring some pressure here, unless it's a sim pressure. Now they're going to back Jaron out. No, they're only bringing 3. Although they're green dogging. Oh, he didn't wrap. Oh, what are you doing 1st down? Get the fuck out of here. You're way short, bro. Stop with this bullshit. Are you that bad at math? Seriously? Is he hurt or is he just pissed? I mean, that was a good lick from Jaron. I mean, it wasn't a good wrap-up, but maybe he knew he had buddies near him, and he was playing him into him. Oh. Seriously, there was some dumbass on the Missouri sideline doing this. Like, what are you doing? I said, fire that man right there. All right, Small Victories thinks he was just pissed. All right. CDF, where are you, bro? This isn't a long 4th down, but it's a 4th down. Chip says Thompson is crap tackle. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what to say about that one. He definitely needs to wrap up better. I don't know what his goal was there. I'd love to ask him. All right, guys. 1:34 to go. 4th and 5. This is essentially the game. Missouri has 1 timeout left. Well, they just burned it. So my thought is if Auburn can get a stop here on 4th and 5. No, Auburn called timeout. Interesting. Okay. Even if Auburn wants to screw up, I don't think they could screw up after that. Well, no, take that back. You know what I mean. It is inherently winnable if they get to stop here. Showing a lot of replays from the game right now. CDF, my man, there he is. Is there any doubt they convert? All right. Biggest play of the game, obviously. Defining play of the game, potentially. Auburn. They're showing pressure in the A's. They're trying to mug them. Looks like Keys is wanting an adjustment on defense. Auburn's got a lot of guys in the line of scrimmage here. CDF was right yet again. Pressure was there, just maybe a step slow, and Cook was able to get a drag route. I don't really blame Keontae on that one. I just my opinion. I thought the coverage was fine. Yeah, Scott and man is not ideal, Josh. It's well said. I thought he was competing. I mean, he got beat. God, here I am sitting here thinking, oh, they're going to get the field goal and tie this and shit. They might actually score a touchdown here. I didn't even think about that. This doesn't even occur to me. Four-Hour Tigers says prediction they score with 4 seconds left. Come on, man. This guy Auburn's too much. Let's see. Pylon, my man. What's up, brother? Pylon Python says, is there anything worse than being an Auburn fan? Loyalty equals 100. Depression, also 100. My man. Russell says his ulcer is back. Uh-oh. No, Salu, he did. You're right. I just think that you're asking him to do something he's not very good at. Man, Kensley's played so many snaps today. My God. So what's the story there? Is KN out or is Jay Crawford out? Somebody's got to be out at corner for him to be playing this many snaps in such a clutch situation here. Nate Craig Myers getting ready for the kick. Just kidding. It's not really that one. 4-Hour Tigers says I'm old. I got you, bro. I am too. Also, missing a big opportunity here. Medro says Auburn's sponsored by Xanax. Well done, guys. You guys are having fun. That's what I like. Hey, at least it's fun, right? Even though we got a fatalistic view of it. That's pretty good coverage, man, from Jay Crawford there. So I guess Kayan's not playing? Is that what's going on here? We haven't seen him in a minute. They don't call him Playing Lee. They call him Kayan Lee. Got him. He'll never come back from that. Hey, they're jamming that stack, which I like. I'm a fan. Boy, they're managing this drive very well. Missouri is getting the ball out of bounds on short gains, and still got 1:07 left. Got a timeout. I'm concerned. I think you guys are way ahead of me on this. No, I don't think you are. Okay, so they got another first down on a 2nd and 4. They converted with a run. I believe they're inside the 5 now. And they can tank for a better draft pick, A. Robinson. Got him. All right, 1st and goal from the 4.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, I don't even have time for a danger zone, Scotty. I should have played it like when they crossed the 50 on the last drive. Although some people would have said it. I should have played it a quarter ago. God, what was the? Yeah, I guess the defining play was the 4th and 5 that they converted. Oh, they were still. They'd already gotten a lot further than I thought they might have on that one. So the key plays in this game really are the drop touchdown pass, the missed field goal, although they'd still be down, but they'd only need a field goal. That was clutch. 4th and 5 converted to that throw to Luther Burden against Keontae, right? I mean, those are the big plays of the game, right? Or, here in the last stages of the game. And Ravin says this is on our offense's ability to do absolutely nothing. CDF says he's over Hugh. Losers. He's saying always, never may be good, always may be shit. That's what it is. Yeah, snake bit, man. I don't think I've ever actually thought that about a team. War Eagle 00008, but god dang, man, you got to almost think that's what's going on here. I mean, golly, the game was over, dude. He catches the touchdown, and that's they're up too much. And instead he drops it. They get a missed field goal, and everything just starts to tighten after that. Jeez. Damn. Good golly, Miss Molly. Might be a long night, JG. Oxyfresh, what up, bro? I don't know. It might be a long night for you. It won't be a long night for me because we're going to air this thing out. We're just going to wrap it up, bro. By the way, I haven't updated stats in a while just because I've been so engrossed in this game. Let me go ahead and update some of these, the relevant ones. 3rd down. Oh, God. 4 of 13 and 7 of 17. Goodness gracious. Oh, man, that was a lick on Rivaldo. Ouch. I hope he's okay. Don Properdicken coming in from Holland, one of our all-time favorites. Says 45 seconds enough time for three thorn sacks. What's up, Don? Glad to have you here, bro. And, yeah, when I was talking about – thanks, Don. When I was talking earlier about things that changed in this game, I think Brady Cook coming back, yeah, that's a good point. Man, that's the kind of catch, over the middle that's going to haunt Rivaldo for the rest of his career, like, no matter what happens. Because it's just so fucking painful. I hope he's not, like, actually injured, Jeez. I got another super chat coming through in this kind of solemn moment here. It says, is there any hope we actually go and score a touchdown? LOL. Nope. Jabba.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Appreciate you, CDF, being here for me today. Stoop Up says, I was having a great day until now. Stoop Up, my man, has been with us, since the very beginning. Appreciate you, bro. Looks like Rivaldo's getting up on his feet, and he's going to be okay. So, yeah, Renaissance, it looked bad there in the beginning. I mean, he was obviously not happy, but looks like he's doing better. Spicy P, I know, man. They really did look like they had the game won, and yeah. T-Park jumps in again. We love this guy. Thanks as always, my guy, JGT. This guy, what a badass. Going to give him one of these. Drop! We love T-Park, one of our Atlanta guys, and we absolutely adore the guy. Frank wants to know, JGT, do you think either coordinator is gone after the season? I hope not. I would hope that DJ. No, they ain't leaving. I mean, D. Nix is the coordinator, right? He ain't leaving. And DJ, I mean, if he gets a better opportunity, he would leave. Yeah, but they ain't gonna fire him or nothing. Oh shit. Well, Don Properdicken was on the money there. Can't stop the clock either. Fucking A, man. Oh, I thought he caught that. I thought it was a hell of a catch from Coleman. Oh, here we go. Spicy P is very predictable. It's the media's fault. I love it. Oh, man, competed really well for that. It's the media's fault. They're not hard enough on Hugh. Yep, blame the media. Here we go. That's the last piece of the puzzle. Now, this guy's lined up offside right here. Take a step back, homie. Line judge is going to let it go, so it don't matter. Boy, they threw another over-the-middle throw to Rivaldo just to fucking mess with him. And that's a wrap, guys. Fourth down throw, incomplete. That's a ball game right there. I can't believe it. Yeah, Dark Side, I thought the exact same thing. I thought he was lined up off sides, but the line judge gave it to him. No problem. Russell, I like where you were going with that. I just didn't think the execution was good enough. War Eagle 0008 says, see y'all. Can't do this anymore. We love you, brother. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Wow, what is Elias so pissed about? Man, he's mad, isn't he? Spicy P says you're laughing at it. Yeah, it's my fault, dude. It's my fault, totally. This loss is totally on me. Man, he is so pissed right now. Jeez. I mean, Spicy P, dude, you got to chill, man. How do you think it's my fault? How is this my fault? Tell me about how this is my fault. I mean, geez. All right, that's going to wrap it up right there. Final score, 21-17, a game that Auburn should have had. I'm trying to think of what the score would have been. What would it have been had he caught that touchdown pass? So it would have been, it was 16-3, right? So 23-3 is what it would have been. Is that right? Cole says, we are going bowling. Are you a Missouri fan? Colby asked if I picked him to win. I did. I thought Auburn would win this game by a small margin. I think it was like 28-24 or something like that. And hell, I mean, I missed it by even more than that in the sense that, I mean, 7 of those points right there are special teams. So, I mean, I thought the offense would be significantly better than that. So, yeah, not great. Luke Duke says, see you next Saturday, JG. I expect we're going to be doing a live show next week from the beach, or from Orange Beach, I should say, with folks, like be doing like a show, you know. I think I missed in the panic of being blamed for this loss. I missed a super chat here from CDF. It says Oklahoma 2.0, which is true, right? So this game typified by not taking advantage of opportunities. Maybe not quite as bad as that Oklahoma game because like they literally were like 3rd and goal at the 2 or something and 4th and goal at the 1 and couldn't get it in. Although you can argue you have a ball in your hands, catch it, and you win it. It was that easy. Although, you know, maybe that's harder than it looks. I would be amenable to that discussion. Let's see what we got here. I know I'm missing some super chats. This is something that I don't like doing. CDF jumped in. Yeah, God, this guy's been a crazy day. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate Jay. See y'all for basketball. We will revisit football in a few years. Appreciate you, bro. Absolute stud. Also, Chris M says, see you next week, JG. I think Chris will probably be down there at the beach where shit will be going down. Appreciate you, CDF. You've been super chatting your nuts off today. Appreciate that. Cleveland Brown has as well, so stay hired to JG. JG, I'm out. I will definitely do that. Thank you for hanging with us, bro. Really, for all these years. Whale Driver jumping in. Auburn has as many losses since we fired Gus as Gus had in 8 seasons, 27 in 3.5 years. Wow. Do we have a sound for that? Yeah, I think so.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
It's almost cruel at this point. Daniel P. jumps in. Will he retire or resign? Can we go get Lanning? Lanning, you think he would leave Oregon for Auburn? All right. Can we get him for $15 to $20 million a year? Wow. Okay. Only kind of joking. Yeah, that'd be nice. Nope. He's not coming to Auburn. He's got himself a national championship caliber program and team right now. Bego says, my son got into Auburn honor band, and I had to still go buy tickets to the game. Just pisses me off. I kind of get that, yeah. All right. Oh, Travis J, what's up, man? Jumps in, says, I took off for this. Sad face. Sadly, loser team. I wish I could refute you, but I can't. We can't. I can't. We can't. Goodness gracious. Hey, man. We got a super chat here. I'm about to switch over to our post-game paradigm, but before I do, I'll switch you over there. Best 5-loss team in the country, my man. That's the kind of humor I like right here. That's great. CJ says, see you at the beach, Jay. That's what we're going to be doing next week. Looks that way that we will be doing the Kentucky show, which will be a late show at the beach next week. We're going to have a little showdown there at Chip's place down in Orange Beach, and the goal is definitely to be doing that live show. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I don't know how we do that, but we will try to figure it out. It's got to be done. Let me switch over to our post-game spread, as the kids would say. I'm surprised that our chats did not. I'm going to reset that because I do not like red. And let me get the schedule recalibrated to represent this L. 21-17 loss. Hate to do it, but it is what it is. And I believe that Kentucky game is late next week. Yeah, that was an absolute kick in the nuts today. There's no lying about that. Had a chance to win it. You guys called it. You guys are being fatalistic, and it was appropriate, given the situation with his team this year. They don't find ways to dig out from holes, and they actually just find ways to create more holes, if we're being real about it. I wanted to give Mang some credit over here for that funny super chat. That was good. And there we go. Travis J says, they'll get it eventually, Jay. Next season. I wish I had a sound for that, but I don't know what. I'll just give you one of these.
What?
Yep. Appreciate you, Travis, hanging out with us, and for the super chats, too. We down bad over here. Let's see. Bagman says, what player will Hugh blame it on? Or will he blame it on you two? It could be me. CJ says 6:45 start next week on one of the major networks, one of the major ESPN networks, so we will definitely be there for that one. A game that I felt like Auburn certainly would have an opportunity to win. I mean, I don't get blown away by Kentucky, but, boy, when you can't manage a game as straightforward as this Missouri game was, a game that at some point Auburn should have probably had a 70 or 80% chance to win. Especially, I mean, if Robert Lewis catches that ball in the end zone, you'd think Auburn have an 80% chance to win, and they can't manage it. Burner 51 jumps in to say, might as well play young players for the rest of the season, including quarterback. I don't agree. just to build for the future. The future is not those guys in all likelihood. Just because, I mean, I don't think it's them. I think it's Deuce Knight. I think it's a portal guy. I just don't think that person's here at this point. Travis Jade comes in one more time. Had to come late, had company over. Keep it up, JG. Appreciate you. Glad you had company to kind of help you through this one, because this was an absolute mess, brother. Poorly managed, poorly executed, and just very, very typical, honestly, of what this season has been like. Ryan S., a man who knows football very well because he played the game at a very high level. I would give my left ball for a competent offense. It's just baffling, isn't it, that a head coach that was hired because of his achievements really as an offensive guy now has a terrible offense. William Hazard says I'm wrong, but he doesn't tell me why. There's a whole lot of reasons I could be wrong, bro. You're probably telling me that it's probably because I don't agree with the idea of playing Walker White that I'm wrong, which is fine. That's just how I feel about it. And it's also how the coaching staff feels about it, so there's that. Brendan P. says they had a 94% chance to win. At what stage was this, Brendan? Was this when it was like, whatever it was, 16? No, it could have been 16. 13-3, maybe? It would have been 13-3 with that touchdown. Would have made it, whatever. Actually, I can't remember. You guys are better at this than I am. Joko says, are you going to have BMAT and Stoltze on? Abso-frickin-lutely. We will do that 100%. I want to make sure that BMAT is not in a situation where he's doing something else at the moment. Oh. I'm going to talk about that. Yes, let me check Brian real quick. Just real quick. We are also we also have J-Head will be on a little bit later. Really, we'll just kind of get J-Head on whenever we think it's time for J-Head. Really. All right, there we go. AU Tiger, thank you for that. AU Tiger 98 says TD drop would have been 24-6. All right, so it was 17-6 with a catch. Then they're in good shape. And then no. I'm the devil. My man says, any chance we can grab Rhett Lashley? I mean, they're not going to fire Hugh, barring some kind of, illegal activity or whatever. So I don't really see why that would be an issue. So maybe if you're talking 2 years from now, I mean, maybe he certainly has the look of an up-and-coming coach, and I'm a fan of him personally. So I would be in favor of that. He's gettable. There's no doubt about that. Let's get B-Matt on the horn. How about that? Let's see what he thinks about this.
All right. What's going on?
What up, B-Matt?
I just witnessed another awful performance by Auburn. I guess I'm just kind of used to it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're not out of breath, though, are you?
Nope. I'm actually in the car at the moment, driving home. I went and watched the game with my son and some folks. But, yep. I mean, it's the same story time and again, right? It's the critical moments. Auburn keeps making dumb mistakes or cannot make that one winning play. I mean, you go back to that last drive by Missouri. They had a 3rd and 18, I think, a 4th and 5, a 3rd and 10. Auburn couldn't make a play. That 3rd and 18, I think it was, they blitzed, I think, 6. Kyan Lee completely blows outside coverage and lets a gimp-ass Brady Cook run for I don't know how many yards he ended up running for. Mm-hmm. I mean, that was pathetic play right there. Absolutely pathetic. You got one job on that, and you can't get it done. Before that, Auburn with a first down at the 37. They can put the game away, a game-winning drive, control the clock. The game is over. That's what winning teams do. Instead, Auburn goes backwards, because they're so pathetic. And then before that, they have a 13-play drive. I think it was 63-ish yards all the way down the field. Robert Lewis lets a touchdown pass go right through his hands in the end zone. Then they get a sack and a bunch of other stupid stuff like they do every time. And then they miss another easy, short field goal. And I can keep on going backwards to all the idiotic plays they continue to make over and over in these critical situations. It's the same thing. Nothing has changed. The only thing different in this game was they did make a real effort to give the ball to Jarquez more and run the ball more. I like that. And I thought Jarquez ran the ball well. I thought Auburn's offensive line was trash, starting with the first play of the game. The very first play of the game, Percy Lewis gives a lookout block, and Peyton Thorne is sacked on the first play of the game. And then he's yanked, I think, after that drive. That's pathetic. It's embarrassing, and it shouldn't keep happening. What are we in, Game 7? Yeah, Game 7, after 2 weeks off.
Yeah, I mean, and there's people out here calling for Hugh to be fired, which I don't think is happening under any circumstance. But, I mean, he's not endearing himself to Auburn people here, at all.
No, he's not. He's doing the one thing one of many things he doesn't need to do. He's putting himself in the hot seat. You cannot coach a team to this level of sorriness and not be on the hot seat. I'm sorry. Maybe he's not officially on the hot seat for Auburn's administration, but he's playing Auburn into that position where now we're going to have to deal with this the rest of the season, all off season, and going into next year, which is going to affect their recruiting.
It's got to.
Maybe I'm wrong. I think.
Would you change quarterbacks now? There's some people pushing for Hank. There's some people pushing for Walker White. Would you do at quarterback at this point?
I don't necessarily think it would. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I would put the quarterback that can best give you a chance to win. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what Hank does the rest of the year or Walker, whoever. They're bringing in Deuce Knight. They're bringing in a transfer quarterback. Those are going to be your top 2 quarterbacks next year, in my opinion. So all this stuff about bringing in a young guy, the season's over, I think that's just a bunch of bull. You've got to find ways to win games no matter what. Okay? I don't care how many games you win. You got to win as many as you possibly can. So whatever quarterback is best situated to do that, that's who needs to be in the game. And I don't know that any of them are best suited for that. And Walker White certainly is not. He's been on the scout team.
Yeah, he's on the scout
team. It's one thing to bring in your number 2 or number 3, but bringing in your 4th guy from the scout team would be idiotic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a chance. So you're putting him in a bad situation. Golly,
right.
This game was so poorly managed, B-Matt. I mean, they had this. They were so far ahead. I've been saying the coaching to me has been poor, and now I just feel even more strongly about that. I really feel like there's a coaching problem.
It absolutely is. This team is better than 2 and 5.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 and 5. It's hard for me to
5.
0-4 in the SEC. I went back and checked because I thought, oh man, when's the last time we started 0-4? We got to go back all the way to 2012. No, sorry, just last year they started out 0-4 in the SEC. I'd already forgotten that. But yeah, this team is underachieving, and when a team underachieves, whether that's my opinion or your opinion or everybody's opinion, it's because of poor coaching. I don't care if players aren't executed; it's because they're not coached well enough to execute. So yes, this team. I mean, the biggest problem to me was for the first half of the season, they were not putting players in position to make plays, and they're putting them in position where they couldn't make plays. That was a coaching problem because they weren't recognizing their lack of talent or the lack of ability to do certain things. And it was clear today that they made some changes. Jarquez got, I think it was 19 carries, I believe, which is probably, I don't know, almost 50% more than he's been averaging. I think he's been averaging 13. So there was a change. We saw some different formation, running plays. They got it to Malcolm Simmons in some different ways, which was successful. Peyton Thorne ran the ball more so than I thought than usual on design run type plays. He had that one fumble. But other than that, it was successful. So I saw them making some adjustments. But again, with the game on the line, a chance to win it numerous times on defense and offense and special teams, they could not make the play.
Yep.
So to me, it's not just coaching. Well, it's all coaching, but it's not just X's and O's. It's being able to have a team that believes in itself, have a team that expects to win and knows how to win. That's also coaching, but that's a different part of coaching. and I think you, Freeze, and the staff are failing in both areas.
Damn, that's tough, dude.
You know, I mean, we've seen it over and over again. I mean, what other reason is them to keep failing in these critical moments? I don't know. What do you think? Do you have an idea? I just don't have another way of defining that.
Yeah, they seem soft mentally, and they seem like they're expecting to lose. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And so I don't know how to fix that specific problem. You just got to win, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the fact that it keeps happening over and over again to me is just a team that just is not emotionally connected to this coaching staff or Coach Freeze, or if they are connected, he's not dialing up the right way to motivate them.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Well, I'll be interested to see what he says after this game. I'm sure he'll just say, we got to look at the tape and got to find a way to win. But I don't know.
Yeah, got to execute better.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he'll say execute something, like at least 10 times. But the thing is, there's not like 1 4th and 1. There's like 10 of them in this game. Yeah, that people can talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, I mentioned a few of them, but there's plenty more.
Yeah, I mean,
just over and over again.
4th and 5, gave it up. The throw, Keontae was in single man coverage, which is not his thing, and gave it up to Burden. Yeah. Over and over.
Yep. Over and over again.
All right, brother. Well, write up a big winner on this one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah, it is.
I'll see you, bro.
Peace out, guys.
Bye.
Enjoyed it.
There he is, B-Matt the man. Some people giving him trouble on here. I think somebody was trying to say that I was advocating for the firing of Hugh, which is just not true at all. I think that's a terrible idea. I want him to I'm using the word again that we've been joking about all day, consummate this recruiting class, get the bulk of it signed. I mean, at this point, I think you just try to say the bulk of it. We don't expect 100%, but he's got a great class set up right now. And look, man, I don't care. There are coaches that could do a better job with this team coaching. I'm sure of it. But if they don't have the players, it's a moot point. They put together a halfway decent class in the beginning because they fixed a dumpster fire. Their first full class, which would have been the guys they signed, like last year, I thought was a very good class considering. And now they're on par for a very good class again. You've got to stack classes, and it's the most important thing right now. And he has done that. Now, Chuck says, no shot this class stays together. You have no idea what you're talking about. It could stay together. I think they're going to lose a couple guys here and there. But the message they've been selling to this class has been the same all along, which is we're not there. We need you to get us there. And so, in a way, losing these games like this, because all these games have been competitive with the possible exception of the Georgia game, but even then it was more competitive than I thought it would be, honestly. They're competitive. They can make the argument of we're a few players away. If they're out here getting beat 45-0, it's hard to make that argument. But if you're getting beat 17-21 on the road, you're getting beat 21-27 against Oklahoma in a game that you completely shit the bed from just little problems, little mistakes in clutch situations, you can sell that. There are some players that don't buy it, and they want to go to the winning team. Of course, there's a lot of players at Alabama right now that may not feel that way. They may feel like they got sold a bill of goods that didn't work, right? Because that party's about over. Assuming they go to Tennessee and get knocked around today, they're going to be very upset. If you're going to try to play this game of I got to go only to a team that's winning, you better be real fucking right, because the ones that look really good today might be dogs tomorrow. We got Chip on the line. My man. What's up, Chip?
Hey, everyone, War Eagle.
I know you're in a great mood.
What's it all about, man?
It's about fucking getting dudes and winning games, and he ain't winning shit.
It's about getting W's, right?
Yeah.
Can he get W's?
He hasn't.
Is he getting W's?
You can make the argument ever since that Alabama game last year. It's been down fucking hill, dude.
What I have identified one thing this team absolutely, from coaches to players to training staff to everybody involved, knows exactly how to do. Anybody know what that is?
Lay it on me.
They know how to lose.
Good at that.
It's the only thing they're good at. I don't see them being good at anything else. They can't stop anybody on third and Alaska. They can't complete a pass. They can't catch touchdown passes when they're thrown to them. They can't catch as Matt well put it, a gimp-ass QB running out of the end zone. Can't stop fourth down and short. Can't stop third down and long. Can't do anything right. But they know how to lose.
They know how to lose.
That's all they know. That's all I see.
I don't know how to fix Chip. How do we fix this?
I don't know what to say.
How can he fix this? Because they expect to lose. I feel like they expect to lose, Chipper.
I was, my stance on Hugh has changed a little bit. You got to give him some time to stack these players in. I'm starting to doubt he's going to do that. And say he signs everybody in this class that he's got committed and blows the doors out next year. Can he win with them? He's not proving right now that he can do it. I don't care if you put the frickin' Tom Brady New England Patriots on the field with them. He might only win 4 games. I don't freaking know what to think of him anymore.
Yeah, if you don't trust him to win with good players, I understand why. I do, because you haven't seen any reason to believe him right now.
The team's got this mentality from the top down somehow or the other that they're going to lose. They're going to figure it out. They've just proven it. He would have been better off losing this game 27-17, where they fucked around on offense, didn't do anything. Game wasn't really even close. Scored a late TD to make it look good. Well, okay, I lost. Big deal. Move on. Nope. You have the game in hand. You drop a touchdown pass. Everything falls apart, and you lose.
Yeah, it's been over and over.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I don't want to fire him. I don't think that's a good move, but I can't say that keeping him's a good move either. There's no right decision here that I see.
Yeah, you just don't want to get in that. You don't want to get in that typhoon of continuing to just fire and hire and fire and hire. It's just it diminishes your brand.
It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. But I don't trust him to do anything with the players that he may or may not get anyway. I mean, they haven't proven that they can evaluate anybody worth a flip in 2 years. I mean, if you kept Thorne after last year, and I kind of bought into it. All right, he's got some players around him now. Maybe the offensive line will be improved. Matt was right. Offensive line was the worst I've seen it all season today, hands down. When they needed a pass play, they whiffed.
It was not good.
Every time. It was not good at all. And they did. And I thought Jaquez ran well again, considering how much room he had to operate, which wasn't much. That guy makes some plays. He's one of the few winners on the team that I see, and he can't do it by himself.
Yeah, he plays hard. He only finished with like 60 yards, but he busted his ass for those 60 yards. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's some guys out there playing hard. I can see it, but they can't do it all on their own. And I mean, you got guys that should be star players like Keontae Scott, just absolutely crapping the bed every chance they get.
Interesting quote in the chat here. Chipper says, "Do you want to start over?" He wasn't really ragging on you. He's just saying, "Do you want to start over now, or do you want to start over in 2026?" It's an interesting idea.
That's where I'm at right now, man. Do we just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off now, like they should have done with Arson in 2022 in February, or do you let it linger for another 2 years? Hell, he can get all these players in here, go 5-7 again next year, and they can all leave.
Yeah. If he went 5-7 next year, it would be.
What are you really gaining by getting this recruiting class in? If he doesn't do anything with it next year, it's over before it starts, and all these guys can leave immediately. I just don't
bad.
How it, I don't see a way he can hold it together. Then you're in worse shape than what you were. So yeah. I don't see a good way out of this, and I really thought he was going to bring something to the table that Auburn hadn't had in a while, and he sure has not delivered.
No, he hasn't. Not at all.
Again, I love the recruiting effort and what he's brought to that. I think you're right that he's selling these guys We need you. This is another obvious game. We need you to be here to win this. But I still don't. I don't know if it's a quick turnaround, even with the new guys, because I don't think these coaches can coach. Yet, hopefully, BMAT's going to come in scorched earth. Is BMAT at the game?
He's not at the game today. No, Stoltzy's at the game.
Stoltzy at the game. Well, hopefully, Stoltzy will go in scorched earth on Durkin after this one, if he's even man enough to show up to the presser.
Well, we don't usually get coordinators, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think you did, but this one he needs to answer for this. He needs to come out and be in front of the mics and ask, hey, why'd you only rush 3 in every critical situation? Man, when he blitzed, they got the quarterback.
For the
it seemed like every time they brought decent pressure,
yeah,
they got him. But
I have a hard time blaming him on this one. Why is the offense so shitty, dude? They scored 10 points. Like, that's it.
Oh, I mean, look, it's all around team effort in this loss. Like I said, the whole team finds a way to lose this one. The only guy I can't really blame is Hunter that I saw playing out there today. Yeah. Everybody else was just garbage or not good enough.
All right, Chipper. It looks like I'm going to be seeing you next weekend, G.
Well, damn it, I hope so. And we're going to make this happen, and we're going to have a good time regardless of what Auburn tries to do to us.
Damn right. All right, brother.
All right. Peace out, everyone.
See you,
War
man.
Eagle.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Chip the man. By the way, we're going to be doing this the Bunker event down in Orange Beach next weekend. Chip's got some details up, or he's talked about it on the Bunker, so if you search his name, and I will try to get the relevant thread pinned atop the Bunker so you guys can check that out. He definitely makes it available to everybody. We usually have like the same 15 or 20 folks there, but everybody's, of course, welcome to come and hang out. For the UK show, we'll be doing a show live. Probably won't be quite as long as our normal show, but we'll do the watch along and see what's going on. First of all, we got some super chats I got to hit because we've been on the horn and I missed a few. Shane asked a question up here which I did not answer. Does Hughes start losing the team now? You got to start wondering. 2-5, it's going to make his task much more difficult now to try to keep the team focused on the next game and keeping their heads up. Kentucky is not going to be easy. Vanderbilt, as we know, is really kind of the most improved SEC team, and that certainly is not going to be easy. Louisiana Monroe is having its best season, at least start to the season, since the 80s. A&M's improved a lot, and Alabama, I mean, shit, Auburn at Alabama, they haven't won there since Cam was playing, so, this doesn't look good, guys. I mean, 2-5 doesn't look good, but the rest of it doesn't look good at all. SR71 Blackbird, my man, comes in to say, sheesh, I'm having a hard time reading it. At this point, you have to fire Hugh. Damn the recruiting rankings. I've seen coaches do more with less. Hugh can't do anything with more and less. Kind of what Chip was saying in the sense that, can I trust, if he does, in fact, sign like a top 5 class, do I trust that he's going to be able to take those players and actually achieve something with them? Because I don't see anything happening right now. So, I mean, it's a fair point, honestly. For me, I just don't see eye to eye on that concept, but that doesn't mean Chip's wrong. And there's a lot of other people in the chat that are ready to, and Reynolds Wolf, who's a very calm and rational person, thinks that it's probably time to rip the Band-Aid off. I personally don't see it that way because I value the players and the talent more than I do anything else, I guess. And I could be wrong with that. I'm just telling you how I feel about it, and I have the right to an opinion on it too. I'm not ragging on anybody else's because you guys are going through this just like I am, just like everybody else is. Stu Pup says, AU ain't winning with Thorndoe. No, I think that's been proven, my man. He's been given every opportunity to win some games today. And although I would not say that he lost this game today, at no point did any of us think he was actually going to go out and win this game. It was going to have to be Jarquez or somebody else making a big play to get this thing won. It wasn't going to be Peyton, and sure enough, they'd lose the game. And I wouldn't give Peyton an F today or anything. I thought he competed his balls off, but he is what he is. He's just okay. It'd be like putting Kevin Millwood as your ace. He ain't an ace. Those of you who are Braves fans from the back in the day, Glavin's potentially an ace. Maddox is potentially an ace. When Smoltz was a starter, he's potentially an ace. Not Millwood. I just think he's miscast more than anything, and that's on Hugh. CDF says, I'm not convinced that this is a player program. Our players should be 6-1. Coaches are not putting them in positions to succeed. Scheme is ass. Identity is losers. Wow. Man, that is tough. He's speaking some truth there, though, in the sense that I am personally of the opinion that coaches are the ones that should be on the block. Not the block, I shouldn't say that from a job perspective. I just mean, for me, coaches are the bigger issue for me than players at this point. That's just me. AU Taxman says Millwood threw a no-hitter. Dude, Peyton Thorne had a 3 or 4 touchdown game, too, one time. But I just think he's miscast as like this superstar quarterback. He ain't that. Appreciate you, CDF. You've had a performance to remember today. It's from a super chatting perspective, there's no doubt. Justin C. jumps in as well, and he's had a great day as well. It is what it is. Got to give him through 25. That's how I feel about it. This is something we're just going to have to go back and forth about, probably the rest of the season, honestly, because, it's going to be like this. This is not going to be a great second half of the season. I don't see any reason to believe they're going to have some kind of a renaissance or resurgence here. I just don't see how that happens. Burner51 jumps in to say, honest question, Jay. Well, honest answer. I want your outlook. Is this an issue of poor players on the team from previous coaching or current coaching alone? Just want your opinion. Yeah, I think it's a meld of both, honestly. I think he took over a group of players who lost a lot and didn't have the passion to win. They just needed to be redirected and taught how to do it. They haven't done it, and now the scheme is kind of fucking them up. Oh, no, hey, Stu, hit me back, bro. I accidentally hung up on you, and I meant to actually pick you up. I'm sorry about that, bro. That's on me. Even I'm having a tough day here. That was a fumble. Spicy P, here we go. He's continuing to bang on me. He thinks I'm the problem. Jay, why don't you show up and actually ask, how do you lose a game when you're up 17-3 in the fourth quarter? That's not really the kind of question a reporter would ever ask. That's a question that a fan would ask. So my question to him, and I usually ask the first questions in press conference. I have asked him before, what is your offensive identity? I felt like that was a pretty tough question for him to answer, and he gave me, kind of a blabber, blabber, blabber answer. But, I was concerned about this 3 weeks ago, as some other people were here on the in the community. We're concerned that they didn't have an identity. Now I think everybody kind of feels that way. CDF was one of the first early adopters on that question. So, yeah, I think there's going to be some accountability in the media, but, the real accountability comes down to him and John Cohen, Has John Cohen seen enough? If John Cohen asks me my opinion, I'm going to tell him it. But he ain't going to ask me that opinion. Stu Pup, I wrongly and rudely hung up on you earlier. I'm sorry. Thank you for calling back, bro.
Oh, my pleasure, man. Almost sounds like I was calling my wife there for a second, man. Getting rudely hung. How's it going, buddy?
Are you on like a speakerphone? You just sound kind of distant. That's all.
I am. Well, hang on. I'll swap it over.
Yeah, cool.
Is that better?
That's my guy. Yeah.
There we go. That's better. Yeah, I got bad set of headphones, man. Tough one today, my friend. Tough
my God, hell yes, it was so bad.
Yeah.
What alarms you the most here, brother?
That it's the coaching. That we're seeing the same things every day out of everybody. There is, to put it in golfing parlance, it's not a one-way miss; it's a two-way miss. Or Auburn's case, a 10-way miss. You can adjust if you're slicing the ball, or you can adjust if you're hooking the ball. But if you're doing both, as I kind of found out in Myrtle Beach this week, it's kind of hard to fix it. You know what I mean? There needs to be. You probably need to go take a lesson, or you really need to go and really do some soul searching and ask some tough questions about this football team, man.
Yeah. Because Auburn is just not a 2-5 program. This is not the way things work at Auburn. So, yes, it's time for hard questions.
I agree with you. I think I made my stance on Hugh Freeze pretty well known last year. Quite frankly, in some unfriendly and quite rude ways. So I just not going to bang on that drum anymore. I find it boring. Like, I don't find it boring, but like I have resigned myself. He's probably the coach next year. Do I particularly like that? No. Would I probably rip the Band-Aid off? Because I think
what I'm thinking about is, do I trust him in 3 years, in 3 more years? Can I watch this for 3 more years? Him coaching, his scheme. I'm a no in that, but I mean, if you're going to give him the rebuild, you got to give him the rebuild. And if you can't watch it for another 3 years after this, then you might want to pull a Band-Aid. That's just my opinion on it. I see nothing that I don't see him. I see no strategic advantage offensively or defensively. I see no. You hit it on the head, man, and you were right. You said something last week about he doesn't seem like he hates losing enough.
Yeah.
And that is a damning quote to me, man. That is almost as bad as solid.
But that's how I feel about it. Like, I really feel like that. I mean, I would still say that today, like after 2 more weeks, like I don't think the distaste of losing bothers him as much as I thought it would.
Yeah.
I don't know. But he's just not what I thought he was either. I didn't know him prior to this, so he's kind of a new guy for me. But he just seems lost in his feelings a little bit.
I see a guy, man, and I didn't get to do it this weekend. I actually found my copy of The Blind Side, the book, and I wanted to find the page number in it, and where it says, there's that meme on like Reels or TikTok where they have somebody's on the phone in the stands, or hey, run the damn ball. And you go out and they're at a football stadium, that's probably a team that's losing, the coach that meme originated from is Hugh Freeze, right? Like that's the origination of that.
Yeah.
And in the book somewhere, even Michael Lewis said it, that he had that Michael Orr kid at the school in Memphis over there. And Hugh just could not get, he said at times his biggest weakness was he couldn't help but run a gadget play. And like, this is who he is. It's who he always has been. That's why, like, it doesn't surprise me that Peyton Thorne is throwing the ball to Sam Jackson on 3rd and long on the drag route. I mean, why is Sam Jackson running that route? Why is not Trent? Why is Thompson not running that route? Or Lewis or Simmons? That bothers me a lot.
Well,
I see a lot of Cam Brown out there when it should be Thompson or somebody at this point. That bothers me a ton.
Well, my answer on the drag would be they're not slot receivers, so Perry's not a slot.
Yeah.
Perry's a Z.
Yeah, but where's Lewis? Where's Simmons? You know what I mean? Why is Sam Jackson out there 3rd down?
Well, I mean, Simmons had a lot of touches today. He probably had 6 touches.
Who did? Simmons. I mean, that's fine, but he ran the little counter whoopee pass was a clever call. And I even told my wife, I was at my son's soccer game and we were watching on the phone, and I looked at Ruth, my wife, and I go, that's the best call drive all year till the very end. And then we kicked a field goal. Like I looked at my wife and went, that's the best drive all year. And then I didn't see any of that the rest of the ballgame. And so it's frustrating. I don't know. They don't pay me enough to get too upset about it anymore. I'm really glad I was really upset about it a couple weeks ago, and you didn't take my call, and I'm really thankful you didn't, because I might have said stuff that I wasn't going to be very happy that I probably shouldn't have said. But now it's just like, I mean, and we're to the point now, man, we're not winning with Thorne. You're not. I don't know at what point Hugh Freeze has got to try something different to win some of the apathy back. Do you have to give Hank another crack at it? Would it almost be? You made a Braves reference the other day about Millwood. You hear a minute ago about Kevin Millwood not being ace. To my friends at the Brave chat, shout out. Almost 2,400 pages long.
Wow.
We joke about Brian Snitker. Sometimes my wife tells me sometimes they have to take a toy away from him, and he's a better manager, because like he'll use some guy in a role that he's just completely miscast with. I feel like with Hugh, you almost need to take the Peyton Thorne run game away from him, because it's not great. He's a decent runner, but he's not as good as these coaching staff thinks he is at it. He is miscast, and we may be almost better off taking it away from him and running the ball with our running backs and throwing the ball downfield to our tall receivers and just saying the hell with it. Because this mishmash RPO crap, it's not working. It's not working. Either hand it off or throw it downfield to your tall receivers. And then on defense, I'm not a DJ Durkin fan. I'm so tired of watching Eugene Asante drop and cover grass, blitz him. Why are we not on third and long? Why are we not putting 2 edge rushers and 35 on one side, and the Crawford guy, number 20, the Arkansas State kid, he has just disappeared.
Yeah, I know he has.
Yeah, like he has done nothing. So fine, why are we not lining up Eugene on one side and Crawford on the other, and just trying to collapse the pocket on either side with Kendrick and another guy coming up the middle on at least a 4-man rush? And blitzing. This dropping 8 just. And it's not working, and they keep doing it.
Very conservative for a guy who likes to talk about blitzing.
Yeah. I mean, like, he's supposed to be this hardo, and it's awful soft to be a guy that there's some Brian Harsin vibes with Durkin, man. Like, you talk a big game, and then when it comes, fourth down mentality, and then your second game ever, third game ever, you kick it. And I knew, like, he's in trouble there, and you've got Durkin. I'm going to blitz. I'm going to do it. And all day long, you let him go 17 plays down the field where you had no timeouts, and you didn't, and there the last 35 yards, you were in a drop 8 all day. That was just very frustrating, man.
Yeah.
But
we talk about him being a big blitzer, and then it's just kind of conservative. Yeah.
Conservative. Because I have an offensive guru at head coach. He scored 10 points, and you're supposed to have this blitz demon, and you drop an 8. Yep. Is there something in the water in Lee County, man? I mean, tell me. Please, somebody tell me. Is there something wrong, man?
I know. All right, Stu, you're a badass, bro. Thanks for jumping on.
You are a badass, man.
No.
Go enjoy the beach next week, my friend. Thank you for the opportunity to call and get it off my chest, my friend.
You gotta come. You gotta come visit us in Orange Beach one of these days, though. Okay.
I will. We'll see what happens, and I appreciate the invite, guys. Hey, Drainers, guys. Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good one. And you too, Jay. Take care, man.
See you, brother. Bye. There he is, Stoop Up. He's great in the bunker, great here. His life is he's been pretty open about it. It's had some rocky moments here in the last year, but I think he is on his way up right now. He's doing good now. So we're really fired up for Stoop Up. Those of us who kind of follow along with him. It sounds like in the chat that Alabama was making a nice drive into Tennessee territory. And they just got picked in a 55-yard return on the interception. So that's good news. That's great to hear. A couple things I wanted to mention. We're going to get to Stulte here in just a few minutes. He said he's just about ready to go, and I'd be curious to hear what he has to say about this. A couple things that have been discussed in the calls that I think are really important. We've been talking for probably 6 weeks now. The assessment – well, some of us have been talking about this since the spring. The assessment on the quarterback situation – is FUBAR, right? Peyton is not the guy. Hank is not the guy, at least not yet. He's a long-term solution. We don't know anything about Walker White. Bottom line is, with Peyton, he's not the guy. He was never going to be the guy. And the fact that Freeze doubled down on him this offseason is atrocious, and that's a big reason why Auburn is here. If Auburn has a competent quarterback who can actually affect the winning of a football game, that would include Diego Pavia, pretty much everybody in the SEC except Peyton or whatever Mississippi State has. I mean, someone of Jackson Dart's caliber, obviously Jalen Milroe's a stud, Nico, the quarterback at Tennessee, just whatever. Just somebody solid. I think they're fine. They're on schedule. They're not 2-5. They've probably won 4 games at this point, and we're disappointed, but it's fine, and they're making progress. So there's one decision that wrecked them, and then 2, something we've talked about in the chat today, and we've been talking about it all season. Hugh has been kind of on a personal reclamation project since things went crossways at Ole Miss, right? He's been trying to be a better man. I think that he is a better man, but in searching for that Nirvana, and I'm not talking about the rock band, I think that he is less effective as a football coach. I think he's more effective as a teacher. I think he's more effective as a mentor. I think he's less effective as a football coach, and I think that's part of the reason why this team is 2-5, and it still has a lot of the old habits that were learned under Harsin and potentially under Gus, although those kids are gone now. But it's the same ethos, right? Don't know how to win, expect to lose, mentally soft, too many mistakes. I think those two things doubling down on Peyton and being so forgiving that you end up kind of being soft, even though I don't think Hugh's a soft person. You have the effect of being a soft leader. I think those are the reasons that Auburn is behind. I'm not sure that the softness thing is going to ever get fixed because Hugh is what he is, and he's going a certain direction in his life, and I think it's a commendable direction that he's going in his life personally. As someone who's 52 years old, he's approximately my age. You get to our age, Reynolds might know something about this. You start looking for more existential goals in your life, and he's done that, and it's great. But he's paid here to be a football coach and win games. It's the scoreboard business, as Neil McCready likes to say, and he's 2-5. I mean, Spicy P, I don't know it's a great idea to mock religion like that, but you're welcome to do it. I'm not going to browbeat you about it because we're not doing religion and politics in this thread. But the real issue is the quarterback. That's the biggest issue because I think the other part of it is just a limiting factor. I don't think it's the reason why they're here. The big reason why they're here is they don't have a quarterback. If they have a quarterback today, they win that game. If they have a quarterback in the Oklahoma game, I think they win that game. If they have a quarterback in the Cal game, they win that game. Arkansas game is a little more complicated, and the Georgia game is what it is, but you're still fine. Everything's fine at that point. Chris H., my man, a.k.a. Tom Hagen, my conciliary, says, I do think he's soft. He's a beta. Chip says piling up L's instead. And also Freeze says, lost his mojo, needs an occasional bourbon and cigar. Push that chest out. Look, man, you guys have a lot of different criticisms, and I think that a whole bunch of these are on the mark. I mean, Auburn is not a program that should be 2-5 ever. This is not how it works. And there's a lot of teams out there laughing at Auburn these days and saying, ha, what a bunch of turds. They believed in Hugh Freeze, and now look what it's got them. And, I mean, shit, you can say that about anybody. They believe Kalen DeBoer is going to be their solution. They believed in Josh Heupel. Like, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, let's get Stoltze on the horn. I'd be very curious to see what he has to say about this. A lot of you guys like to say that he nut hugs Hugh too much, but he has been known to absolutely let it rip. I suspect that he'll do that today.
Hello.
What up, Stoltze?
Hello.
Hey, you there, bro?
I am.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. Just got done with post-game interviews.
Your thoughts just in general.
This team is unexplainable. I just don't understand how they continue to lose these games where they could have easily won them.
I know.
And I don't know if it falls on coaching. I don't know. It's a combination of both, I guess. You know, you have to go with coaching. You have to go with the players not coming through when it mattered. I mean, they had them at the 5-yard line on defense. And they lined up 17 plays on 95 yards. You can't let that happen.
You can't let that happen.
Robert Lewis had that ball caught in the end zone that was made it 24-6 and sent half of the crowd home. Didn't catch it. Towns Magoo comes in right after that.
I forgot about that.
Planks. Yeah, misses a chip shot from 30 yards. These are things continue to happen week after week. And I don't know if it's just one of those seasons where everything's just going bad for everything, and is karma paying back for all the luck Auburn's had in the past? Or if this is just a bad team. I don't think this is a bad team.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it's a bad team either, but they're 2-5 is the bottom line. What was
But
Hughes?
they're 2-5.
What was Hughes' tenor post game? What was he saying?
Just saying we have to make the plays. We have to make the right calls. I mean, he didn't throw anybody under the bus. He didn't deflect blame. He just said, "Hey, we're not getting the job done." And yeah, that's true. But at this point, it's become a trend.
Yeah.
At 2-5, you've had the Cal game was winnable. Arkansas game was winnable. Oklahoma was definitely winnable. This one was definitely winnable. and they just let it through the strings. And now bowl game. I don't know. They're not going to make a bowl game.
No, I don't see that happening.
So I don't know what happens from here on out. Will the players quit after a heartbreaking loss like this?
I mean, it's a possibility for sure.
Yeah. Will some start looking at the portal because they're not getting the ball enough? Maybe.
Probably so. Yeah, probably so.
It's just amazing.
I mean, how does Hugh take this? I mean, like, I've been kind of critical of him because I don't feel like the losing bugs him enough. What do you think about that?
It bugs the crap out of him. It bugs the holy shit out of him.
Yeah.
Because he didn't think year 2 would be like this. He's not used to losing. And this whole 2-5 should be maybe 4-2, 5-1, or whatever the record would be, is absolutely eating at his stomach.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's nothing you can do but strap it up, and go to work again tomorrow, because things are going to fix themselves. So I don't know what to say. It's indescribable how this team blows games. I have never covered a team like this, where you just know, despite everything going their way, Brady Cook being out for most of the game, that Bosch fumble, you just knew that they were going to blow it. There was just no doubt.
Yeah.
I'm sure every Auburn fan out there was thinking the same thing. And I'm pretty sure that maybe some members of the team were thinking that.
They got to get out
because they're so used to it now.
Yeah.
That it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just talking.
Yeah, I got you. But I was just thinking that he would have something, I don't know, incredible to say after this game, but I guess it's kind of the same, just can't get it done,
Yeah. Just can't get it done. Like, there's no other explanation. They can't cross the finish line. They can't land the plane.
Yeah.
So
some people ask me about it, and I think, part of it is, it's just been the culture of losing here prior to him getting here, and then he just hasn't been able to snap it,
I think some of the older players are so used to it that it's now become where they lose or just numb to it. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah. I think it is part of the problem.
I think that filters down to some of the young players.
Interesting.
But yeah, I'm just saying. So we'll see. We'll see how they respond.
I mean, you got the game at Kentucky next week, and it ain't going to be any easier.
No, it's going to be harder, I think.
Yeah. Because now these teams are going to think Auburn's toast, and we're gonna go out there and beat their ass. They're going to play confidently,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what to say.
I
don't know. I'm trying to think of a column idea. I think I got it, but I'm at a loss for words for how you can't even describe this team.
I feel like I'm out here having to hold the door against people that want to fire Hugh, but I just think that's a terrible idea right now. I think it is. I mean,
it's a terrible view right now. I agree.
I mean, he hasn't done anything to ingratiate himself to Auburn people. I'll tell you that. He's coaching about like Harsin, honestly. Like, the numbers are about the same.
Yeah, I know.
But he's bringing in a higher caliber of player. That's for sure. And so.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
All right, then, Stoltzy. I got you. I understand. Let's just get it on the page.
Well, enjoy the media.
Oh, it's just a lot of fun. This is good. All right, we'll see you then.
I'm wondering how many
I won't see you
ratio.
then. I won't see you then. That's right.
No. Yeah, I'll be in Kentucky.
All right, bro.
All right. I'll see you.
See ya. There he is, Stoltzy. I figured, he didn't have much to add, and it's not his fault. I mean, he's there, and Hugh says what he says, and it's kind of like the same thing of, hey, we're not winning, and haven't figured out how to win, and that's that. It doesn't really go a lot deeper than that. Here we go, Don, jumping in with some Patrick Fain Dye quotes. Some days there's going to be days when you lay your guts on the line, you come away empty-handed. The only thing you do then is do it again. J-Head is ready to come on, so let's go ahead and pop over to J-Head. I worry about this call a little bit in the sense that J-Head is an absolute stud, but he's also, like me, very calm and not prone to getting mad in the moment about this kind of stuff. And so some people will say that he's soft, I bet, although I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but we'll see how it is.
JGT, what's going on, brother?
What's up, J-Head? You good?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Sir. People are mad, dude. There's some people that are really, really pissed off, and I get it, man. But I don't know if firing Hugh is the answer right now. I don't think it is.
I don't think firing anybody right now is necessarily the answer. First and foremost, from a fiscal standpoint, it puts you further in a hole when you're moving towards revenue sharing with players. And Auburn is not Texas A&M. You know, they're not the Texas Longhorns. Money is not, you know, we're not deep in the pockets in that way. So to make that kind of a move, you're talking about another $20 million buyout plus staff, plus still having to have the resources to hire a new staff. And then revenue sharing, which is around $21 million allocation plus any other NIL on top of that. So when you look at it from that standpoint, it doesn't make a lot of sense to make that kind of a move right now. But I understand the emotion of where people are coming from.
Yeah.
You know, college sports are emotional, right? And Auburn has a standard. And at this point, this coaching staff, this team has not played up to that standard. And so I think more than anything, it's probably starting to drive apathy into the program.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you know, into the fan base for sure, and hopefully not into the team. But you wonder what's going to happen to them after a situation like this. Are they going to become a little listless? Are they going to have an eye towards the portal? I think Stoltz said that, and that's something I've been concerned about in this day and age. You know, are people going to start trying to renegotiate NIL deals in the middle of the season? When you lose, all kinds of problems seem to arise. And when you win, it seems like the water could never be calmer.
Yeah.
And right now, Auburn is just in the middle of a storm right now of doing nothing but being able to lose.
Yeah, I think it's starting to damage the brand. I mean, honestly, because it's been going on so long now. This is going to be 4 straight losing seasons, and I mean, shit, dude. Like, is it over? I mean, is the party over?
I don't think the party is over because look at Vanderbilt right now. There wasn't a program that was more listless this time last year, and they make some coaching changes. They rely on the culture that they've built there. Clark Lee's done a fantastic job. I think he's SEC Coach of the Year right now. And they added a quarterback from the portal that has completely invigorated, you know, the players on that team, and they're bought in. They're all in. And so what you have to do if you're Hugh Freeze right now is find a way to get through this season and to salvage whatever you can. And I think you do have to start playing younger talent. I think at this point, regardless of who's ready and who's not, you got to start figuring that out.
Wow. Even at quarterback?
And you have to start.
See, it's a tough
maybe
one, right?
Maybe not against Kentucky, because on the road against Kentucky would be a really tough first start. But I think once you get back home for that 3-game stretch, yeah, I would probably, if you don't win in Kentucky with Peyton, I think it's probably time to close the book there, and you start looking at either, you know, Hank Brown or Walker White, whatever you choose to do. My guess is it would be Hank, and just to kind of see what you have. Because if you can find a quarterback that you can develop long-term, that's at least a selling point to your fan base and to your team moving forward, that you have something you can rely on. And right now, I think people are looking around and look, Peyton's a great kid. I'm not taking fault with him for today. I thought he actually played okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think he was okay. He didn't turn the ball over. He made some decent throws. He made some poor throws at times too. I mean, he wasn't flawless by any means, but I don't think Peyton Thorne was the reason we lost that game because of his play. I think the way we coached that game was because Peyton can't execute the offense in the way that Hugh would like him to, and so we've had to change and lean more into the running game, and we're ultra-conservative today, which, again, is understandable. I think they tried to feature the best players in their offense. And unfortunately, Auburn just wasn't able to get it done at the end, whether it was the Robert Lewis drop, you know, the missed kick, giving up 97 yards on a touchdown drive with, 4 minutes left to go in the game, 5 minutes left to go in the game. It just situational football has not been Auburn's friend this year, and not being able to execute in critical downs. And it's the same script over and over again, my friend, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's getting kind of tiresome. Your story has become tiresome.
Well, here's the thing, man. It's tiresome. It's tiresome for the fans. It's tiresome for the people like yourself that cover this on a day in, day out basis. For the players, for the coaches. Like, none of this is fun right now for anybody involved in the process, right? So it would be nice to see Auburn get one on the board just so that people could, have one Saturday where they feel okay about it.
Yeah.
But that's not where we are right now. At some point, your schedule says who you are. And I know that we all probably feel like Auburn's not this bad, but you're 2-5 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you can't
and
hide
you are
from
what
that.
your record says you are.
You can't run from
that. You can't hide from that. No.
What do you think is the solution here, man? Just got to ride this thing out, let him try to keep this thing together, and then hope for better next year? I mean, that's really what we're looking at, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's gutted out this year. You have to make and I think they're already doing this. At least my information says they are. I think they are well out in front on a portal strategy of things they plan to target. And that has to be first and foremost. And you have to keep this recruiting class together and then develop as much young talent as you can. The talent that you're going to be bringing back next year, you got to start developing those guys, regardless of wins at this point, because you're not making a bowl game now. You're 2-5. I mean, I guess you could technically wait until you're 2-7 if that's what you want to do, but and truly eliminated. But I don't see a run that Auburn goes on with the way they're playing right now and find a way to get bowl eligible. It just, I think you would be the ultimate homer if that's what you were predicting at this point.
Yeah. Robert S. says it's the worst 5-year run in Auburn football history since before Shug Jordan.
I believe it.
That's a long time ago.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't even this bad in between the stretch between Shug and Dye. No. I know a lot of people. There was an 8-4 season mixed in there. There's no 8-4 to be found here.
No.
So, it's really difficult to stomach this for the fan base. And again, I understand it. There are no words that I can provide that would give any solace or comfort to anybody in the chat. I thought this was the game that was the most winnable on Auburn's schedule of all the Power 5 games they had left. And I'm not going to shy away from that. I think I said that 2 shows ago with you, Jay, and I stand on that. I did think Missouri was there for the taking, and Auburn had that one.
Dude, it was there. I mean, we saw it. I mean, it was there for the taking today.
Right.
And they just didn't take it because they don't take it.
They just can't. And I don't want to attack scheme. Look, I think Hugh Freeze knows football, right? And I think he's calling plays that make sense to him. But I would say that the football IQ from this team is not overly great. And I don't know if that's because the coaching staff hasn't necessarily gotten them to the point that they understand how to execute in critical moments, or if that's just the caliber of player we have. I don't know, Jay. Like, that's the hardest part about this, to wrap your arms around it, is you don't necessarily know exactly where the breakdown is or what the issue is. I know a lot of people want to say it's coaching. Other people want to point at Peyton Thorne. I think it's more nuanced than that. I mean, I think it's something that's embedded within the culture. And I just don't know how you break that at this point, other than continuously trying to bring new blood onto your roster. I think at some point it's a mentality thing, it's a combination of people that you have there in the building. And so my expectation would be is that you have some transition on the coaching staff. I don't know how much, and that you have some transition off this roster again after this year. I mean, I think we're already losing around 30 players that are, maybe it's 25 that are seniors. And then I would expect some other attrition to go along with that, because you just can't continue to progress down this path.
But it might be good in a sense, right? Because if there really is a culture of losing here, right, then maybe having some guys leave might not be the worst thing.
No, I don't think that it is. I mean, I think right now, if you're Hugh Freeze, you have to make a determination about who do you want to be on the roster next year, right? And you need to start working an NIL strategy with whoever that person is to make sure that they remain intact, because people are going to start to try to poach your roster. That's the other part of this. that nobody wants to talk about. But that's the ugly part of this.
Yeah, he said that on Tiger Talk the other day. He said people are doing it right now.
Absolutely. There is no holds bar. There are no rules. There are no guidelines. People have agents. People have former coaches, family members. They always have the uncle that's looking out for their best interest. And so people are going to make contact with them and try to leverage getting them into the portal. What is it going to take? What do you need to know from us? What's your number? There are a combination of different questions that get asked, and a lot gets thrown at these kids. And look, I don't blame anybody for trying to make money, but I think it makes it incredibly hard to build a team year in and year out, or to build a program year over year, given the way people are able to acquire talent or, their player acquisition process. It's not the same as the NFL, right? Like, you have players that have contracts and they have to play out their contract. You have a bankable amount of time for which you can account for.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist in current college football. And I think it makes it hard, especially when you're Auburn and you're in this culture of losing, to retain talent. So you have to be very, very aggressive with who you want to keep on your roster, and you need to know that now. This doesn't need to be a situation where, we're going to have a conversation at the end of the year. Like, you need to have these conversations now and making sure that you get these kids locked in.
Yeah, we've got a guy in the chat right now saying a majority of the 24 recruiting class will transfer out this year. I don't buy that. I don't think it would be
don't either.
That wholesale.
No. I don't believe that by any means. I think you probably have a better shot at retaining the 24 class than you do of flushing some other parts of your roster. I think the 23 class might be the one, a handful of players out of that class that might decide that they want to test their value in other places. But I feel like playing time and being featured, that 24, they've done a pretty good job with that class. And a lot of those kids will probably stick. There might be one or two, obviously, but that goes every year.
Some people think that Cam's going to go for $3 million to the University of Miami. If he gets $3 million, he ought to go, man.
Cam Coleman?
Yeah.
$3 million to Miami?
Yeah, that's what people are thinking. $3 million.
Who's got $3 million at Miami in that broadcast stadium they play in?
I mean, dude, he'd be the highest paid player in college football by what, $1 million and change? 1.2 million?
Time. Right.
For
I mean, there's
come on, man.
Yes. Yeah, that's not even realistic.
No. But people are pissed. People are pissed, and they get emotional, and I get it, man. Everybody's waiting for Auburn to be good, and they thought this was going to be the chance. I thought they were going to be better this year, J-Ed.
No, I mean, I think everybody should have. If you'd had this kind of year in year one, it would have been expected, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're always going to have regression in year one of a culture shift. That's what you expect. When you're ripping it down to the studs and you're trying to rebuild it in your image, the expectation should not be that it's going to be an excellent year one. But year two should be where you see tangible progress moving forward.
That's right.
And unfortunately, to this point, you haven't seen that. I mean, it's been regression from year one, not the building block it should have been. And so I think that's probably the part that has people the most upset, is the number of close games and Auburn finding a way to, do just enough to lose it in the end. And it's infuriating. I mean, how many losses of ours are one-score games? Obviously, Georgia wasn't, but this one today,
4, yeah.
Oklahoma,
4 of the 5.
4 one-score games, right?
Well, technically, Arkansas was not one score, but you know how that game just got weird.
It did. I mean, that game was closer than the final score says it was.
So actually, 3 one-score games plus that Arkansas game. The Georgia game was, it is what it is. But
yeah, Georgia was the better team. I know people are upset about Georgia, and they should be because it's a rivalry. But realistically, in year two, my expectation was not for us to go in and do anything other than probably what happened in that game. Maybe keep it a little closer, but Georgia was the better team.
But Auburn's on par with Cal. Auburn's on par with Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. I think Auburn's on par with all of them, but they lost them all, and that's all that matters.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you just, you win one of your one-score games. I mean, if you split them, you're feeling significantly better, but you haven't. And so it's just, Jay, it's hard for the fans. I do not blame them. Anybody that's upset today, you should be. This is not acceptable.
Yeah.
I just don't know how Hugh fixes it right now because, and I think you've hit this nail on the head. Quarterback is the one position you have to have.
Gotta have it.
You've got to have.
And they ain't got it?
They don't have it. And the rest of the team, I think in Hugh's mind, what he thought is the team will be good enough around Peyton. I mean, he thought he was going to have a Greg McElroy type situation. But unfortunately, you don't have Alabama-level talent throughout this roster or, you know what I mean, the culture that Saban created at the University of Alabama. You don't have that yet. And so to not have that to lean back on, it makes it really difficult just to have a game manager at quarterback.
He may have thought he had it, though. He really may have thought he had that culture, you know?
And he may have. I don't, here's the hard part. Yeah, exactly. He may have thought that. That's the hard part is that me nor you know what goes through Hugh Freeze's mind, right?
That's right.
Or even what happens in the building on a day-to-day basis. I'm not privy to all of those conversations.
Me neither.
So it's hard to know and hard to digest exactly what he was thinking when he made that decision. I can tell you that I probably would not have done that. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I had seen enough at that point. But again, I also understand, and I think it lends itself to the point that you're talking about, Hugh trying to give people enough space to grow and to change and to continuously evolve, that he gave Peyton probably, more opportunity than he should have had.
Yeah, more leeway than he should have. Exactly.
Right. And I don't mean leeway in the sense like that Peyton's a bad kid and he should have cut him. It just, I think he's so good of a kid that Hugh didn't want to move on from him, that he wanted to believe in that player. He wanted to believe that he could make him better. And at the end of the day, you have to call a spade and look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? He just wasn't good enough. And I should have brought in somebody else at a minimum to create competition in that room so that you had two people fighting for that job. Because let's be honest here, and this is going to sound harsh, but Holden Geriner is just holding a spot on the roster right now. Like, what was the point of holding him by comparison to bringing in somebody else to at least battle for the job? That's the part that
I just think that's where the roster is right now, but it shouldn't be.
No. I mean, that should have been a clear-cut decision. Now, I can't make it. The other thing that is inexcusable, and not all of this is on Hugh, I don't put this all on him. He made some bad decisions, but offensive line play has not been great this year.
No, not at all.
Pass pro is horrendous.
It's bad.
And it has not done Peyton any favors this year either. And so that you can't say Peyton's been bad without saying pass pro has not been worse. Like, I mean, it has been atrocious at times.
Yes,
and
today it was really bad, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there were times where I think the first possession, they ran an RPO, and Peyton got drilled within 2 seconds of his drop back. I mean, I don't even think he got his feet planted before he got absolutely depleted.
And that ain't on him.
So,
yeah.
No, that's not on him. Again, I don't think Peyton Thorne was the reason we lost today. If Robert Lewis hauls in that touchdown catch, we're not even having this discussion right now. But when every play has to be perfect, Jay, that's a difficult space to live in, and that's where Auburn finds itself. To win games, they have to be perfect.
Yep.
And so I just don't know what the solution is, my man. I don't. I'm a little bit of a loss today, and again, I don't blame people for being upset.
Me neither. What I don't blame anybody else is clamoring for you to be on our airwaves, and I'm fucking fired up to have you on here every single game. I appreciate you doing that, taking the time to do that, brother.
Well, Jay, I wouldn't be anywhere else. Again, love you, love the chat. Hope you and the administrative assistant have a wonderful rest of your day, and that everybody hopefully finds a way to just let this go and enjoy the rest of their weekend.
Because the weather's beautiful, you know.
It is that. That's why I'm trying to get outside right now.
All right, J-Head, thanks for giving us so much time today and so much insight. Thank you.
No, thank you, buddy.
See you, bye.
Bye.
There he is, J-Head. Really, really nice call from him. Very balanced and thoughtful, and that's kind of what he is. That's who he is. He and I basically come from the same philosophical background. So, SR71 Blackbird says, "Can we just get an unhinged J-Head one time?" I just don't think that's who he is. That's the thing, and also some good points brought up in the chat that I'm sitting here thinking, okay, Auburn lost this narrow game against or lost this game narrowly against Missouri, but they didn't have their quarterback for 3+ quarters, right? They had their backup, and he wasn't great. And as soon as Brady Cook comes in, I mean, they took a big step forward offensively. I mean, what would this game have been like had Brady Cook been fine the whole game? Yeah, I think it would be probably a 20-point Missouri win, and we wouldn't even be thinking, oh, they're so close in this game, It's definitely a thought. But his margin of error, he brought up the margin of error. It's something that Hugh's been talking about too. But, margin of error is definitely an issue. We got MW on the line. What's up, brother?
Hey, man. What's going on?
Another day in paradise. Just mitigating people who were upset.
Yeah, I mean, it's another week of, on the one hand, I'm mad, but on the other hand, things almost like turn out how you expected. So, I mean, at this point, it's just become routine. Yeah,
it is getting that way. It's weird to think that Auburn football would be like that, but here we are. Here we are, MWD. What's your big takeaway from this game?
I don't know how we break out of this. This season, I maintain that even with better talent, the record and results are going to be better. But the inability to stick to things that are working, the inability to understand how to craft things around your personnel, to use the right personnel in the right situations. I'm speaking offensively. I don't think that's going to change. Now, that said, you put the right personnel in place and, you win 10+ regular season games and you're in the playoffs, even with that issue, if you get the right personnel, but we got to get there. And at this point, I know we're all saying we don't think they're going to lose the recruiting class, and I don't think they are. I think a lot of these kids want to come and be part of this, be a part of what the vision is, at least. But it'll be I think it'll be unprecedented. I mean, has there ever been a coach in the second year has been a 3-4-ish win team and brought in a top 5 recruiting class in a second year?
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
But as far as what it is, I feel like when we were going through this a couple years ago, and me and one of our mutual friends that's been widely disparaged on the bunker, we had the same reaction when it came up that, certain Auburn boosters were locked in on Hugh Freeze. We were like, Hugh Freeze? Why?
Yeah, really?
And everybody, got caught up in, he beat Alabama twice. But I was like, but he's not that good of a coach. He's not somebody anybody else wants.
Well, he was playing. I mean, they were playing good at Liberty, though. I mean, I know it's Liberty, but
look at the schedule.
Well, I mean but he's
Virginia
at Liberty.
Tech was the best team he played. They weren't even ranked.
I know, but he's playing at Liberty.
Best team he beat, I should say.
You don't sign Cam Coleman's at Liberty. You know what I mean? You're out there scrounging.
Okay. But I mean, there's how many coaches have had good seasons at schools the caliber of Liberty that did they go on to be good Power 5?
Hey, Tony Barbie was really good at UTEP one time.
Turner Gill was phenomenal at Buffalo.
So good at Buffalo, yeah. Hell yeah.
So, I mean, that didn't mean anything to me. I mean, but you go back, we got hung up, and certain people that had influence in our sphere got mesmerized that this guy beat Alabama back-to-back years when Nick Saban was at his prime. And for that matter, I have questions. Nick Saban thinks Hugh Freeze is a great coach. At least that's what he publicly says.
That's absolutely true. So, and that matters to some people.
There's something to that dynamic. But, I don't even remember who the coach was at Arkansas at that point, but 3 weeks later after they beat Alabama, they lose to Arkansas by 30 points. It was unranked. There were other losses on those things. This pattern of the way he coaches in these games, and this, like you talked about it, he's got this look of like the losing doesn't affect him as much. or he gets kind of this pouty look. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But his attitude and his demeanor is not a leader. It's not like, guys, we are in this dogfight, and this is what we're going to do to come out of it. Like, that's not what I see. And I'm not there. I don't hear it. I mean, I don't know what he actually says, but I'm reading the visual cues that they show on TV.
And I don't like it either. He looks like a brooding crybaby. I'm just saying what he looks like.
And I mean, that's his comments. Kind of everything is kind of a little whiny all the time. And it's at this point, I think he's kind of been beaten down a little bit. But it's it's always, well, we got this and that didn't happen. It's always what has happened to us. It's not, I didn't make it happen.
Yeah.
Like that's the attitude, and I just don't see that being successful at this level.
Yeah.
That's it.
You don't see many coaches like that, right? Like, these good coaches are usually more chesty. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, I know people disagree with me about this. I want coaches who have been part of a pedigree of championship programs and have been around other coaches who knew how to lead and have learned from them. And Auburn doesn't hire those guys. We hire guys who, I mean, the best person Hugh Freeze worked for was Houston Nutt for what, 3 years?
Yeah, you look like you need some helping.
Well, we had people that wanted Houston Nutt to be Auburn's coach at one point too.
That's true. He was good at one time for a short period of time.
But again, good is like 8-4.
That's true.
Yeah.
He was at those kinds of places.
Yeah. I mean, if I was going to, hire a football coach, I want somebody that checks a box of having a championship pedigree, some NFL exposure, either having been there or worked on staff of guys that have been there, know how to manage a team, manage a game, and lead at the highest level, at the winning level. But now we have a program that you're seeing, these guys don't know how to win. The players don't. I'm not talking about the coaches. Like, winning is not part of the DNA right now.
Not
and that's never been the case in my lifetime with Auburn football.
Oh, I bet it has. That 98 team was shit, dude.
Well, for blinks, for 1 year period of time. At this point, it's a 4 and 5 year span.
No, I agree. It's been bad. It's
one thing for an individual team to quit, but at this point, it's institutional. We don't have. There's nobody on the roster. Luke Deal is the only guy on the roster that's been part of a winning team at Auburn.
Wow, that's amazing. Jeez.
There might be another walk-on or something that's been there that many years, but the last. I'm saying 2019, 2020. I guess we had a winning season, right? Or were we 6 and 7? What the equivalent of 6 and 7? I guess we had a win. I don't remember. It was that COVID year. I do want to make
a point though, MWD. If you're an older guy like I am, and you're not as old as me, but you've been around a while. A big part of what made a coach attractive at Auburn for a long time was that they were controllable, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would argue that Auburn wasn't trying to get the best available coach for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So that affected it a little bit.
And
I mean, Tommy was in phase there for a while, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm interrupting you.
I don't think Freeze is controllable in the same way that we would have said some prior coaches were.
I know it's changed a little bit with Cohen now. I mean, it's a little different now.
But he's still not. He doesn't. I mean, nobody has the persona Nick Saban does to be the alpha in the room kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. I don't see Freeze as standing out as being the buck stops here type of guy. Yeah, I could say Will Muschamp's definitely that type of guy, and he wasn't a very good coach either. So
I know he was not. I love the fire, but I think he's proven himself as a head coach. He just gets too fussy,
I'll stop ranting, but you said something earlier, I think at halftime, that I wanted to ask about. They only had 2 practices during the open week?
That's correct.
Did they let guys leave town for fall break?
Uh-huh. Yeah, he thought
I'm kind of old school. I know I'm not up to the modern times, but do other SEC programs let their kids leave for a week in the middle of the season?
I mean, they left for 4 days or something like that. His response was it was Auburn fall break, Auburn University fall break.
Yeah, we had Labor Day as a holiday every year when I played high school football. You know what my high school coach said while the rest of the kids were all going down to the beach in Panama City?
Get your ass on the field, right?
It's Labor Day. We're going to celebrate it by laboring. mean, like
he thought that they needed to divorce themselves from the losing for a minute, and obviously that was not the right play. But I mean, I don't. Would 2 extra days of practice help them extricate from this bullshit? I mean, I don't know.
No, but
wouldn't have hurt.
I think other coaches would have responded a different way to a team being in this position and said, "We're not mentally tough enough to win when these games are close." Because that's the problem.
So let's do something to
There's
make
no
us more
leadership,
mentally tough.
there's no mental toughness.
Yeah.
And I would have used that open week to pull that out of people. They need leaders. And you can't get it from the quarterback position. I know that puts you in a tough position in college football. I mean, nominally Peyton obviously is a leader. They picked him as a captain for 2 years. But I mean, like,
a ball breaker.
He's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't have, I would assume Keldrick Faulk has the play to back that up. But and 27, he's got the play to back it up. But I don't know. There's nobody on either side of the ball I'm seeing that, like, dude, if you're dragging me down, I'm not going with you. You know?
Yeah. Need some of those guys. Some of those Alex Lincolns, Dontarius Thomases, Carlos Dansby's.
Get in your face and be like, no, this isn't Auburn football. But,
thank God.
You know, it's the hole we got dug into with Harsin. I think it's still questionable. He had a record at Boise State. Harsin may have been at some way or another knew how to coach football, was a terrible recruiter. Well, we now got a great recruiter who, at least the last 2 years, isn't looking like he's that good of a football coach in the game day situation.
Since he's basically coaching at a Harsin level, I would say he's not very good at coaching.
Well, at this point, his record's worse, right, than Harsin's was?
At this point, it is now, yeah.
I mean, Harsin didn't get the time to do more, and there's a reason we're giving Freeze the time. But anyway, man.
All right, brother. Great call.
On that note, how did you like the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
All right, brother.
I'll see you, man.
I'll see you. Bye. Thanks for calling. There he is, MWD. How do I rate the quality of this call? 5 freaking stars, absolutely. MWD, a good poster, a good caller. We love having him hanging out in the community. Another pretty rational guy, although this was kind of down for MWD, and I understand it. He's seeing some things he doesn't like, some things that he hasn't seen in his lifetime as an Auburn fan, and he's been an Auburn supporter for a long time. So it's frustrating. It is very frustrating. You don't expect. I mean, again, as someone pointed out in the chat earlier, this is the longest stretch of failure and for a long time at Auburn. Now we've got a very special treat on the line. We've got D Lucky, the GOAT himself. What up, D Lucky?
What's up, Deji?
It is awesome to have you back on the line here.
Yeah, I've been a busy few weekends for me.
You doing some coaching?
No, just a lot of family stuff. All good, but just a lot of family stuff going on.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. It is odd for me to get on the phone and disagree with MWD and Jay Head on back-to-back calls, but I guess I have a slightly different spin on what I see. Just humor me for a second. What game do you think we had an advantage at quarterback?
Oh, wow. Alabama A&M, New Mexico. That's probably it.
Is it a surprise that those are the only 2 games that we won?
But maybe the wins and losses affect my thought about it too, right? Like, is the Cal quarterback a lot better? I don't know.
He wasn't a lot better, but he was effective for what they needed.
And
then similar to Oklahoma quarterback, he wasn't great, but he needed to make one big throw and one big run, and he didn't turn the ball over. Our quarterback, when we need him to make a play, when we need a play, he doesn't have that ability. And bless him, I think he tries as hard as humanly possible, but it's just not in him. So I start from that point. We're operating at a deficit. I don't see a game the rest of the season where we will have an advantage at quarterback. So, maybe Louisiana Monroe, maybe.
But they're really good, so I don't know much about their team yet.
I haven't seen that quarterback. Could be completely wrong on that assessment.
Hey, there's a good point in the chat, though, about the Oklahoma quarterback. He's not necessarily better, but he just didn't shit the bed in the clutch time, right?
But that's all he needed to do.
That's right.
That was
That's right.
Peyton didn't make any phenomenal plays, and he made the one back-breaking play that he could not make to throw a pick six. If he throws a regular interception, we probably get out of there with a win. But he threw a bleeping pick six.
Yep.
And that's the modus operandi of this whole team is like the one thing that we don't need to have happen, they find a way to have happen. And lots of times it's the quarterback. And I frankly believe that Hugh has done his level-headed best, in my opinion, try to navigate around what is now visible to everybody. And we get a good portion of the way through the game that it works just fine. And then we need that one thing to get us over the hump. And there's not another player on the team that can help us out to get us over that hump. Because if there was a Taquille Spikes or, I don't know, you think DeMarco McNeil would allow a 95-yard drive with the game on the line?
Carlos Dansby?
They're just some of those guys that not just their physical abilities, but their leadership abilities would have had them leading the rest of the team for someone to step up and make a play. And we don't have anybody that does that on either side of the ball.
I mean,
we're not going to.
I like Keldrick. I think Keldrick is that guy, kind of.
Keldrick's close. He's close. He's not quite there because when you got to have on what was it, 4th and whatever, 4th and 5. When that's Carl Lawson getting a sack. That ball doesn't get off. Carl Lawson comes around the end, and it's a sack, and that's ball game, and we go home with a W. We're not there yet with any of those guys. Do I think they have the potential? I do. But all the back and forth, MWD said he thought they should be working harder during fall break. Unless we were going to find a quarterback different than the two that we played this year during fall break, it really wasn't going to matter. You're not going to make mental toughness in 2 extra practices. That doesn't happen. That's something that's fortified in weight room, in off season, and well before you get there. You can't just mix that up and get it in an off week.
You're right about that.
I actually believe the right approach was what he did was if he said, hey, we're going to have a mental reset. We're going to take a break from all of this bullshit, let you get away, and then we're going to come back and try to start all of this over like it's a completely new season. I prefer that approach to at least try something different than what we have been doing. So I get it. I'm not happy with where we are. I hope that's not how this is coming across. But I also, what I've seen from even the fact our kicker, just God love him, kid's trying his absolute best. But he makes a couple of kicks in some other games. We probably have 1, maybe 2 more wins, and it's just not there. We've had a run of great kickers over time, and we got another one. But the shitty part of this season is that guy, pardon the pun, is just out for a while.
The missed kick. I forgot about that and the avalanche of things that were fucked up today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just we get out of our own way right now, and it's not made any better. Hugh has a problem that Gus didn't have, and that Gus would be giving us the same coach speak bullshit, and we would just be sitting there not answering any of the questions. You might not like it, but whether he's disappointed, sad, whatever you want to call it, there's an emotion response. Now, I would like to see if it's any different if we actually get on a good streak. Do you see anything any different in that response pattern from him, or is it the same? Because, again, I think he's been more truthful than any coach that I've been around in a very long time.
I would agree with that.
So,
but it comes across like therapy sometimes, It's like he's almost too honest.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a balance, right? But for now, I don't feel like it should. I feel like it's pretty raw. I don't feel like we're being fed a bunch of bull. every week about the fact that it's just execution. I don't get that sense, because if I heard Gus say something about execution one more time, like
it's execution, D Lucky.
You know, it's a case where we don't have the players that we would like to have, and the most glaring part of that is at the quarterback position, and we can't fix that this year.
So yeah, you just got to ride it out.
That's it. Try to hold on to what we got in the recruiting class. Find somebody that can come in and be all we need is serviceable. Could have had serviceable this year. We probably won 6 games by now.
Yeah, it'd be all right. Be on schedule, on par anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. There were throws that, like I said, that Thorne could have made today. That multiple touchdowns that we got left on the field that he just overthrew a guy.
I know. And he bounced one to Dre that was open for a nice gain. And
wide open, 30 yards. Dre gets at least 30 yards on that. So there's nobody in front of him if he catches that ball. And his abilities, he might have scored on that one, but that's just an average throw. That's not a superstar play that's got to be made, and we can't get that in our quarterback on a consistent basis.
Yep. Well, we'll just re-rack it next week and do it again, D Lucky.
That we will. We'll get in here, cheer our asses off, and see if we can get a couple of W's on the way home.
That'd be nice.
It would be. A little positivity.
Hey, man, we love having you on the air. I wish you'd call in more often if you can.
Things should settle down, so hopefully that will be the case.
All right, G.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Talk to y'all.
Bye.
Yeah, man. Peace.
I love his comment about the leadership and the toughness that you've got to instill are fortified in the weight room and in the off season. He is 100% correct on that, and it's a point that I don't necessarily think about as much as I should. Yeah, I keep thinking about solutions that you can have right now, and there's not many, but that's the real long-term solution, right? Is you get that toughness and that leadership, that true buy-in, and you have to get that in a different part of the year. You can't do that right now. And Jay Ellis Sr., just kind of apropos of nothing, just has a great comment here. We don't resemble a team on the ascent. I agree. I really thought that they were. And a lot of you guys probably thought they were too. But at 2-5, they're not. They don't know how to finish a game. And today they didn't know how to protect a lead. They didn't know how to – they give up, a 95-yard touchdown drive. There's so many good things that have been discussed in the calls today, things that I have kind of slipped my mind, or because I get fascinated or myopic about, Peyton's not good enough, and these plays don't make sense to me, and the sequencing bothers me, and there's a lot of other things that go into this, and it's a complicated situation. But I've said my piece on this. I think you got to keep him, and I think you got to go into next year with Hugh, and I think you just got to try to hold on for this recruiting class and try to make it more talented, and then you've got to do some stuff during the offseason to change things up. I think they're going to have to make some changes on the offensive staff, and I think Hugh's going to have to do more soul-searching, and I think they've got to come out on the other side tougher and more talented, and they've got to have a better solution at quarterback. Hugh knows that. Hugh knows that. He's not going to say that in a press conference because he can't really, but this is a team that needs a quarterback, and they don't have one right now, and they're going to have to go out and get one. I think they can. I think they can go out in the portal and get at least one, and maybe two, and let them compete and take the best one and roll with it. I don't know if you're going to be able to get a marquee quarterback to be your second guy, but you know what it is. In the basketball world, you can get a Javon McCormick who comes in and is a lot better than you expected. You never know. I am probably going to wrap it up there. I feel like we've had some great calls. BMAT, Chip, Stu Pup, Stoltzy. I got my list here. J-Head, MWD, D Lucky. Some great calls today. Some very rational calls, which are my favorite kind. Although I don't hate on you guys who are not rational in the chat. I know I've taken some gruff from Spicy P. I think Brett has come at me a little bit too. Also, MWD wanted to elaborate on something. He said, I think my point is, if we're sending guys on vacation in the middle of a football season, we probably aren't getting that out of them in the weight room either, which is a fair point. So Chuck thinks he's going to go get Caden Salter as his portal. I think that's one of the choices that is on the list. Maybe he might be a good number 2. Might be a good guy to compete with the number 1 guy, right? But anyway, a lot of things to think about during this next week as we go work our way into the Kentucky game. Reminder, of course, we're going to be doing a watch party down in Orange Beach. We either post the details or we will pin the details in the bunker for folks who want to be part of that. I think this is they did it last year. I wasn't able to get down to the fall event, but we do them in the spring too at the same spot, and it's always a good time. So the next show will look a little different. We'll be on location down there in Orange Beach, and we'll be doing it that way. So again, that's a night game next week against Kentucky, and it's something to be thinking about. Of course, check in auburnsports.com for all your needs for the team. Obviously, our great message board at the bunker, and we'll be writing about it all week. I know it'll be kind of a difficult environment to be discussing on the bunker, but we'll be there talking about it and doing it. By the way, AU Hoosier 420, I had the equivalent of 2.5 drinks today. I've been on the air 5.5 hours. So the idea that I'm too drunk, I think, is probably not accurate. Cleve jumps in here late, my man. Says Big JGT, the Brain Drain is the only team that has been winning week in and week out. So this super chat is for you today. Ward Amigal, my man. Let's give him some applause for that one. We love Cleve C. The only guy who's, he really went out of his way to show his appreciation to me. So, and I appreciate you, Cleve. You're an absolute stud, and we're better for having you around our neighborhood, proverbially speaking, here at the Brain Drain and also at auburnsports.com, and all your friends and people that you affect where you live. I don't want to say where it is. Don't want to out you. Chaz Music says, hey, man, sorry I'm late. What time does the game start? Everything's fine, man. I think they got a good chance to beat Missouri today. In fact, I'm picking them to win the game by 4 points. Just teasing. All right, guys. Cleve, appreciate you jumping in here late. And for all of you who've been super chatting CDF, I'll be texting you too, and Cleve, about it. Appreciate you guys. See you next week. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Peace and love. Enjoy the night. See ya.